The person who eats or drinks out of forgetfulness, their fasting breaks. And upon every single one of them is al-qada. You have to bring it back. Why? It goes against analogy. It goes against what? The established concept of Ramadan, which is the whole purpose is that you don't eat and you don't drink. Similar to a person who's praying salah and he forgot a pillar. Do we say salah is correct? And this is a madhabun which is da'ifun marjuhun. It goes against the clear evidence in this issue. The reason is because this hadith, who narrated it? Man nasiya thumma akala. Who narrated the hadith? Bukhari and Muslim. Plus the hadith has been narrated in different narrations. Also, the qiyas is not taken into consideration. Why? Because as the evidence comes, we don't use qiyas. There's a clear text here that says anyone who eats out of forgetfulness or drinks, that their fasting is valid.
إن العلماء لم يورثوا درهما ولا دينارا وإنما ورثوا العلم.
الحمد لله رب العالمين له الحمد الحسن والثناء الجميل وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له يقول الحق وهو يهدي السبيل وأشهد أن سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. وإن شرح of the Kitab Bulugh Al-Maram, specifically Kitab As-Siyam, the chapter of fasting. Inshallah ta'ala, أخونا, our brother Ibrahim ibn al-Shaykh Fahim is going to read for us. فليتفضل مشكورا مأجورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عن عائشة رضي الله عنها قالت: كان النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يقبل وهو صائم ويباشر وهو صائم ولكنه كان أملككم لإربه. متفق عليه واللفظ لمسلم وزاد في رواية في رمضان.
This hadith of our mother Aisha, أخرجه الشيخان, Bukhari and Muslim both narrated it. And other than them, they narrated it. Bukhari and Muslim. And Hafidh ibn Hajar here قصر في تخريج هذا الحديث. He didn't mention, he fell short on this, he didn't mention anyone else who narrated other than Bukhari and Muslim. He only mentioned Bukhari and Muslim. Even that though this hadith is being narrated by what? As-Sab'ah, the seven. Yani the seven, that is a terminology that who uses it? Bukhari, Hafidh ibn Hajar uses it. And what is he meant? What does he mean by the seven? So the four Ashab al-Sunan, the four Sunan, the Sahihain, Bukhari and Muslim, which makes it six, and Musnad Ahmed. All seven of them narrated it. So he could have said here, Rawahu Sab'ah. He didn't. And this is something he mentioned that he's going to do in his Kitab. If the Sab'ah narrated, he's going to say Rawahu Sab'ah. But he didn't. He only mentioned Bukhari and Muslim. So that's a taqsir on it. Also the hadith mentions كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقبل وهو صائم ويباشر. Let's take the word يباشر and then we're going to take the fiqh of the hadith. The word يباشر is مأخوذ من البشر. The word يباشر is taken from the word مأخوذ من البشر. And the bashar is what? ظاهر الجلد, the top layer of the skin. That's what it is. As صاحب النهاية في غريب الحديث mentions, Ibn Athir rahimahullah ta'ala, the skin, the top layer of the skin is called what? Bashar. So it means to touch. That's why when a man touches a woman, and a woman touches a man, or a man touches a woman, it's that mulamasa, that touching. Okay? وَقَدْ تَرِدُ بِمَعْنَى الْوَطْء. Sometimes it comes as the meaning of what? Intimacy. Sometimes the word comes and it means al-wat'u, intimacy, sexual intimacy. Okay? It means that. And Allah used it in the Qur'an in Surah Al-Baqarah where He said فَالْآنَ بَاشِرُوهُنَّ. فَالْآنَ بَاشِرُوهُنَّ. And بَاشِرُوهُنَّ, what does it mean? It doesn't mean touch. It means intimacy. It means what? Intimacy. Another word that's mentioned in the hadith is وَلَكِنَّهُ He sallallahu alayhi wa sallam أَمْلَكُكُمْ لِإِرْبِهِ, and sometimes it's لِأَرَبِهِ. Both ways it's said, لِإِرْبِهِ or لِأَرَبِهِ. The word irb, it's Arab as well. بِالْفَتْحَتَيْنِ, by placing a fatha on the hamza and a fatha on the ra. لِأَرَبِهِ. What does it mean? It means haja, the need, that desire, that need, haja. صاحب كتاب النهاية في غريب الحديث Ibn Athir, he says أكثر المحدثين, the majority of scholars of hadith, they narrate it as لِأَرَبِهِ. That's how they narrate it, not لِإِرْبِهِ. They don't narrate it like that. بفتح الهمزة, by placing a fatha on the hamza, والراء. Majority of the muhaddithin, that's how they mention it. And some of them, they narrate it as لِإِرْبِهِ, by placing a kasr on the hamza and a sukoon on the ra. So it has two meanings then. The first meaning is أنه الحاجة, it's the need. And the second one is al-udu, the genital itself, the private part itself. Okay, it's called what? Irb. ولذلك حافظ ابن حجر, he says that the most common way of saying it is لِأَرَبِهِ. That's the common way of saying it. He says وَالْأَوَّلُ أَشْهَرُ, the first way of saying it is common. وَمَالَ إِلَى تَرْجِيحِهِ الْبُخَارِي, and Bukhari took that. Now let's take some of the fiqh of the hadith, inshallah ta'ala. The hadith shows that the Messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he used to kiss his wives. وَيُبَاشِرُ, and he sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he would touch his wives. He would touch them وَهُوَ صَائِمٌ, and he would do everything other than intimacy while he was fasting. Aisha then says وَلَكِنَّهُ, but he was what? أَمْلَكُكُمْ لِإِرْبِهِ. If you say irbihi, it means the udhu, the private part. He had control of it. He wouldn't fulfill his desires with that. If you say li'arabina, it means the desire, just not the private part, but the desire. He wouldn't act upon that desire, that haja, that need, that impulse. Bukhari and Muslim both narrated it. وَاللَّفْظُ لِمُسْلِمٍ. So the hadith, what does it show from the zahir? That the Prophet used to do this, and because of it the scholars disputed one another in this issue. قد اختلف العلماء في هذه المسألة. قد اختلف العلماء في هذه المسألة على أقوال. And they disagreed with each other in different views. القول الأول, the first view, كراهية, that is disliked. القبلة, to kiss, to touch your wife is disliked mutlaqan, unrestrictedly. And this is the most common view amongst the Malikiyah. And it is also the qawl of Abdullah ibn Umar. Abdullah ibn Umar. The second view is, so this is the first view, is unrestrictedly. Kissing, touching your wife, being fidgeting, no. If you're fasting, it's disliked mutlaqan. Mutlaqan here means whether you're young, old, it doesn't matter. It's disliked. The second view is the kissing is disliked, okay, if it causes you desires. إذا كانت تحرك الشهوة, if it makes you have desires. But if it doesn't bring about desires, no problem. And this is the Sahih min madhab al-Hanabila. So the Hanabila, they believe if the man is old and if the man is young, they separate it between us. The third view is tahrim al-qubla, kissing is haram, okay, wal-mubasharatu ala as-saimi, and also touching is also haram on the one who is fasting. Are we all together, brothers? Haram, not just like haram. Touching, kissing is haram. And this view is transmitted from Ibn al-Mundhir and Abu Ja'far al-Tahawi. That's what they said. And there are even from within them, there are those who gave a fatwa that whoever kisses his wife while he is fasting, that his fasting broke. Some of them even gave that fatwa, such as Abdullah ibn Shubrumah. Abdullah ibn Shubrumah said the fasting is gone. He's one of the ahadu fuqaha al-Kufa. He's one of the fuqaha of Kufa. Because they use the ayah as evidence. فَالْآنَ بَاشِرُهُنَّ. The ayah says now. The ayah now is saying بَاشِرُهُنَّ, touch your wives. So it means that the daytime you're not allowed to. Because he's saying now you can. But before that, you couldn't. And the ayah, the scholars responded and they said, by the way, the ayah is not in your favor because the ayah is talking about what? Intimacy. The ayah is referring to فَالْآنَ بَاشِرُهُنَّ. It means by what? As we took before, intimacy. It's not talking about touching or kissing. So it's using an ayah في غير محله. The fourth view is that the kissing and the touching is permissible for the one who's fasting. Doesn't matter. Unrestrictedly is permissible. It's the opposite to what? The first view. Yani it's unrestrictedly permissible. And this is the qawl of Umar ibn Khattab, Abu Huraira, Abdullah ibn Abbas, Aisha. And also the view of Ata, Sha'bi, Hassan al-Basri. It's the qawl of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, Ishaq ibn Rahuya. And they used as the evidence the hadith of our mother Aisha that I just mentioned today. They used that hadith that the Prophet ﷺ used to kiss his wife, okay, and he would touch them. And also the hadith of Umar ibn Abi Salama, Rabib al-Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, أنه سأل رسول الله أن يقبل الصائم. He asked the Prophet, can the person who's fasting kiss? فقال رسول الله, the messenger then said, سل هذه لأم سلمة فأخبرته أن رسول الله يصنع ذلك. He said, ask this, يعني لأم سلمة. And she informed him that the Prophet ﷺ, he used to do this. He what? He used to do this. There's a fifth view in the mas'ala, which is to separate between the youth and the old man. The one who's young and the one who's old. It's not about the desires. It's just if you're young, you're not allowed. And if you're old, you're allowed. And it's disliked for the kissing and the touching for the youth, regardless of whether it moves your desires. And it is permissible for you if you're an old man. This is the view of Abdullah ibn Abbas, and the view of Abu Hanifa, and the view of Sufyan al-Thawri and al-Awza'i and al-Shafi'i. And that's what they said. And they use as evidence the hadith of أن رجلا سأل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم, a man asked the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم عن المباشرة. He said, Ya Rasulullah, can I kiss my wife if I'm fasting? فَرَخَّصَ لَهُ, the Prophet permitted it for that man. Then another man came and he asked him the same question. فَنَهَاهُ, the Prophet said, no, you're not allowed. فَالَّذِي رَخَّصَ لَهُ شَيْخٌ, the one the Prophet said no to was a youth. And the one that he said yes to was an old man. This hadith, Abu Dawood narrated it. Also, even in the hadith al-Bayhaqi, Aisha mentioned أن النبي أرخص في قبلة الصائم للشيخ ونهى عنها للشباب أما للشابي. That the Prophet permitted it for the young one. The Prophet permitted it for him. He didn't permit it for him, and he permitted it for the elderly one. The sixth view is what? التفريق بين من يملك نفسه ومن لا يملك نفسه. The sixth one is, if the person is able to control himself, it's allowed. And if he's somebody who can't control himself now, he's not allowed. And this is the view of Sufyan, Shafi'i, and Imam al-Tirmidhi. He said, رأي بعض أهل العلم, some of the scholars, their view is أن للصائم إذا ملك نفسه, that the one who's fasting, if he can control his desires, okay, is permissible for him. وَإِلَّا فَلَيْسَ لَهُ, or if he can't, then it's not allowed for him. It's not what? It's not allowed for him. And I think, Wallahu A'lam, this may be the strongest one in the mas'ala, the last one. It doesn't matter about age, or if you're young or old. It's just based on, because there's an old man who can't control himself, sah? And there's a youth that can control himself because of religion and fasting, and he knows the importance of fasting, etc. There can be other external factors that one man might be very attractive to his wife, and so another one is not that attracted to his wife, مثلا. So he can control himself more. وهكذا. Yeah? So this issue doesn't go back to the youth or the young one, but it goes back to what? It goes to the one who can control himself. If you can control yourself, because that's what the hadith of Aisha mentioned. لكنه أملككم لإربه أما لأربه. That the Prophet ﷺ was one that had control over his private part. He can control himself. عليه الصلاة والسلام. Okay? What about if the person kissed his wife? Or he touched his wife, and then something came from him. He released something. The fuqaha talk about that. Yani he didn't do anything, but he had premature ejaculation. Ama something full came from him. In that issue, the ulama differed on this issue. Al-qawl al-awwal, the first view is أن عليه القضاء فقط, that he has to bring back that fasting. He touched his wife, and he came fully. صح? Or he kissed her and he came. In that situation, عليه القضاء, he has to bring back that fasting. Why? لأن الكفارة إنما تجب عندهم بالإيلاج. Because the kafara is when is it wajib? The kafara, it's if he had intimacy. He didn't have intimacy, this man. Are we all together? He didn't have sexual intimacy with his wife. No penetration. So the only thing he did was it led him to what? Yani just coming without doing that. So the qawl of Abu Hanif and Sufyan al-Thawri and al-Shafi'i is this. What do they believe? Al-Imam al-Shafi'i and Sufyan al-Thawri and others? They believe that the person is not upon him to do kafara, but it's upon him to do what? Qada. The second view is أن عليه القضاء مع الكفارة. Upon him is to do qada. He has to bring back the fasting. أن عليه القضاء. Qada is a must. مع الكفارة, with a kafara. Both. Are we all together? قضاء مع الكفارة. Okay. وهي كفارة المجامع في نهار رمضان. This is the view of Ata and Hassan al-Basri and Muhammad ibn Shihab al-Zuhri and Malik and Abdullah ibn Mubarak and Abu Thawr and Ishaq. And the hujjah of this view is أنه إذا باشر أو جامع, if he touches or he kisses without intimacy and something comes from him, then the same thing that occurs from intimacy occurred here. The same thing happened here. Okay? So they said it's the same thing, the ruling should be the same. So upon him is qada and kafara, expiation. Like in what is strongest is the first view. He needs to bring back the fasting, but it's nothing. He has to bring back the fasting. But he doesn't have to do kafara. Then he didn't do intimacy. He did something that was permissible for him. But he didn't know that this was going to happen, right?
وعن ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم احتجم وهو محرم واحتجم وهو صائم رواه البخاري. وعن شداد بن أوس رضي الله عنه أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أتى على رجل بالبقيع وهو يحتجم في رمضان فقال أفطر الحاجم والمحجوم رواه الخمسة إلا الترمذي وصححه أحمد وابن خزيمة وابن حبان. وعن أنس بن مالك رضي الله عنه قال أول ما كرهت الحجامة للصائم أن جعفر بن أبي طالب احتجم وهو صائم فمر به النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال أفطر هذان ثم رخص النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بعد في الحجامة للصائم وكان أنس يحتجم وهو صائم رواه الدارقطني وقواه.
These three hadiths, the first one is hadith Abdullah ibn Abbas radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma. The hadith of who? Abdullah ibn Abbas. Bukhari narrated it, and Tirmidhi narrated it, and Abu Dawood narrated it, and Al-Bayhaqi. Ibn Hibban also narrated it من طريق أيوب عن عكرمة عن ابن عباس أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. So the chain for Bukhari, Abdullah ibn Abbas, the hadith of Abdullah ibn Abbas. okay, is it's in Bukhari, it's Tirmidhi, Abu Dawood, and Al-Bayhaqi, and Ibn Hibban. And the sanad for it is a must for you to write it, is min tariqi Ayyub and an Ikrimah and Ibn Abbas and Nabi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. That's the chain for it. Imam Ahmad and Ali ibn al-Madini, they criticized this hadith. They what? They criticized this hadith. Muhanna, he said, سألت أحمد عنه, I asked Imam Ahmad about this hadith, فقال, he said to me, ليس فيه صائم إنما هو محرم. This hadith is wrong. It doesn't have the word in it. ليس فيه صائم. There's nothing in it that says صائم, fasting. It is what? Muhrim. Because this hadith came as some of the words, أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم احتجم وهو صائم. And he mentions it here, Ibn Hajar. Are we all together? But the hadith is narrated where? Bukhari. The hadith is in Bukhari. مع ذلك أحمد أعله. Are we all together, brothers? So the illah here is a wording, not the hadith itself. The hadith is authentic, but that word, there are words in Bukhari that are criticized in some of the wordings of the hadith. So Ahmad critiqued that, and also who? Ali ibn al-Madini. He said there's no mention of it in Sa'im, but it is muhrim. So it's only أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم احتجم وهو محرم. That part where he says واحتجم وهو صائم, Ahmad and Ali ibn al-Madini أعله. Are we all together? That's hadith of who? Hadith of Ibn Abbas. Hadith al-Shaddad, which is the second hadith that Ibrahim read for us, Shaddad ibn Aus, that hadith Abu Dawood narrated it, An-Nasa'i narrated in his Kubra, Ahmad also narrated, Ibn Hibban al-Darimi, and Al-Bayhaqi and Al-Hakim. من طريق أبي قلابة عبد الله الجرمي عن أبي الأشعث عن شداد بن أوس أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أتى على رجل. The Prophet came by a man بالبقيع, who was in Baqi', وهو يحتجم. The Prophet came by a man who was in Baqi' and he was doing hijama. وهو آخذ بيدي, and he was holding my hand. وهو آخذ بيدي لثمان عشرة خلت من رمضان, and this was 18 days of Ramadan had gone by. فقال, the Prophet said to me, and the Prophet is holding my hand, he said to me, أفطر الحاجم والمحجوم, that the one who did the hijama and the one that the hijama was done for, both of them, their fasting is broken. The one who's doing it and the one who's done it is done for. Also hadith Shaddad, في إسناد اختلاف, there is a khilaf on the chain. Are we all together, brothers? There's criticism also in the hadith of Shaddad, في إسناد اختلاف, لأن حماد بن زيد narrated it from Ayyub and Abi Qilaba and Shaddad without mentioning Abi al-Ash'ath, without mentioning him. The tariqah of Ayyub, when he narrated it from Abi Qilaba, Abdullah al-Jarmi, who is the son of Abdullah ibn Abbas, and Abi al-Ash'ath is not mentioned in there. So then based on that, فيكون منقطعا, the hadith is disconnected. ووافق حماد جرير, لكن who agreed with حماد بن زيد? Jarir, Sufyan al-Thawri. Nasa'i said, Nasa'i Imam Sahibu Ilal, mashallah, he's a scholar of Ilal. He says, حماد بن زيد وهو أعلم الناس بأيوب وورد من طريق أخرى عن أيوب عن أبي قلابة عن أسماء عن شداد بن أوس, وللحديث شواهد من حديث ثوبان وأبي هريرة ورافع بن خديج وغيره من الصحابة. So Imam al-Nasa'i is inclined to that the hadith Hamad ibn Zaydin, his narration from Ayyub, it's supported by other narrations. And he said that even there are shawahid. If you ignore the hadith of Shaddad, there's the hadith of Abu Huraira, there's the hadith of Thawban, there's the hadith of Rafi' ibn Khadij, there's other than them from the Sahabas who narrated it. From the scholars who authenticated this hadith, that is Imam Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala, Ibn Khuzaymah authenticated it. Ibn Hibban authenticated it. As Al-Imam Hafiz ibn Hajar mentioned, he said, Ahmad said, أفطر الحاجم والمحجوم ولا نكاح إلا بولي. Those two hadiths, يشد بعضها بعضا, they strengthen one another. وأنا أذهب أو أصير إليها. Ahmad said that. I take those two hadiths. Tirmidhi also said, سألت البخاري, I asked Imam al-Bukhari about this hadith. He said to me, ليس في هذا الباب شيء. There is no hadith in this whole issue of hijama أصح من حديث شداد ibn Aws, more authentic than the hadith of Shaddad ibn Aws. Bukhari saying that. ولذلك حافظ ibn Hajar, after that he said, Ali ibn Sa'id al-Nasawi, he said, I heard Ahmad saying, هو أصح ما روي عنه. It is the most authentic hadith that's been narrated in this issue. And then An-Nasawi mentioned, وكذا قال الترمذي عن البخاري. So the hadith of Shaddad, as we mentioned, Bukhari and Ahmad and Ibn Khuzaymah and Ibn Hibban and others authenticated it from the scholars. The third hadith that was read to us is the hadith of Anas ibn Malik. And this hadith, Imam Daraqutni narrated it, and also Bayhaqi narrated it. All of them narrated it from the chain of Khalid ibn Makhlad, who said, قال حدثنا عبد الله بن المثنى البناني عن أنس ibn Malik, and then he mentioned the hadith. Ibn Abdul Hadi has a kitab called تنقيح حديث التعليق, and in there he mentions Ibn Abdul Hadi. He said, هذا حديث منكر لا يصح الاحتجاج به. Ibn Abdul Hadi, who's as I mentioned the author of the Kitab As-Sarim al-Munki fi al-Radd ala al-Subki, he authored that Kitab. He also authored the Kitab al-Muharrar. He has a very beautiful book called At-Tanqih. He mentions in that book that this hadith of Anas ibn Malik, he says, هذا حديث منكر. This hadith is munkar. لا يصح الاحتجاج به. You cannot use it as evidence. لأنه شاذ الإسناد والمتن. The chain is shadh and the matn is shadh. And shadh means what? مخالفة الثقة لمن هو أوثق منه. It's when a reliable person goes against other people who are more reliable than him. Look what he then says. وَلَمْ يُخَرِّجُ أَحَدٌ مِنْ أَصْحَابِ كُتُبِ الستة. None of the 6 books of hadith actually narrated this hadith. As you heard, Darimi narrated this hadith, Daraqutni narrated this hadith. Bayhaqi, lakin Bukhari didn't, Muslim didn't, Abi Dawud didn't, Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, Nasa'i, none of the 6 books of hadith narrated this. Okay? And then he even said, he went as far as going, Ibn Abdul Hadi, وَلَا أَحَدٌ مِنْ أَصْحَابِ الْمَسَانِيدِ الْمَعْرُوفَةِ. And even Ahmad didn't narrate this. And he's one of the Aimah of this field. وَلَا يُعْرَفُ فِي الدُّنْيَا أَحَدٌ رَوَاهُ. No one else is ever heard to have narrated this إلا الدارقطني. Daraqutni is an Imam, رحمه الله. وقد ذكره الحافظ أبو عبد الله المقدسي. He is referring to who? عبد الغني بن عبد الواحد المقدسي. في المستخرج ولم يرويه إلا من طريق الدارقطني وحده ولو كان عنده من حديث غيره لذكره كما عرف من عادته. حافظ ابن حجر, he says in his فتح, روايته كلهم من رجال البخاري إلا أنه في المتن ما ينكر لأن فيه أن ذلك كان في الفتح وجعفر كان قد قتل قبل ذلك. So why did he say, Ibn Abdul Hadi, that the matan of the hadith is shadh? Because the hadith of Anas ibn Malik, what does it mention? أن جعفر احتجم وهو صائم. And this is referring to what? This is referring to what? The day of Fath Makkah. Ja'far had already passed away. So then in the meaning of the hadith is what? It's weak. يعني where he's saying أول ما كرهت الحجامة للصائم أن جعفر بن أبي طالب احتجب وهو صائم فمر به النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال أفطر هذان ثم رخص النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بعد في الحجامة للصائم وكان أنس يحتجب وهو صائم. Hafiz says, he says that this لأن فيه أن ذلك كان في الفتح, that this was the conquest of Mecca. وجعفر كان قد قتل قبل ذلك. Ja'far had already been killed. Mu'tah was before Fath Makkah. Okay, let's take the benefits from the hadith. What is the ruling on doing hijama? What is the ruling on al-hijama? You all know what hijama is, right? Cupping. But hijama is very good. There's a lot of benefits in it. It's called cupping in English, right? What is the ruling for hijama for the one who is fasting? Someone is fasting, doing hijama. What is the ruling? If you look at the hadith of Abdullah ibn Abbas, what did it show? And it's permissible because it says احتجم النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وهو صائم. Even though we said that the hadith Ahmad and Ali ibn al-Madini weakened it. But the hadith shows that it's permissible to do hijama. Okay? And that it doesn't break your... The other hadith, what did they show? Aftar al-hajim wal-mahjum. The one who did the hijama and the one the hijama was done for, both of them, their fasting is broken. So that shows that the hijama breaks your fasting. So this is why the scholars disputed one another in this issue. And there are two madhabs in this issue, two opposites. The first is the madhab of the A'immatu Thalatha, the four Imams. The four Imams, who are they? Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, wa Malik, wa Shafi'i. They believe what? That it is permissible to do hijama for the one who is fasting. And he doesn't break the fast. And the evidence that they use is the hadith Abdullah ibn Abbas that we mentioned, أنه صلى الله عليه وسلم, that he, the messenger, احتجم وهو صائم, that he did hijama while he was fasting. The second qawl. The second view is qawl al-Imam Ahmad, the view of al-Imam Ahmad rahimahullah, wa Ishaq ibn Rahuya, and also Ishaq ibn Rahuya, who's the teacher of al-Imam al-Bukhari, and Abdulrahman ibn Mahdi, and Al-Imam Al-Awza'i, Abu Thawr, and other than them. And this is considered to be the fuqaha Ahl al-Hadith. They take this one. Fuqaha al-Hadith, this is what they took. From them is Ibn al-Mundhir and others. And also Ibn Khuzaymah, Ibn Hibban, Al-Hakim, Abu al-Walid al-Naysaburi. These are fuqaha al-Hadith. And it's also the view that Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah took, rahimahullah ta'ala. And his beautiful student, Ibn al-Qayyim, rahimahullah. And Ibn al-Qayyim argues and he debates in his beautiful book, Zadul Ma'ad. He argues this issue, that he breaks the fast. That it's haram for the person who's fasting to do hijama. This is what this madhab believes. Okay? That if you do it, it breaks your fasting. And it not only breaks your fasting, it breaks the fasting of the person who's doing it for you as well. They take the hadith of Aftar al-Hajimu wal-Mahjum. They take that opinion. That of the statement of the Prophet where he said that the one who does the hijama and the one the hijama is done for, the fasting is broken. And this hadith is what? Sahihun sarihun. It's a hadith which is Sahihun sarihun. Sahih means authentic. Sarihun means clear. No beating behind the bushes. Aftara, his fasting is broken. And we said, Ahmed said, and Imam al-Bukhari and Tirmidhi agreed with him that this hadith is what? As-Sahih hadith fil bab, sah? It's the most authentic hadith in this whole issue. Sah, brothers? Hadithu Shaddad. Are we all together, brothers? Next mas'ala, inshallah ta'ala, what's the hikmah of what's the wisdom behind the fasting breaking if the person does hijama? What's the hikmah? That which seems apparent is ikhraju lid-dami. The hikmah is that the blood leaving the body of the person, الذي به قوام البدن وقوته, which the person's strength and ability is connected to, is going to lead to the person becoming weak and unable to carry on the fasting. So then what's going to happen? He's going to suffer twice. He's going to suffer no food, and then on top of that, the blood is being taken out of his body. So now what he's done is as-sawm wal-hijama. He has fasted and he also did hijama, and so he's not able to do it, and it will lead to that. And that's what Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah mentions. Okay? And the religion will not allow that. And what falls under this, he says, is the one who vomits, and the one who causes himself to release ejaculation. All of those, he says, Ibn Taymiyyah, is the same as the hijama. Because these things should not leave your body. They should what? They should remain in your body, and so this is weakening your body. نعم.
عن عائشة رضي الله عنها أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم اكتحل في رمضان وهو صائم، رواه ابن ماجه بإسناد ضعيف وقال الترمذي لا يصح فيه شيء.
Hadith Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, our mother Aisha, she said, أن النبي احتكل, أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم اكتحل, that the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, he used kuhul في رمضان, in the month of Ramadan, وهو صائم, while he was fasting. رواه ابن ماجه, Ibn Majah narrated this بإسناد ضعيف, with a weak chain of narration. And then Tirmidhi said after that, لا يصح فيه شيء, there is no narration that's authentic regarding the issue of kuhul for the eyes. This hadith Ibn Majah narrated and Bayhaqi, and they narrated it from the tariq of Al-Zabidi, who narrated from Hisham ibn Urwah an Abihi an Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha, and there is no mention in it Ramadan. It just says iktahala Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wa huwa rasa'im. It just mentions that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he did kuhul while he was fasting. Okay? And he doesn't mention walaysa fihi fi Ramadana. There's no mention of it in Ramadana. So that wording is wrong. In this chain, as you can see, there's a man by the name of Az-Zabidi, and his name is Sa'id ibn Abdul Jabbar. His name is Sa'id ibn Abdul Jabbar, and he's weak. Ibn Adi in his Kitab Al-Kamil, he says, عامة حديثه لا يتابع عليه. The majority of his hadith, no one follows him in it. And Bayhaqi said about him, Sa'id ibn Abdul Jabbar al-Zabidi, he said about him, من مجاهيل الشيوخ بقية. He's some of the unknown teachers of Baqiyat ibn Walid. ينفرد بما لا يتابع عليه. And he goes alone. By the way, infiradat, A'immatul Hadith, when you're alone in things, it's a question mark. Why are you alone? Why are you the only one mentioning these things? And nowadays, the world we live in, when somebody says something that nobody else has said it, it's a sign of like, wow, that guy has extra that no one else has. Sah? Amma inda Ahl al-Hadith, if you mention something that the people haven't seen or said, it's considered what? Where are you getting this from? Why is nobody else mentioning this? Sah? What does the word iktahala mean? It means wad'ul kuhli fi aynayhi. It's to place kuhl in your eyes. And it's a black kuhl, right? That we all know. Why is this hadith mentioned in the books of fasting? Why did the scholars mention it? The reason why they mention it is because some of the scholars believe wearing kuhl in the month of Ramadan is not allowed. And they believe it's a source of it strengthens the person. وَلِذَلِكَ, there are views regarding wearing kuhul in your eyes. By the way, kuhul is something that's permissible for men and women. It's nothing only for women. But nowadays, if a brother puts kuhul on, it's a bit worrying. No? Yeah, it's a bit worrying. If a brother wears kuhul, it's like, bro, what's happening to you? Is everything all right? Like the Sahabas used to wear it. Men and women. And this shows you sometimes things can shift from clothing, and that's how it is. Remember, we know the famous hadith, لعن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم المتشبهات من الرجال بالنساء, that the Prophet, he cursed the men that dress like women and women who dress like men. Now, what determines the dressing can change over time. It can, right? It can change over time. Something that was once upon a time only for men can become for women as well. For example, jeans. Would you say jeans are for women or for men? It used to be for men right at the beginning, right? But as time went evolved, it's become something that women can wear. Of course, I'm not talking about by itself. But I personally believe it's good for a woman to wear jeans underneath her hijab in certain Western European countries. It's very important for her to wear it. I'm not talking about every culture, but I'm talking about the West. So is it something restricted for men or only women? It changes from culture to culture. Does that make sense? Something can be for men only and then for women later, and it changes. So the kuhl is one of those things. I think now some people wear it, it's fine. Also, even the plaiting of the hair, right? If you want to plait your hair. The Prophet sometimes he used to plait his hair, right? Sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Like if my culture, if I go home and I plait my hair and my mum sees me at this age, Subhanallah. What's happened? You lost the plot. Why are you imitating the non-Muslims? Sah? Is that same in your culture? If a person plaits their hair, man, not a woman, is it seen strange? It's seen strange. So you see, these things differ from one culture to another culture. And that's why, brothers and sisters, when you're in a land, I remember I went to India for 1 month one time. I loved it. So I used to wear shalwar kameez. Because the culture of the country and the land of the people, you should wear their clothing. Sah? Wearing a thobe in that land, is it wise? No. Yani if you saw Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the clothing he would wear, it's the same clothing that Abu Talib and Abu Lahab and Abu Jahl would wear. It's their culture. They all wore the same clothes. Islam came and it tweaked certain things, that the garment can't be below the ankles. Sah? And yani for the men, I'm talking about, it has to be above the ankles. So these things, but generally speaking, the clothing is what? Al-aslu fiha al-ibaha. The asl is what? Al-ibaha. And also some places, if you go, it's not, because there's this concept that the scholars speak about, which is libas al-shuhra. Libas al-shuhra means what? You're sticking out from the rest of the people. Everybody sees you strange. What is this? Sahih? So some places it may not even be wise to wear thobes. Some places it might not even be wise to wear it. In certain places, in certain countries, it might not even be a good way, because everybody else dressed a certain way and you're the only person wearing an orange thobe. Sticking out from the rest of the people. So this fiqhul libas, I think it would be nice to one time do a dawrah on it, to study it. Anyways, the reason I mentioned this was because anna Nabiya sallallahu alayhi wa sallam iktahala, the Prophet put kuhul on his eyes, shows that the men and the women used to put it together. But what is the ruling of wearing it in the month of Ramadan while you're fasting? There are views on this issue. The first view is, for the person who's fasting to place kuhul on their eyes, it breaks your fast unrestrictedly. The first view is yuftiru, it breaks your fast. If you place kuhul on your eyes and you're fasting, the first qawl is yuftiru, it breaks your fast. And sometimes, I've never put kuhul on my eyes, but it's actually good for you. It's actually good for you. So if they say it strengthens your eyesight. Yeah, Ibn al-Qayyim mentions benefits for it. I'm just scared to get that needle and just put it in my eyes. I'm scared I'm going to poke my eye or something. Like in the kuhul, correct me those of you guys who have put it on who might know, and sisters know it better than brothers, but sometimes you can taste the kuhul in your mouth if you put it on. Has that ever happened? Same with the eye drops, correct, it's true. It's the same with the eye drops. You can taste it in your mouth. So the first group, they're saying it doesn't matter whether you taste it or not. It doesn't matter. Putting kuhul on breaks your fast unrestrictedly. And this is the qawl of the Malikiyah. That placing kuhul while you're fasting breaks your fast, whether you find the taste in your throat or you don't, it breaks your fast. The second view is you distinguish between whether you find the taste in your throat or if you don't. The second view is التفريق بين إذا وجد طعم الكحل. You have to separate between whether you find the taste في الحلق in your throat أو لم يجده, or you don't find it. You have to separate it. Did you find the taste? Yes. They say if you did find the taste then it broke your fast. And if you don't, it doesn't break your fast. And this is the qawl of the Malikiyya as well. The qawl of the Malikiyya as well, and the Hanabila with them on this issue. This third qawl is it doesn't break your fast at all. Placing kuhul on your eyes doesn't break your fast at all. It's the qawl of Ibn Abi Awfa. It's also the view of Ata. It's also the view of Al-Sha'bi, Amr ibn Sharahil. By the way, Sharahil, Al-Sha'bi, Amr ibn Sharahil, They said that he was married to his wife for 40 years. It's one of the most strangest stories I've ever read in my life. He was married to his wife for how many years? 40 years. He said, "Makhtalafna." Me and my wife never argued ever for the 40 years that we were married. Except one day. And he said, I was the one that was wrong. She was right. Why? He said, when we both got married, Amr ibn Sharahil is saying this, Shabi. When I got married to my wife, the first night when I entered onto her as a husband who's just got married and I wanted to be intimate with her, she's told me, stop. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. He said, why? She goes, I want to know everything that you hate, so I don't ever come with it. What you want is nearly everything, but what you dislike, what you hate, what you don't want, tell me it. She took note of it. Amr ibn Sharahil said, Wallahi, she never ever fell into those things that she wrote down. And he said, that time, she told me something that she didn't like and I did it. That's where the argument came from. SubhanAllah, 40 years, yeah. But us, SubhanAllah, we don't know how many arguments that we've had, sah? That sometimes the arguments are so long, we don't even know what was it about, sah? And what started it, and what sparked it. Question. I know I'm going off topic. But is a disagreement good for the marriage or is it bad for the marriage? It's good for the marriage. It's good as long as both parties communicate. It's healthy. Both parties get to know each other more. As long as they stay and they listen. I believe one of the things, and I'm not telling you guys I'm an expert and I'm miskeen myself, but I'm saying the little reading that I've done and the many complaints that have come forward to me, I can personally say to you, the biggest problem I saw in marriages was not, either the absence of communication or little communication. Two parties would come and I would solve their problem by doing what? Making them talk to each other. I would just say to the wife, all this that you're telling me, have you told him? She's like, no, I haven't told him. Here, I said, okay, good. All I do is I just sit there and I literally say to him, did you hear what she said? But she's saying this, do you hear it? And I say to him, just making them both hear each other out. So we'll look at that. Communication. So what I did was I took time out and I wrote down all of the ayat and the hadith and aqwal al-sahaba wa salaf al-salih and everything which I could collect on the issue of what? Communication. I even read non-Muslim works to see if it goes in line with the Qur'an. Whatever they said that was right, I took it. Because the wisdom is the lost property of the believer. It's ours anyways, right? Even if they said it. So I took it and I incorporated it, and I think one day, inshallah ta'ala, I'd like to share it with you guys, inshallah ta'ala. The importance of what? Communication. That really solves so much. You find two parties, people fighting with each other. A lot of it is coming from the absence of communicating with each other. Especially when two parties haven't spoken for a long time. Ideas and thoughts and whispers start to enter. Everybody's starting to interpret what this person is doing. They're not responding to my WhatsApp for 4 days now. I know why they're not doing it. You're filling the gaps in. You're making up your own ideas and your own, I know why she's doing it. She just wants to get into my head, but guess what? I'm not going to let her do that. And then she's saying, look at him. Just sending me one line sentence. Why couldn't he send me a paragraph? Why couldn't he tell me that he misses why? Sah? And the list goes on. So each person is finishing things off. That if both parties were to communicate and say, what is it that you want? Where is it going wrong? What did I do wrong? And what did I? A lot of things will be benefits. So I'm mentioning this not because I'm talking about marriage and how to solve issues related to marriage, but because of Sha'bi, his statement. That took me by surprise. I don't know anyone's marriage who's ever been like that. But Allahumma barik. May Allah increase those who have it like that. The third qawl in the issue of the kuhul. The third qawl in the kuhul is what? أن الاكتحال لا يفطر مطلقا. that it doesn't break your fast unrestrictedly, صح? And this qawl we said is the qawl of who? Ibn Abi Awfa, the view of Ata, the view of Sha'bi, the view of Zuhri, the view of Al-Hanafiyyah. Al-Hanafiyyah is who? Muhammad al-Hanafiyyah, the son of who? Ali ibn Abi Talib. Who's Hanafiyyah lakin? That name, where did it come to him from? His mum. Basically, Ali ibn Abi Talib married another woman. Her name was Hanafiyyah. She gave birth to this son, Muhammad, صح? He's not from the children of Fatima, صح? He's not. Was it him who, when a group of people came to him and they brought some issues to him, and then he said to them, no, this is not the case, and then they said, they rejected what he said, and then he said to them, Rafattumuni, the word Rafida came from there. You've rejected me. Rafd, to reject. والشافعية, this is the view of also the Shafi'iyah, which is, and also it's the view of Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah, and they use the hadith here, which is أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم اكتحل في رمضان وهو صائم. They use that hadith, and also the hadith of Abi Rafi' مولى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. They use that hadith where it mentions أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان يكتحل بالإثمد وهو صائم. The Prophet ﷺ used to do kuhul with the ithmid. What seems to be the strongest is the third view, that it is permissible unrestrictedly. It's permissible and it doesn't break your fast at all. And this is the view of who? The Shafi'iyah.
وعن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من نسي.
Just before you carry on, let's mention some context, because kuhul, a lot of people might say that doesn't apply to us. Can you give us examples of something we use a lot? Things that people put in their ears. The cotton that you put in your ears. By the way, that's not good for your ears anyways. The cotton wool that people put in their ears to clean their ears out, it's actually not good. It pushes the dirt in. So take it from me. It blocked my ear one time for a long time. I suffered because of it, trying to get it out. So I went to the professionals, the doctors. They said, don't do that. So there's these new ones that have cameras inside it. You can put it in and you can get it out. And you can watch it on the camera. It's very cheap. And you can get it out while using your phone. It's cleaning your ears. This also is similar to the concept of kuhul. Okay? It takes the same ruling. Inshallah ta'ala, this shouldn't be a problem at all. Also, what falls under this, but if you find the taste, it's a problem now. Okay, be careful. Another thing is this asthma. People have asthma. They have this, what's it called, asthma pump, right? The inhaler. The inhaler is two types, right? There's an inhaler which is just pure air, and there's an inhaler that has in it a bit of rutuba. It's got a bit of moist inside the water. The one that's got moist or air in it, wetness in it, that if you put it on a window, then that one breaks your fasting. The one that when you use it doesn't have the rutuba, okay, it's just pure air, just to open the lungs, and that one doesn't break your fast, inshallah ta'ala. This is permissible. There's going to hadith and things are going to come to us, inshallah ta'ala. Like the women when they cook, sometimes they just want to check if there's enough salt or anything in there. That little amount, inshallah ta'ala, there's no harm in it. Okay? Just to taste it, but she has to get rid of it so it doesn't reach her stomach. Naam.
وعن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من نسي وهو صائم فأكل أو شرب فليتم صومه فإنما أطعمه الله وسقاه متفق عليه. وللحاكم من أفطر في رمضان ناسيا فلا قضاء عليه ولا كفارة وهو صحيح.
Because I want you guys to know as a principle, what breaks your fast is not what goes into your mouth or your ears or your eyes. That's not what breaks your fast. That's the strongest opinion. What breaks your fast is what reaches the stomach. That's it. Okay? It's whatever reaches your stomach. If it reaches your stomach, or if it's something that does the job of the stomach, like if you take an injection, then this gives you the nutrition of, so that breaks your fast. Also women's makeup and stuff like that, sometimes women's makeup, it can go into the skin, it can go in deep into the skin, right? So those things don't break the person's fast. Okay. Abu Hurairah radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, he mentioned that the Prophet, he said, Man nasiya wa huwa sa'im. Someone forgot and they were fasting. فَأَكَلَ, they ate. So they forgot and they ate. أو شَرِبَ, or they drank. فَلْيُتِمَّ صَوْمَهُ, finish off your fasting. فَإِنَّمَا أَطْعَمَهُ اللَّهُ وَسَقَاهُ. Who is it that fed you? Who is it that gave you water? Allah. Alhamdulillah. Hakim then mentioned, Man aftara fi Ramadan nasiyan. Anyone who breaks his fast, meaning eats in Ramadan while he was fasting, فَلَا قَضَاءَ عَلَيْهِ, you don't have to bring back that fasting. وَلَا كَفَارَ, and there's no expiation. You don't have to bring it back. Even if you ate lunch, breakfast, everything, desserts, you ate it, appetizer, and you didn't know, you actually genuinely didn't know, then inshallah ta'ala, nothing is upon you. Allah is the one who fed you, subhanahu wa ta'ala, and gave you water. Let's take some issues related to this. What is the ruling of the person who eats or drinks out of forgetfulness? From the hadith, what does it show from the zahir of the hadith? That it doesn't corrupt their fasting, it doesn't break their fast, because the hadith, what did it say? فَلْيُتِمَّ صَوْمَهُ, let that person finish off their fasting. It means that your fasting is still there. It means أَنَّ صَوْمَهُ لَا يَزَالُ باق صحيح, that your fasting is correct and it still remains. صح? And this is the madhab of Jumhur Ahl al-Ilmi. Jumhur ulama, that's what they believe. There is another view, which is the qawl of Imam Malik, and also it's the madhab al-Malikiyah, which is the person who eats or drinks out of forgetfulness, their fasting breaks. And the person who has intimacy, out of forgetfulness, also his fasting breaks. And upon every single one of them is al-qada. You have to bring it back. Why? Because they said this is a khabarun wahid. This is a khabarun wahid. Only one person narrated it. And it goes against, this clearly goes against lil-qiyasi wal-qa'idati al-muqarrarati. It goes against analogy. It goes against this hadith. And it goes against what? The established concept of Ramadan, which is the whole purpose is that you don't eat and you don't drink. And what is it that they said that the qa'idah is? أن الفطرة ضد الصوم, that the breaking of the fast is opposite to the fasting, صح? والإمساك ركن, and that withholding from eating and drinking is a pillar of the fasting, صح? And they said it's similar to a person who's praying salah and he forgot a pillar. Do we say salah is correct? Somebody forgot. Maghrib he prayed 2 rak'ah. And then later, I prayed 2 rak'ah Maghrib. Do we say, no problem, you forgot? They say, why? Because it's a pillar, right? A pillar is missing. So it's the same. So the qiyas here, that's what they mean. And the qa'idah muqarrara that they mean is what? أن الفطرة ضد الصوم. This person is not fasting. You're saying he's fasting. Can you not see? He's eating. He munched. Does that make sense? That's what they're saying. فإنه تجب عليه الإعادة وإن كان ناسيا. That's their argument. And this is a madhabun which is ضعيف مرجوح. It's weak and it goes against the clear evidence in this issue. صح? The reason is because this hadith, who narrated it? من نسي ثم أكل. Who narrated the hadith? Bukhari and Muslim. A hadith in Bukhari and Muslim, are they just considered khabar ahad only? Muhtaf bil qara'in. Is a hadith which are what? Muhtafun bil qara'in. Muhtaf bil qara'in means what? The ahadith which are ahad, which are in Bukhari and Muslim, are not considered like the normal khabar ahad. Why is it not? Because the ummah have unanimously agreed upon the two books, Bukhari and Muslim. The ijma' of the ummah is with this khabar ahad. صح? Yani what's in Bukhari and Muslim, except some wordings here and there, but the bulk of what's in Bukhari and Muslim, Ummatul Islamiyya. Look at any group today, if you say to them, is Bukhari Sahih? Yes. صح? He can be a Salafi, he can be an Ash'ari, he can be a Maturidi, he can be a Sufi. You go to Bukhari, Sahih. Muslim, Sahih. صح? The Ummah unanimously agreed upon it. Are we all together, brothers? There are words in Bukhari and Muslim, yes, that being disagreed upon, but the Kitab is Sahih, la shak. Are we all together? So that is what the ulama refer to as al-muhtafu bil-qara'in. So it pushes the hadith, khabar ahad, up. Plus the hadith has been narrated in different narrations, different asanid, in Sahih ibn Khuzaymah and Sahih ibn Hibban, and Al-Hakim narrated it. They all narrated it, this hadith. So this fact that you say is also the qiyas is not taken into consideration. Why? Because إذا جاء النص, if a nas comes, if the evidence comes, we don't use qiyas. Qiyas is used when there is no text. Sah? There's a clear text here that says anyone who eats out of forgetfulness or drinks, that their fasting is valid. So qiyas cannot be we can't go to it when there is a what? A nassun sahih. Plus, why are you using that as an evidence when the umum, generally speaking, we have رَبَّنَا لَا تُؤَاخِذْنَا إِن نَسِينَا أَوْ أَخْطَأْنَا. Oh Allah, don't hold us account to if we do something out of forgetfulness or if we do it out of a mistake. And Allah said this, as is in Sahih Muslim, قَدْ فَعَلْتُ, I have done that for you. I will not hold you account for whatever you do out of al-khata' wal-nisyan. Sah? Okay? So how can you say that? Also the statement of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, وَلَكِنْ يُؤَاخِذُكُمْ, and rather Allah will hold you بِمَا كَسَبَتْ قُلُوبُكُمْ, that which your heart, you intended to do with your hearts and you wanted to do with your hearts. What about the other hadith where the Prophet, he said, إِنَّ اللَّهَ تَجَاوَزَ عَنْ أُمَّتِي الْخَطَأَ وَالنِّسْيَانَ وَمَا اسْتُكْرِهُ عَلَيْهِ, that the ummah is forgiven for what? What they do out of forgetfulness. So where are these evidences? Why did you dismiss them? This is to the Malikiyah. There is a second view in this issue. So we mentioned two views already, right? There's two views. Another issue. We spoke about the person who eats and drinks. The hadith mentions anyone who eats or drinks, their fasting is not broken, inshallah ta'ala. Sah? What about if somebody has intimacy? The hadith didn't mention that, right? He has intimacy, he forgot. And he has intimacy with his wife. They both forgot, let's say. And they had intimacy في نهار رمضان. Is their fasting broken? Do we put it under man nasiya, or do we separate it from it? So this, some of the scholars, they mention that this is mutafarri'ah, that this is a sub-branch from this hadith. That is what? It comes from this hadith. It's connected to this hadith. Jumhur al-ulama, let me mention the views in this issue. What did I mention before about the view of the Jumhur? Yeah? The eating and the drinking doesn't break your fasting, right? Jumhur, that's what they believe. But they differed on the issue of, Jumhur differed on the issue of intimacy. And they have two views. Ahmed, and it's the most, and it's the mu'tamad in the madhab of the Hanabila, is that the fasting is corrupt. If you have intimacy, your fasting is corrupt, even if you did it out of forgetfulness. And with this is a what? This is the mashhur from the madhab. وَأَنَّ عَلَيْهِمْ مَعَ الْقَضَاءِ الْكَفَارَةِ. Not only do you have to bring it back, there's an expiation upon you. Just like the person who did it deliberately. And the argument is the difference between the one who's intimate and the one who is eating. And they use the evidence for the kafarana. The Prophet ﷺ commanded the man who had intimacy with his wife في نهار رمضان بالكفارة. The Prophet commanded him, they said. But the Prophet didn't say, when he said, Ya Rasulullah, the man, he came to the Prophet, Ya Rasulullah, I had intimacy with my wife. The Prophet didn't say, was it out of forgetfulness? Was it deliberate? He didn't ask. And they say the fact he didn't ask is an evidence to show that there's no need to ask, because all of it's the same. And this is a principle that Imam Shafi'i mentioned before. Sahib al-Maraqi mentions it. وَنَزِّلَنَّ تَرْكَ الْإِسْتِفْصَالِ مَنْزِلَةَ الْعُمُومِ فِي الْأَقْوَالِ أَمَّا فِي الْمَقَالِ. Leaving off asking, verifying. وَنَزِّلَنَّ تَرْكَ الْإِسْتِفْصَالِ. The fact that the Prophet didn't ask details is an evidence, they said, that there is no need to ask details because all the forms are the same ruling. So Imam Ahmad rahimahullah, that's what he believes. And it's the mashhur, it's the qawl of Imam Ahmad, and it's the mashhur min madhabihi, the second qawl, which is the qawl of the two Imams, Abu Hanifa and Al-Shafi'i, and it is the common view in the the qawl of Imam Malik rahimahullah ta'ala. The mashhur from the qawl of Imam Malik ibn Anas. And also another riwayah of Imam Ahmad as well. Ahmad's got another riwayah which enters here. And it's also the ikhtiyar of Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah. It's also what Ibn Taymiyyah chose, which is anyone who has intimacy is out of forgetfulness, is like the one who ate out of forgetfulness and drank. It's the same. This is if he done it out of nisyan. And they said, فَإِنَّ ذَلِكَ لَا يَضُرُّ صَوْمَهُ. This does not harm his fast. Upon him is not to bring it back, and upon him is, he doesn't have to bring it back, nor does he have to do any expiation, no kafara, nothing. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala provided for him. Sah? That's the qawl. And where is their evidence? They say that the umum al-lafz, they use the generality of the word, which is man aftara fi ramadana. Yes, man nasiya. And then it says akala aw shariba. But this wording, what about the other wording which Hakim narrated, which is man aftara? He said aftara here means intimacy, and it means eating and drinking. Does that make sense? So jima' enters that wording. That's what they said. Okay. What about the hadith that they used and the Prophet didn't ask this man? How did they respond to that? Because the man said halaktu when he came to the Prophet. He said, Ya Rasulullah, I'm destroyed. He knew. He knew what he did. He deliberately chose to do it. Because when somebody does something, he won't say, I'm destroyed. He'll say, I didn't know. I wasn't aware of it. Ya Rasulullah. That's what you'd say. But this man came, he said, halaktu, I am destroyed. Ya Rasulullah, O Messenger of Allah. And then in another wording, he said, ihtaraktu, I'm burnt. I burnt myself. So it means he had knowledge and he deliberately did it, because he felt guilty of what he did. Does that make sense? So they said he knew it and he deliberately did the action. That's why he referred to the action that he did as halak and ihtiraq. That's what Ibn Mulaqqin mentions, and also Imam Ibn Abdul Barr in his Kitab al-Istidhkar. What is the ruling of the person who sleeps, and the one who is forced, and the one who is ignorant? Okay? We spoke about in our previous 2 points that the sahih and the rajih mas'ala from the aqwal of the ulama is that the person who eats out of forgetfulness, it doesn't matter what type of the mufattirat it may be. If he's drinking, if it's eating, if it's intimacy, if he's forgotten, inshallah ta'ala he's excused, he doesn't have to bring it back. It doesn't harm his fast. Some of the scholars, what they put under the category of the word nisyan, forgetfulness, is what? Things which are more than that, or some things which are less than that. So someone who's been forced, coerced into something. Remember that the person who forgot is not something he did deliberately. It's not something he chose and wants to do. Something out of his ability, right? So they put in that same category the one who is coerced. Someone put a gun to his head and said, eat. In some countries, they force the people to not eat. They force them to eat. And they're forced to eat. So in that situation, what is the ruling? In that situation, whether he drinks, whether he eats, whether he's intimate and anything, his fasting is correct, inshallah ta'ala. Even if he's eating all day. He's been forced. He's fasting. And this is the madhab al-Shafi'iyyah. This is the what? And they use the evidences which are general. Man kafara billahi min ba'di imanihi illa man ukriha wa qalbuhu mutma'innun bil iman. Inna Allah tajawaza an ummati inna Allah tajawaza an ummati al-khata wal nisyan wa mastukrihu alayhi karaha. What about the person who's sleeping? Why do they put the sleeping person in this category? Because the person who's sleeping, he doesn't have an intention. صح? And he has no knowledge of the fasting. He's sleeping, right? So they put him also under the category of nisyan. Yani, if somebody sleeps throughout the whole day of Ramadan, he's sleeping. Of course, he wakes up for salah, he prays, and he goes back to sleep. And he goes up again. Something you shouldn't do. Some of the ulama say his fasting is gone. Because fasting is a conscious action that you have to be engaged in. How can something be ibadah where your mind is just gone? But they said this is the same as nisyan, forgetfulness. What about the person who is ignorant? He doesn't know. And he doesn't even know that in Ramadan you're not allowed to eat or drink. He doesn't know any of that. Or no, they told him don't eat or drink, okay? And they didn't tell him you can't be intimate. So he's intimate in Ramadan. He's also excused. Sah? He's what? Excused. Remember, when we say ignorance, we mean ignorance of the ruling, not ignorance of the consequences. What does that mean? Someone will come up to you and say, Shaykh, I knew it was haram, but I didn't know Allah was going to punish me like this. See, there's a difference. He knew the ruling, but he didn't know the punishment. If he didn't know the punishment, but he knew that it was not allowed, then he knows, he has knowledge. Does that make sense? There's al-ilmu bil-hukmi, knowledge of the ruling. That's what we need from the person. If the person didn't know the ruling, then he's ignorant. That ignorance, if it came by way of tafriq, negligence, where there's a dawah happening about Ramadan, there's a course that's taking place about Ramadan, and it's happening every year, and there's so many videos online, and he doesn't ever choose to learn about it. And every year he's just been intimate with his wife. And this is no tafriq, the negligence that's in there, that needs to be taken into consideration, inshallah ta'ala.
وعن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من ذرعه القيء فلا قضاء عليه ومن استقاء فعليه القضاء رواه الخمسة وأعله أحمد وقواه الدارقطني.
So this hadith Abu Hurairah, the five narrated it. Who narrated it? The five narrated it. Who are the five? Ashab al-Sunan and Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala. So Abu Dawood narrated this hadith, Ibn Majah narrated it, Tirmidhi narrated it, and Nasa'i also narrated it, and Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala also narrated it. They all narrated it, okay, from the chain of who? Isa ibn Yunus, who narrated from Hisham ibn Hassan, who narrated from Muhammad ibn Sirin, who narrated from Abu Hurairah radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. Al-Imam al-Daraqutni graded it to be sahih. After he narrated this, Al-Imam al-Daraqutni, he said, Ruwatuhu thiqatun kulluhum. All of the narrators in there are reliable. That's an issue. Like who weakened it? وَأَعَلَّهُ Ahmad. Ahmad, what did he do? He considered it to be a hidden illah on it. What did Sahib Minhat al-Allam mention? The illah?
وإسناده ظاهر الصحة قال الدارقطني ورواته كلهم ثقات لكنه معلوم فقد قال البخاري لم يصح وقال ما أراه محفوظا وقال أحمد ليس من هذا شيء وقال الخطابي يريد أنه غير محفوظ وقال مهنا عن أحمد حدث به عيسى وليس هو في كتابه وليس هو من حديثه. وممن أعله الدارمي فإنه قال عيسى يعني ابن يونس زعم أهل البصرة أن هشاما أوهم فيه ومعنى ذلك أن هشام تفرد به كما نص على هذا البيهقي وكذا أعله أبو داود والنسائي والترمذي وآخرون وقال الذهبي غريب فرد. قول الحافظ وقواه دارقطني أي قال رواته ثقات كما تقدم ولا يلزم من ذلك صحة الإسناد كما هو معلوم وقد نقل ابن مفلح عن الدارقطني تضعيف الحديث.
So this hadith from the illah I came across because the hadith جمع من أهل العلم أعلوه. Large number of scholars, they consider the hadith to have illah in it. So the Shaykh rahimahullah ta'ala only mentioned, Hafiz Muhajir only mentioned the illah. He said وَأَعَلَّهُ Ahmad. Like also Bukhari did it as well. And also Tirmidhi, it's like he's also affirming the statement of Imam al-Bukhari. The illah of the hadith is three things. The first one is تفرد عيسى بن يونس له. Isa ibn Yunus, he became alone in narrating it. Okay? That tafarrud. As Imam al-Tirmidhi mentioned, rahimahullah ta'ala. Look what Tirmidhi said, حديث غريب لا نعرفه من حديث هشام عن ابن سيرين عن أبي هريرة عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم إلا من حديث عيسى بن يونس. وقال محمد لا أراه محفوظا. قال أبو عيسى يعني الترمذي وقد روي هذا الحديث من غير وجه عن أبي هريرة عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم ولا يصح إسناده. So the tafarrud of Isa ibn Yunus, that's number one. So that's not sahih, even though Hafs ibn Ghiyath had a mutaba'a with him. Number two is Hisham ibn Hassan al-Qardusi. He did a mistake in it. Okay, that's another mistake. And the third illah that I have is it goes against the hadith مخالفة لما ثبت عن أبي هريرة موقوفا في عدم الإفطار بالقيء. It goes against the hadith which is attributed to Abu Hurairah himself specifically, where he said إذا قاء فلا يفطر إنما يخرج ولا يولج. Bukhari narrated this. This hadith goes against Abu Hurairah's own statement. So from those three reasons, that there's a illah in the hadith from that. Also this wording من ذرأه القيء فلا قضاء عليه ومن استقاء فعليه القضاء. What did he say? رواه الخمسة. When I looked at the five, I only realized that he only narrated the wording of Ibn Majah. The lafz is only the lafz of Ibn Majah. He didn't mention the lafz of Abu Dawud wala Tirmidhi wala none of them. Just this wording is only Ibn Majah's wording. So it would have been better if he at least told the people وَاللَّفْظُ Ibn Majah. The lafz is what? Ibn Majah, by Ibn Majah. Let's look at the hadith. It says من ذرعه من ذرعه من ذرعه. ما معنى ذرعه? ذرعه means سبقه وغلبه. It means it beats you. It's not even in your control. سبقه وغلبه. It overcomes you. في الخروج, in coming out. It's faster than you grabbing yourself or holding yourself back. It's just too fast. It comes out fast. And the word القيء is what? هو قذف المعدة بالطعام أو الشراب. القيء, it means that the stomach is pushing out the food. And sometimes it's pushing out water. It does that. And it has to happen with two things for it can be considered vomit. Number one, it has to be a lot, and it also has to be consistent. So if it just comes out once, this is different. And if it's very little, it's also different. What is little and what's a lot? How do you distinguish what's little or a lot? The scholars, they say, فَإِنْ كَانَ قَلِيلًا مِلْءُ الْفَمِ. If it just fills your mouth one time, that's little. Or less than that, it's little. This is not called al-qay'u, it's called al-qalsu in the Arabic language. Al-qalsu is called. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Oh, no. The word here that also in the hadith, which is وَمَنِ اسْتَقَاءَ. وَمَنِ اسْتَقَاءَ. Istaqa'a means what? The word is in the Arabic language, when you see that, it means talab. He looked for the vomiting. He put his finger in his mouth. صح? أي طلب القيء. He wanted the vomit to come out. وتعمده وتكلفه. He intentionally did it. And some people do that, right? And there's some people who have a food disorder, right? They eat food, and then after a while they just put their finger in their mouth and they go to the toilet and they let it all out. And because they think they're fat, right? Sah? There are people like that. So no? I feel like I'm just making it up. You guys are looking at me like, there are people like that, sah? Yeah, there's people. Alright, now. Let's take some benefits from the hadith. Number one, what is the ruling of vomiting for the person who's fasting? First of all, the hadith, what did it show us? The hadith shows us, or it indicated two things to us, this hadith. The first thing is, if the vomiting overcomes you, where did we get that word from? Overcomes you. It's not even in your control. We took it from the word dhara'ahu. Because the word ذرعه in the Arabic language, what does it mean? سبقه وغلبه في الخروج. That's what صاحب النهاية في غريب الحديث Ibn Athir mentions. So if the fasting overcomes you and it really takes over you, then your fasting is sahih. That's what the hadith shows. And this doesn't harm your fasting. Because the hadith says, من درعه القيء فلا قضاء عليه. You don't have to bring it back. The second benefit that the hadith also gives us, which is still in the first point, is that if you deliberately do it, if you deliberately do it, that your fasting is null and void, and you have to bring it back. When do you have to bring it back, if the fasting is wajib? If the fasting was voluntary, then we already spoke about it, you're allowed to break it. It was a Monday, Thursday, you felt a certain way, you put your mouth and finger, you felt sick, so you thought, the only way I can deal with this is take it out. You put your finger in your mouth and you vomited, and it was a Monday, Thursday fasting. We already spoke about this mas'ala, which is قطع النية للصوم النوافل. Disconnecting your intention for a volunteer fasting, this is no problem, inshallah ta'ala. صح? This qawl is the qawl of عامة أهل العلم. What I just mentioned, this is the view of the majority of the scholars. But some of the scholars have actually even transmitted a consensus on this issue. That if it overcomes you, it doesn't break your fast and you don't have to bring it back. And if you do it deliberately, that you do have to bring it back and that your fasting is null and void if the fasting is wajib. This view, some of the scholars even claimed ijma' in this issue, such as Ibn al-Mundhir and al-Khattabi. They claimed a consensus in this issue. But there isn't a consensus, because we have Abdullah ibn Abbas and we have Abdullah ibn Mas'ud who mentioned that the vomiting, it doesn't break your fast unrestrictedly. Unrestrictedly, meaning whether you bring it out or whether it comes out by itself. They don't. Abdullah ibn Abbas and Abdullah ibn Mas'ud. And it's actually one of the riwayataini from Imam Malik. The opposite is also being transmitted from who? Hassan al-Basri, which is what? That the person's fasting breaks. Hassan al-Basri says, so there's no ijma' of al-Mundhiri and the Khattabi. I'm trying to push that back. Because Abdullah ibn Abbas and Abdullah ibn Mas'ud said, they claimed that vomiting, it doesn't break your fast unrestrictedly, whatever circumstances you're in. Like in Hassan al-Basri said what? He said the opposite. What did he say? He said that whichever fasting you fast, whichever vomiting that happens, it will break your fast. Whether you do it deliberately or whether you don't do it deliberately. It's the opposite. And then you have to bring it back. So there is an ijma' in the mas'ala, because we have these imams. وَالْقَوْلُ لَا يَمُوتُ بِمَوْتِ قَائِلِهِ. And the statement doesn't die because the people who said it died. Hassan said it, rahimahullah ta'ala, and Abdullah ibn Abbas and Abdullah ibn Mas'ud said it. The khilaf is still there then. Just because they died doesn't mean that their view dies. The view still stands. You can't claim an ijma' even if the ijma' came after. If there's a khilaf and there comes an ijma' after it, there's still a khilaf. There's a what? Still a khilaf, right? This mas'ala, the scholars talk about in Kutub al-Usul. This issue. Another mas'ala I want to talk about. Another mas'ala is, what is the amount that breaks your fasting when it comes to vomiting? Yani, if the person deliberately makes himself vomit, what is the amount that we can say, oh, your fasting is broken? Or is it even if a little bit comes out, that his fasting is broken? There's a khilaf amongst the ulama. And we mentioned that the strongest opinion is, if the vomiting overcomes you, then of course whatever it is, it doesn't matter, however the amount is, it doesn't break your fasting because it's not in your control. But if the person makes themselves vomit, we said that this breaks their fasting. But what is the amount? Or there isn't no amount? Are we all together? They differ on this issue if the person does it deliberately. Malik and Shafi'i, they said his fasting is broken if he deliberately puts his finger in his mouth to vomit himself. It breaks his fasting with whether it's little or a lot. This is the qawl of Malik and Shafi'i. Whether it's a lot or little, it breaks the fasting. Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, he mentions it won't break the person fast illa an yakuna mil fihi, unless it's what fills up the mouth. If he puts the finger in his mouth and then that's all that comes out. Sah? That doesn't break his vomit, he said. And Ahmed, one of the riwayataini, the two riwayas that have been narrated from him is لا يفطر, it doesn't break his fast إلا بالفاحش منه, unless it's excessive. And this is the mashhur in the madhab. Another one mentions just the mouth. Ahmed mentions the mouth. And another one he just mentions as long as it's not fahish, says that. Al-Mughni mentions that. My heart is more inclined to, the issue is not the amount. It's not amount. It's little or lot or anything like that. It's the fact that he deliberately wanted to make himself vomit that breaks his fasting. That breaks the what? Yani at-ta'ammud, the fact that you deliberately tried. Whether it comes out or not is besides the point. Okay? The third benefit that we take from the hadith is what? What's the wisdom of why the person who vomits himself deliberately breaks his fast? Is because the hikmah, the wisdom behind it is because the person who breaks his fast by vomiting deliberately is similar to the person who is doing hijama, and is also similar to the person who is doing ikhrajul mani, extracting his semen. Okay, it's similar to that. So whatever reason we mentioned for that is what we're going to mention here, which is id'aful badan. You're weakening the body. You're what? You're weakening the body. And so then what's going to happen is you're now going to combine for yourself a vomit, and on top of that what? Fasting as well. The last and final inshallah ta'ala mas'ala is, if a person does something that corrupts his fasting min ghayri qasdin. If a person does, somebody does something that can destroy his fasting, but he didn't do it deliberately. This issue is very important, because the hadith mentioned man dhara'ahu al-qay'u, anyone who the vomiting overcomes him. Sahih? This gives us a qa'idah, which is everything, so it's not just a vomiting, that is above the person's ability. Above a person's ability. It's something you don't have control over. It's beyond and above you. You're not going to be held account for it. So for example, you were walking and you were talking to your friend and you were laughing, and then as you were laughing, a fly went into your mouth and you swallowed it. Sahih? That's nutrition, right? No? So now you've eaten. Sahih? It doesn't break your fast, inshallah ta'ala. Or the dust went into your mouth. Or some people, what they keep doing, they've got this cup or tissue in their pocket in Ramadan, and all day, relax, man. It's too much. This is takalluf. Stop doing this to yourself. These things, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not hold you. First of all, your saliva comes from you and it's going back into you. It's not something that's coming from outside, aslan. Make sense? So these things, we benefit from this hadith, which is whatever is above your ability, you can't. It doesn't corrupt your fasting, inshallah ta'ala.
وعن جابر بن عبد الله رضي الله عنهما أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم خرج عام الفتح إلى مكة في رمضان فصام حتى بلغ كراع الغميم فصام الناس ثم دعا بقدح من ماء فرفعه حتى نظر الناس إليه ثم شرب ثم قيل له بعد ذلك إن بعض الناس قد صام فقال أولئك العصاة في لفظ فقيل له إن الناس قد شق عليهم الصيام وإنما ينظرون فيما فعلت فدعا بقدح من ماء بعد العصر فشرب رواه مسلم. وعن حمزة بن عمرو الأسلمي رضي الله عنه أنه قال يا رسول الله إني أجد في قوة على الصيام في السفر فهل علي جناح فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم هي رخصة من الله فمن أخذ بها فحسن ومن أحب أن يصوم فلا جناح عليه رواه مسلم وأصله في المتفق من حديث عائشة أن حمزة بن عمرو سأل.
These three hadiths, the first one is Hadith Jabir. Hadith Jabir أخرجه مسلم. Imam Muslim narrated in his Sahih, And he narrated it from the sanad of Ja'far ibn Muhammad ibn Ali al-Sadiq, who narrated from his father, who narrated from Jabir ibn Abdullah radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma. And Muslim narrated this in his Kitab As-Siyam, and Al-Imam al-Tirmidhi wa Nasa'i also narrated it with him through this tariq. Hadith Hamza ibn Amr al-Aslamina, Muslim also narrated it, as Hafidh ibn Hajar said. And also An-Nasa'i. And the chain for that is Urwa ibn Zubayr narrated from Abi Marwah al-Ghifari, who narrated from Hamza. Muslim narrated it, as I said, and also Al-Imam al-Nasa'i wa Ibn Khuzaymah. Nasa'i narrated it in his Sughra and the Mujtaba, and also in his Kubra. Hadith Aisha is muttafaqun alayh. Bukhari and Muslim both narrated it. And they both narrated it min tariqi Hisham ibn Urwa. Hisham ibn Urwa narrated from his father, Urwa ibn Zubayr, who narrated from our mother Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha. Let's look at this hadith inshaAllah ta'ala. The hadith mentions, hadith Jabir, أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, that the messenger, خرج عام الفتح, the prophet, he came out in the year of the conquest of Mecca. Al-Fath here means Fath Mecca. إلى Mecca, the prophet went to Mecca. في رمضان, in the month of Ramadan. يعني Fath here means what? What does the Fath here mean? Fath Mecca, Mecca, the conquest of Mecca. And when was the Ramadan in that year? It was the 8th year of the Hijrah. صح? It was the 8th year of the Hijrah. Qura' al-Ghamim, what is it? Qura', you can say al-Ghamim, you can place a dam on the fath, dam on the kaf, you can say Qura'. And also there's a fath on the ghain. So you have to say Qura' al-Ghamim, not Ghumim, ama Ghimim, but Ghamim bi fathi al-Ghain. And Qura' al-Ghamim is a wadi bayna Makkah wal Medina. It's a valley. It's a little valley between Makkah and Medina. Okay? And it is in front of a village or a little qarya known as Usfan. Anyone who traveled from Medina and went to Makkah, on the billboard you see a place called Usfan. Usfan, right? You all know the story of when Umar made Umar, as you know, he was a leader, and what he used to do was, he used to go and visit the governors that he placed in charge. He'll go and check if they're doing their job. He will verify if they're doing their what? If they're doing their job and they're up to scratch. So he said, Umar radiallahu anhu went to Mecca to check if the governor of Mecca is doing his job. The governor came and met Umar on the outskirts of the city of Mecca, in a place called Usfan. So Umar said, okay, if you're here in Usfan, who did you leave behind? And then he said, I left it with one of my slaves, who was freed. He said, really? You left somebody who was a slave and then they became in charge? The reason why he said that is because generally the slaves didn't learn, they didn't take education very serious. So how are they going to govern the people of Mecca? And then he said to him, Ya Umar, innahu hafidh al-Qur'an, this man memorized the Qur'an, wa ta'allam al-fara'id, and he knows the inheritance. And this is where Umar radiallahu anhu said his famous statement, Wallahi, he said, Ahsant, you did good. فإني سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول, I heard a messenger say, إن الله يرفع بهذا القرآن أقواما ويضع به آخرين. Allah raises a group of people through this Qur'an, and He puts down another group of people through the Qur'an. So you all know that story, right? So the man he mentioned was Ibn Abi Abzah. He said, I left him for the people of Mecca. So the place that he met Umar was called Usfan. That's where he met Usfan, Umar radiallahu ta'ala anhu. And between Usfan and Mecca is about 48 kilometers. So it's not far. When you see Usfan on the billboard, you know you're close to Mecca, inshallah ta'ala. Yani this is and how much is that going to be? No, that's miles, 48 miles. That's going to be 80 kilometers, right? 80 kilometers. It's nearly double, right? Anyways, Qura' is actually a black mountain. That's what Qura' al-Ghamim is. Okay? So these are the words that you just need to know from the hadith, inshallah ta'ala. These three hadiths, what do they show us? It goes into an issue which the scholars talk about, which is a traveler, a person who's a musafir. Can he break his fast? Can he drink? Is he allowed to, or is he not allowed to, or is it a must? This discussion. Because look at the hadith of Jabir ibn Abdullah radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma. Jabir's name is Jabir ibn Abdullah ibn Haram. And Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam kharaja, the Prophet went out عام الفتح, on the conquest of Mecca, إلى مكة في رمضان فصام حتى بلغ قراع الغميم. The Prophet fasted until he reached قراع الغميم. فصام الناس, the people, they fasted with the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. ثم دعا بقدح من ماء. Then the Prophet called for what? قدح, a cup. Back in those days, it wasn't plastic, صح? What was it? It was wood. So he called for a wooden cup, and it was given to him sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, what did he do? He raised his cup so high so everybody can see it. And then what did he do? He drank it sallallahu alaihi wasallam. حتى نظر الناس إليه. Then everyone looked at him. ثم شرب, he drank. فقيل له بعد ذلك, the people then said to him, إن بعض الناس قد صاموا. Some people are still fasting. Even though they saw you drink, they're fasting. The Prophet, he then said, أولئك العصاة, أولئك العصاة. Those are the sinners. Those are the sinners. So what does that show? From that hadith, it shows that you're not allowed to fast while you're a traveler. Because the Prophet referred to them as what? As people who are traveling, he referred to them as what? Al-usatu, sinners. Another wording said, إن الناس قد شق عليهم الصيام. Some of the people, the fasting has become hard on them. وإنما ينظرون فيما فعلت, but they're looking at what you did. فدعا بقدح من ماء. And the Prophet, some of the people, Ya Rasulullah, they're struggling to keep up the fast. وإنما ينظرون فيما فعلت. And they are waiting to see what you're going to do, or they're looking to see what you're going to do. فدعا بقدح من ماء. And then he called for a cup of water. بعد العصر, after Salatul Asr. فشرب, he drank. Muslim narrated that. Hadith Hamza ibn Amr al-Aslami mentions that the Prophet ﷺ, he said, Hamza ibn Amr al-Aslami, he said, Ya Rasulullah, أجد بي قوة على الصيام في السفر. I can still fast as a traveler. فهل علي جناح, is there any sin upon me if I carry on fasting? فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, the Prophet, he said to him, هي رخصة من الله, this is a concession from Allah. فمن أخذ بها فحسن, whoever takes it, good. ومن أحب أن يصوم, and anyone who wants to fast now, فلا جناح عليه, there's no harm on him. Muslim narrated this, and the original essence of it, it's in Bukhari and Muslim, من حديث عائشة وأبي حمزة الأسلمي. So now we have أولئك العصاة, أولئك العصاة. They're sinners. And on the flip side, we have the Prophet ﷺ saying to Abi Hamza al-Aslami, فَمَنْ شَاءَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Anyone who wants to fast can fast. And the one who doesn't want to fast doesn't have to fast. صح? فَإِنَّهَا رُخْصَةٌ مِّنَ اللَّهِ. It's a concession from Allah. Does that make sense? So this mas'ala, we have to talk about it. Which is, the first issue is the permissibility of fasting and breaking your fast when you're a traveler in Ramadan. This is the issue. Whether you're fasting or you're going to break your fast in the month of Ramadan. There are views in this issue. The first view is amongst the ulama, and it's the view of the Jamahir Ahl al-Ilmi, the majority of the people of knowledge. For A'immatul Arba'a, Abu Hanifa, Malik, Shafi'i and Ahmad all believe it. What is it? They believe that Jawazu Sawmi, the permissibility of fasting and breaking your fast for the person who is traveler. وَأَنَّهُ مُخَيَّرٌ بَيْنَهُمَا. He has a choice. وَأَنَّهُ لَوْ صَامَ أَجْزَأَ. If he wants to fast, it's correct. It will be accepted from him. صح? And if he doesn't want to fast, is his choice. إن شئت فصم وإن شئت فأفطر. The second qawl is the qawl al-Zahiriyya. The Zahiriyya are on themselves, by themselves on this issue. And also this is being transmitted from some of the Salaf, Sahaba, Tabi'ina, Atba'u Tabi'ina. Umar radiallahu anhu, for example, his view is the same as the Zahiriyya. Abdullah ibn Umar, the son of Umar ibn Khattab, Abu Hurairah. So these are the companions. From the Tabi'ina, Ibrahim al-Nakha'i, Hassan al-Basri, and other than them. They believe that fasting in Ramadan is not accepted. And even if you do fast, your salah is null and void. It's like you didn't fast. And if you did fast, do you have to bring it back? You have to bring it back. This is the view of qawlul lil-Zahiriyya. The Zahiriyya believe this. And from the Sahabas I mentioned, this is the view of who? Umar ibn Khattab, and Abdullah ibn Umar, and Abu Hurairah. These are the Sahabas. And from the Tabi'ina is who? Ibrahim al-Nakha'i and Hassan al-Basri and others. And the evidence that they use is that they say Zahir al-ayah. The ayah, the apparent ayah shows this, which is وَمَنْ كَانَ مَرِيضًا. Anyone who is what? Sick. وَمَنْ كَانَ مَرِيضًا. Anyone who is sick. أو على سفر, or is a traveler. أو على سفر فعدة من أيام أخر. You bring it back another time. So where does it show? They say that Allah, after mentioning who the fasting is for, then He mentioned these people have to bring it back after. If you're sick, you have to bring it back later, brother. If you're a traveler, you have to bring it back later. That's what the ayah said. That's what they said. They also used the hadith in Bukhari and Muslim, where the Prophet ﷺ, he said, لَيْسَ مِنَ الْبِرِّ الصَّوْمُ فِي السَّفَرِ. It is not from righteousness to fast while you're a traveler. لَيْسَ مِنَ الْبِرِّ الصَّوْمُ فِي السَّفَرِ. And they said, what is the opposite to al-birr? Al-ithmu. Al-ithmu. Birr is on one side, which is righteousness. What is the opposite to righteousness? Sinning. So they said, if you fast, you're a sinner, because the hadith said that. وَيُقَابِلُ الْبِرَّ. They said al-ithm. Ithm is the opposite. Also they used a third evidence, which is the hadith here. أُولَٰئِكَ الْعُصَاةِ أُولَٰئِكَ الْعُصَاةِ. These are the sinners. These are the sinners. And this view is a قَوْلٌ ضَعِيفٌ مَرْجُوحٌ. It's a weak view. So what? It's a weak view. ولذلك Ibn Abdul Barr rahimahullah ta'ala, in his beautiful book At-Tamheed, he says وَهُوَ قَوْلٌ شَاذٌ. It's a qawl which is what? Shadh, no weight. Hafidh ibn Abdul Barr rahimahullah ta'ala, what did he say? وَهُوَ قَوْلٌ شَاذٌ. It's a qawl which is shadh. Hey, what about how can you say shadh when Umar radiallahu anhu did it, and Abdullah ibn Umar, and Abu Hurairah, and Ibrahim al-Nakha'i and Hassan al-Basri, and كيف Ibn Abdul Barr mentions it. Why he believes it's still a strange view. What's his reason? He says the reason is hajar al-fuqaha. The fuqaha, they left this view. They boycotted this opinion. كلهم, all of them. يروى عن عبد الرحمن بن عوف جزاك الله خيرا. It is mentioned from Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, وَالسُّنَّةُ تَرُدُّهُ. It seems like only Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf held onto this opinion. The rest, they left it. Are we all together? Even there's a beautiful discussion of it by Ibn Abdul Barr, where he explains all of these people that we just mentioned, Umar and Ibn Umar and Abu Hurairah and Ibrahim al-Nakha'i and Hassan al-Basri and all of them, that their views was related to someone who is suffering from the traveling. He wants to fast. He proved that. Another mas'ala that we want to take from here is it permissible to travel when you're fasting? Are you allowed to travel in the month of Ramadan? Yes, you're allowed to travel. And the person who is traveling, he has the choice, the right of whether he wants to fast or not fast. Are we all together? And this hadith refutes the people who say you're not allowed to travel in the month of Ramadan. There are people who do that. They'll say to you, Habibi, I need to do all my business. I'm not traveling in Ramadan. I don't want to travel. And when you ask him, it's not a choice, like a personal choice that he's choosing. He's saying it's not allowed. I shouldn't travel. Naam. And there are some of the scholars that is transmitted from that they didn't allow traveling. From them is Ali ibn Abi Talib. He didn't allow the traveling. And Abidat al-Salmani, who was a tabi'i. And Suwayd ibn Ghafala, Abu Mijlas, Suwayd ibn al-Lahiq. All of those guys. All of those great imams. قالوا, they said, من دخل عليه رمضان وهو مقيم. If Ramadan enters and you're a resident and you're at a place, it is not permissible for you to travel. They said you're not allowed to. فإن سافر, but if he travels, بعدما استهل عليهنا, if he travels after the month, لم يجوز له أن يفطر. They said it's not permissible for him to fast, to break his fast. Okay? Because they said the ayah says, فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Anyone who sees the month, fast. So he has to fast. Like in the majority of the scholars, the view that they take is permissibility of you traveling in the month of Ramadan, and that this issue, if whether the month enters or it doesn't enter, or etc., you have the rukhsah. The third mas'ala is, which one is better, which is the third issue now. أيهما أفضل? What is better for the person who is a traveler? Is the fasting better? Or is the breaking of the fast in Ramadan better? Which one is better? So this issue is a mas'ala that the ulama differed and they disagreed on. I'm going to mention three views in this issue. Al-Qawl al-Awwal, which is Qawl al-Jumhur, the view of the majority of the scholars. And this is the Qawl of Abu Hanifa wa Malik wa Shafi'i. And that is, fasting is better. Because the Prophet ﷺ, he did that. As we saw in the hadith which Bukhari and Muslim narrated. Hadith Abu Darda. Where the Messenger ﷺ, he went out with his companions in the month of Ramadan. في حر شديد, it was very hot. حتى إن كان أحدنا لا يضع يده على رأسه من شدة الحر. It was so hot that one of us would place his hand, لا يضع يده على رأسه, would place his hand on his head because of the excessive heat. وما فينا صائم, there was nobody fasting that day إلا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم and عبد الله بن رواحة. They were the only two people fasting. So the Prophet did it. That shows they're saying it's better. Also from their evidence is the hadith of Salamah ibn al-Muhabbiq, which says, من كانت له حمولة يأوي إلى شبع فليصم رمضان حيث أدركه. So that hadith is what they use. Let him fast the month of Ramadan wherever it reaches him. So they said, حيث أدركه, wherever so that means when he's a traveler. That means when he's a what? A resident. So this is our evidence. And this hadith, sanaduhu da'if. The chain of narration is da'if because of Abdul Samad ibn Habib al-Azdi is in the chain and he's weak. And Imam Ahmad and Al-Bukhari and others, they considered his hadith to be munkar. He is what? Munkarul hadith. His narrations are rejected. The second view is Qawl Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab, the view of Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab. And also the view of Al-Imam Al-Awza'i, Imam Ahl al-Sham. And also the view of Ishaq ibn Rahuya and Ahmad ibn Hanbal. They believe that not fasting is better. Anna al-fitra afdalu is better. And they believe this mutlaqan, unrestrictedly. They think it's better. Why? They said Zahirul ayah. The ayah mentioned for the traveler something. What did it suggest for the traveler? It suggested وَمَنْ كَانَ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. They say it's not wajib. فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. It means it's better for him to bring it back another time. So this is better. They also used the famous hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, where the Prophet, he said, إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ أَن يُؤْتَى رُخَصَهُ. Allah loves for the slaves to come with the concessions He gives them, the rukhsah He gives them. كَمَا يُحِبُّ أَن يُؤْتَى عَزَائِمُهُ, the way He loves for people to come with what He burdens them on. He loves it when He gives you ease. When Allah gives you a rukhsah, He loves for you to come with those rukhsahs the way He loves you to do the harsh things that He tells you to do. So that's what they use. Also, they used another evidence where the Prophet ﷺ, when he said, Hiya rukhsatun, when he said to the companion, this is a rukhsah. فَمَنْ أَخَذَ بِهَا, anyone who takes the rukhsah, فَحَسَنٌ, is better. وَمَنْ أَحَبَّ أَنْ يَصُومَنَا, and anyone who wants to fast, the hadith mentions, فَلَا جُنَاحَ عَلَيْهِ, there's no harm on him. It didn't say فَحَسَنٌ. It didn't say فَلَا جُنَاحَ. It said this was better. This is what? Better. The third view is the view that mentions that the best is whichever is easy for the person. There's no like, this is the best or this is the best. It changes from person to person. If that journey, traveling, and you're traveling, it's better for you to fast, then it's better to fast. I mean, it's easier for you to fast because sometimes, some journeys, you're on a flight where the flight is owned by non-Muslims, so you're not going to eat anyways. It's very short. You're tired anyways, so you're going to go to sleep anyways on the flight. So, and all of that. So it just seems very easy. Makes sense? And you're returning back to your country this time. So it's not like you're going to another country where it's different to when you're coming back home versus when you're leaving home. It's not the same. So all of those factors, when you looked at it, you said, even if I wanted to eat, I don't know where to eat. Maybe this airport doesn't have good food. It happened to me in one situation. So it's better just to fast. It's easier to fast in that situation. For me not to fast, I'll put myself so much stress and headache and I won't get something good to eat and etc. And it's not even hard on me at all. So whichever is best. But sometimes in some situations it's best for you to what? Because you were traveling the day before, you didn't get good suhoor, you didn't even get good iftar, and you're tired, etc. And it's a bit hard on you if you fast again on top of that. And then when you reach the other country, the time is actually longer. So when you reach there, there's going to be like a 4-hour extra that's going to add on to the already what you fasted. So that it's like, so in that situation, it may be easier for you to what? To break your fasting and take that rukhsah. This is the qawl of who? Umar ibn Abdul Aziz and Mujahid and Qatada. And it's the qawl that Ibn al-Mundhir chose. And they use the ayah, يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ بِكُمُ الْيُسْرَ وَلَا يُرِيدُ بِكُمُ الْعُسْرَ. Allah wants ease for you. And Allah never wants hardship for you. This religion, ease. Allah wants that for us, subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's ease, and what's easier for you. They also use the hadith of in shi'ta fasum, if you want, fast, wa in shi'ta fa'aftir, which means whichever is easier for you, whichever you want, whichever. That's the wording they used as well. Also, the hadith of Sahihain, Bukhari and Muslim, they used that. Kunna nusafiru ma'an nabi. We were travelers with the Prophet. فَلَمْ يَعِبِ الصَّائِمْ عَلَى الْمُفْطِرِ. The one who was fasting did not shame the one who wasn't fasting. And the one who was not fasting did not shame the one who was fasting. No one did. وَلَا الْمُفْطِرُ عَلَى الصَّائِمِ. They didn't shame each other. So it could be one journey, but two people are traveling. One person might find it hard and the other one might not find it hard. So it's not like looking at the other person saying, eating fi nahari Ramadan. You're eating in the month of Ramadan. Look at you. Taqillah ya walad. Some people are like that. Make sense? So that which seems, wallahu a'lam, the best view is the last one, right? Al-qawlu al-thalith is the best. It seems to be al-a'dalu wal-aqu wal-awsat. It's in the middle, and it seems to go in accordance to, it's the one that harmonizes between so much evidences. Yeah, this one, any qawl you bring me that the Sahabas didn't fast, I'll be like, because they could. And those who didn't fast, they could as well. This was easier for them. It's easier to use this one, which is to say, أَنَّ أَفْضَلَهُمَا أَيْسَرُهُمَا, whichever is easier. So that day when the Sahabas put their hands on their head, it was hard for the companions, but it was easy for who? The Messenger and Abdullah ibn Rawaha. They didn't find it that hard. We're all together, brothers. By the way, some of the Sahabas were very strong. Like the things that they used to do, Ibn Abi Shaybah narrated بِسَنَدٍ صَحِيح, with an authentic chain of narration, that Abdullah ibn Zubayr fasted continuously with no iftar and no suhoor for 15 days. بِالسَّنَدِ الصَّحِيحِ ibn Abi Shaybah mentioned it. 15 days of Ramadan. He never ate or drank, nothing. Continue. What do you guys think? Yeah? No water and no food. Not eating food. We have Shaykh Al-Bani rahimahullah who did 30 days. You can't do a month without food. Water. So, are we all together about this? I think Akhuna Sheikh Tim, I think he did, don't quote me, maybe I might be wrong. I know for sure he did 1 week of not eating. And I think he said to me 10 days he did it without eating. But he drinks. He just drinks water and he doesn't eat. I did like 3 days. They brought me into the program for 3 days. I said, first of all, I'm not getting no ajr for it. And I started, in the salah, I'm seeing burger, I'm seeing the korma and the masala, and I'm no khushu', nothing. I'm hungry when I'm praying dhuhr, I'm hungry when I'm praying asr, all the salahs, no khushu', couldn't read anything all day, I'm just in bed. I thought, why this? So yeah, Abdullah ibn Zubair, 15 days. He did Siyam al-Wisal, continual fasting, ajib. So sahih, it's not even weak, sahih. Karama, yeah? I just think there is people who've done it now, who go through starvation, food is not given to them. But it's the will to do it when there's an option not to do it. Do you understand? That's where I find the heart tough. Very strong-minded. I'm sure all of us, if we were locked in a room and no food was given to us, we would probably go a month without no food. We could do it. But it's because our will has been taken from us. The reason I see the strength of Abdullah ibn Zubair is that he had the ability to eat. The food was there. And he did it for 15 days. For me, that is what's scary. Allahumma barik. And I look, wow, that mental strength is something else. And that's what the companions of the Prophet were like. They really controlled the nafs. A lot of problems that we're facing today is because of that. Our mental strength is so low. Like we can't push through a little bit of resistance if life pushes something. You guys agree? Why do you think the rate of having kids has become so less in the Muslim community? Because nobody wants the stress. The sister doesn't want to have it because it's too stressful for her. The brother doesn't want to have too many kids as well because when he comes home, he's like, what are these? All these kids running around in the house. You understand? No resistance, no like we don't have the, if you look at even our parents, you guys agree? The power those people had and the things that they do, and you guys agree, no? Yeah? The older generation, the strength, the power, the conviction, the determination, the drive that they have. What do you think about the brothers nowadays? Yeah? What do you think about this? Yeah, what do you think, brothers? Yeah? Younger generation. Do you think the brothers are very strong nowadays, or? Huh? I'm talking about mental strength. I'm not talking about physical strength. Physical strength is easy. You just take steroids. What I'm talking about is the mental strength. That's tough, Allah. That's really tough. And that is where the power of a person lies. When he controls everything about himself. If he tells his body, you're going to do this, he's going to do this. And when you look at Nabi Yusuf, the woman's calling him and he's looking at it saying, Ma'adallah. Wow, that's up. All the women, imagine the city, they call him together, they're cutting their fingers and they're saying, Ma hadha bashara in hadha illa malakun kareem. Yeah, everyone wants you. All the women want you, brothers. So it's not even like one now, it's multiple women want you. And then you say, Rabbi sijnu ahabbu ilayya mimma yad'unani ilayh. Oh Allah, prison is more beloved to me than this. Brothers, what do you think? The mental strength in that statement of Nabiullah Yusuf. This is the mental strength I'm talking about here is, and that's what Iman is. And the people of Iman, that's what the Prophet created from the Sahabas. And that's what he got out of them. Alayhi salatu wasalam. So this is something, wallahi, brothers, We need to build in our children. We need to build that in ourselves. We need to build that with our partners, our wives and our kids. This is vital. مثلا, the society want us to do certain things, but we know Islamically it's not the best thing. We stand alone even if we're by ourselves, because it's the right thing to do. صح؟ يعني أنت الجماعة وإن كنت وحدك. That you are the jama'ah even if you're alone and you're by yourself. It's conviction. Why do you think everyone is watching something online and then starting to wear what they saw online? No mental strength, no conviction, no knowledge of what you are, what you want and what you need to be. صح? Easily influenced, easily convinced. So this is what we need to work on, right? So Abdullah ibn Rawaha, that day where the heat is burning, he's fasting with the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Another mas'ala that we take from this is the ruling of breaking your fast. We're talking about the ruling في حكم إفطار المسافر. يعني breaking your fast as a traveler after you've made the intention. You made the intention and then you break it because you're a traveler. This issue has, first of all, it has two surah, two hala, two situations. Number one is you intended to fast in the journey, in the traveling. And while you're a traveler, you made the intention of fasting. فَلَهُ الْفِطْرُ, it is permissible for you in that situation to break your fasting. This is according to the Jumhur al-Ulama. The second one is أَنْ يَنْوِيَ الصِّيَامَ فِي الْحَضْرِ. Yani this one he intended it as a traveler. So he was in another country and then he intended it and he wants to fast. And he's in a state of, the first situation, he's in a state of a traveler. He's a state traveler. Okay? And then he carries on the journey of traveling. He's allowed to break his fast. Make sense? You're a traveler, you're in a country that you're not from this place, you're a traveler. You say, I'm going to fast tomorrow. Yeah? If you want, you can break it the daytime. That's fine. Does that make sense? And that's what the hadith was. أَنَّهُ صَامَ أَوَّلَ مَا خَرَجَ إِلَى فَتْحِ مَكَّةِ. That the Prophet ﷺ, he fasted the first, when he left out to Mecca. So he was a traveler. فَلَمَّا بَلَغَ, when he reached قُرَاعَ تَمِيم, فَلَمَّا بَلَغَ قُرَاعَ الْغَمِيم, when he reached that, أَفْطَرَ, he broke his fast. Because he was in a state of what? Traveler. The second one is, you intended to fast as a resident. You were a resident. You're here in the UAE, you live here, this is where your place of residency is. You intended it. Then you traveled within the daytime. You took a flight at around 10 a.m. 10 a.m. you took a flight. Is it permissible for you to break your fast? Or are you not allowed? Jumhur al-ulama believe you can't. Al-Jumhur believe you cannot break your fasting. That's what they say. Because they say this fasting is ibadatun, it's a ibadah تختلف بالحذر والسفر. عبادة تختلف بالحذر والسفر. So what happened is that this ibadah has what in it? It has got part of it you're a resident and part of it you're a traveler. So what do they believe? Because that's the case, فَإِذَا اجْتَمَعَا فِيهَا, because both of them have combined in it, غُلِّبَ حُكْمُ الْحَضَرِ, they will give precedence to the ruling of the residency over the traveler. So here they will say to you, sorry, residency takes priority here in this issue. Are we all together, brothers? The same issue. كَمَا لَوْ دَخَلَ فِي الصَّلَاةِ فِي الْحَضَرِ, he enters into a prayer as a resident, then he travels in the middle of it. He travels. Same issue they mention. And they differ on that issue, in that particular issue. Now, another qawl suggests, we mentioned both, those are the both situations, right? That's both situations. The fifth mas'ala that we take from the hadith is, which type of traveling are you allowed to break your fast? Let's say a brother, he met a woman on TikTok, yeah, or Instagram or Snapchat, and they agree that they're going to do haram. And she says, brother, I live in Boston, in America. He goes, inshallah, I'm going to fly to you. This is Ramadan. And then he flies to her in Boston. And then he says, I'm not going to fast today. Is he allowed to? He is a traveler, but the traveling that he's doing here is halal or haram? The ruqsa of where Allah ala safarin here, is it general or is it specific to the one that's halal? The scholars dispute one another in this particular issue. Some of the scholars, they say, the religion is going to make it hard on him. We're going to say, no, you're going haram, we're not going to give you the concession. You're going to be punished. Fast. You can't break your fast. That's what they say. But the strongest opinion is that the hadith ayah is general. The ayah didn't specify it. That ala safarin. Sahih? Ala safarin here is mutlaqah. It's unrestricted. So whether it's a safar which is halal or safar which is haram, the ayah left it what? General. So that seems to be the case. What about, what's the ruling of a person who comes to his land? So you came from Boston, not this time for business. You came back from Boston for business. And you came to the UAE. Or you came from Saudi Arabia. And you came back to the UAE where you live. Okay? In that situation, remember you're a traveler, so you're not fasting. You reached the UAE as a person who's not fasting. Remember, you reach 10 a.m. UAE, you're not fasting. What's the ruling in this issue? What do you do? Can you just munch, go to the restaurants, eat? Or is it a must for you to withhold? This is one of the issues which the ulama discuss under a qa'idah known as زوال العذر المبيح للفطر في أثناء النهار هل يلزم المعذور الذي قد أفطر مع القضاء الإمساك بقية النهار أم لا؟ قاعدة. And it's a mas'ala which the scholars discuss. And a lot of issues enter here. Like for example, the issue of the ha'id, the woman who's on her menses, or the woman who's on her postnatal bleeding, the nufasa. If she purifies herself within the daytime, same thing. Or a person is sick and he gets better within the day. He gets better. Should he remain? Does he have to bring back that fasting? Does he have to hold back from that particular day's fasting? What does he do in that situation? There's a khilaf bayna ahli al-ilmi. There is a difference of opinion amongst the scholars. وَقَوْلَانِ فِي الْمَسْأَلَةِ. And there's two qawl in the mas'ala. Two views in the issue. Al-qawl al-awwal. The first view in the mas'ala is the madhab of al-imamaini, the two imams, Abi Hanifa wa Ahmad. There's two views in the issue, and the first one is madhab al-imamaini. The first qawl is the view of the two imams, Abu Hanifa and Ahmad ibn Hanbal, which is أنه يلزمهم الإمساك في بقية اليوم. The entire day they withhold. And why do they do that? احتراما للزمن, respecting the time. You have to respect this time. This time is a time of fasting. ولأنه معنى لو وجد قبل الفجر أوجب الصيام فإذا طلع بعد الفجر أوجب الإمساك كقيام البينة بالرؤية في أثناء النهار. القول الثاني, the second view, وهو قول مالك والشافعي. It's the قول of الإمام مالك, إمام دار الهجرة, and it is also the قول of الشافعي رحمه الله تعالى, وهو رواية عن أحمد. And it's also a riwayah of Imam Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala, which is وهو أنه لا يلزمه الإمساك. You don't have to withhold. And the evidence that they use is the hadith ibn Abi Shayba narrated in his Musannaf عن وكيع عن ابن عون عن أبي محيريز ibn Mahiriz is his name. He narrated this from Abdullah ibn Mas'ud radiyallahu ta'ala anhu, that the Prophet said, "Man akala awwal an-nahar falyakul akhirahu." Anyone who has eaten the beginning of the day, let that person eat the ending. Yani, man akala awwal an-nahar. If you ate the morning, falyakul, eat then akhirahu, the ending. So they said this is evidence. So the Prophet is saying, if you ate, carry on eating, no problem. So this is their argument, and I think this qawl is the strongest, wallahu a'la wa a'lam, which is, لا يلزمه الإمساك. You don't have to withhold. You don't have to withhold, but you have to bring it back. There's no way around that, because you didn't fast, صح?
وعن حمزة بن عمرو الأسلمي رضي الله عنه أنه قال يا رسول الله إني أجد قوة على الصيام في السفر.
عن ابن عباس رخص للشيخ الكبير.
أي نعم. عن ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما قال رخص للشيخ الكبير أن يفطر ويطعم عن كل يوم مسكينا ولا قضاء عليه، رواه الدارقطني والحاكم وصححه.
This hadith, Abdullah ibn Abbas رضي الله عنهما, what did he say? رخص للشيخ الكبير. رخص للشيخ الكبير. ما معنى رخص؟ That's how it's narrated. يعني روي بالبناء. رخص, it's been narrated as البناء, which is المفعول الذي لم يسمى فاعله. That's what it's called. And Abdullah ibn Abbas رضي الله تعالى عنهما, Abdullah ibn Abbas رضي الله تعالى عنهما, here he is the one who concealed the person. He is the one who mentioned it. And he mentioned it like that. And this is when he was explaining the ayah وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ فِدْيَةٌ طَعَامُ مِسْكِينٍ. Yani, what does it mean رُخِصَ here? Who is the one who made that رُخصة here? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the ayah وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ فِدْيَةٌ طَعَامُ مِسْكِينٍ. So we all know it's Allah, because he said it when he was explaining the ayah, so he's referring to the ayah. رُخِصَ, we've already mentioned what the word rukhsa means. What? أي سهل الله عليه ويسر له. It's a concession. When Allah gives you a ease, simplifies a rule for you. للشيخ الكبير, the senile or the old man, Allah has given him a rukhsa. أن يفطر, that he breaks his fast. ويطعم عن كل يوم مسكينا, and every day he feeds a miskin. ولا قضاء عليه, and there's no paying back for him. Daraqutni and Hakim narrated this. وصححاه, and both of them authenticated it. Daraqutni authenticated it, and Imam al-Hakim and Naysaburi authenticated it in his Mustadrak. How did Daraqutni authenticate it? He said about this hadith, هذا إسناد صحيح, that this hadith is what? The chain is صحيح. What did Hakim say? Hakim said هذا حديث صحيح. One said هذا إسناد صحيح, which is Daraqutni, and Al-Hakim, he said هذا حديث صحيح. And then is that all he said? لا, على شرط البخاري. He said it's of the condition of Bukhari. ولم يخرجه ووافقه الذهبي. And Imam al-Dhahabi agreed with him. And also so did Sheikh Nasir rahimahullah ta'ala, Sheikh Albani, he agreed with them. Okay? Now, one of the things that you can question here about an Imam Hafidh ibn Hajar is that this hadith, he's narrating it from Daraqutni and Hakim when the hadith is in Bukhari. أصله في البخاري. It's in Bukhari, أوضح, in more clearer fashion, and in a more detailed manner. And that should have been the way he should have done it. Like, if something is in Bukhari, then why would you go to somebody else? So there's no, I personally don't see why he rahimahullah ta'ala chose Daraqutni Sunan and Hakim's Mustadrak when the asl of the hadith is in where? In Bukhari. And it's in Bukhari بسياق أتم وأوضح, more completer and more clearer. It's in there. صح? And that's what Sahib al-Muntaqa did. Ibn Taymiyyah's grandfather, he chose the Sanad of Bukhari and mentioned the hadith Bukhari is one. Like Ibn Hajar went against that. للشيخ الكبير, what does the Shaykh al-Kabir mean? Al-Kabir here doesn't mean a chubby one. Kabir here means this old one in age. يعني al-Haram, al-Musin, صح? The person who's aged. The one who fasting it becomes very hard on him. And the reason why he mentioned and he said Kabir here is min babi التوضيح والبيان. It's just to clarify for you what it's meant by it. So there's a few benefits that we take from the hadith, inshallah ta'ala. The first issue that we take from this hadith is في ذكر خلاف أهل العلم في قوله تعالى. There is dispute amongst the scholars regarding the verse of Allah, وعلى الذين يطيقونه فدية طعام مسكين. وعلى الذين يطيقونه فدية طعام مساكين is another way of reading. فمن تطوع خيرا فهو خير له وأن تصوموا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون. This ayah dispute is disputed. Is what? There is a dispute regarding it. What's the dispute related to? هل هي محكمة أم منسوخة? Is this verse abrogated or not? Some of the scholars, they say this ayah has been abrogated. It's been abrogated. With what? فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Anyone who sees the month, fast. So وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَ فِدْيَةٌ طعام مسكين أما وعلى الذين يطيقون فدية طعام مساكين فمن تطوع خيرا فهو خير له وأن تصوموا خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون. They said it's been abrogated to فمن شهد منكم الشهر فليصوموا. Some said it. Some said no, it's not abrogated. It's not mansukha. What is it? Muhkama. So who's the burden of proof upon? Yeah, the one who says the ayah is abrogated, he has to prove why it's abrogated. He has to prove it. Because the Qur'an is not sent down to be abrogated. The Qur'an has been sent down to be acted upon and to be implemented. صح? And that's why Allah said, هو الذي أنزل عليك الكتاب منه آيات محكمات هن أم الكتاب وأخر متشابهات فأما الذين في قلوبهم زيغ فيتبعون ما تشابه منه ابتغاء الفتنة وابتغاء تأويله وما يعلم تأويله إلا الله والراسخون في العلم يقولون آمنا به كل من عند ربنا وما يذكر إلا أولو الألباب. Like in this muhkam is the opposite to mutashabih. And sometimes the word muhkam is used in opposition to mansukh. Yani mutashabih means this ayah is ambiguous. And so the other ayah is clear. So, and when we read the Qur'an, sometimes we see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He uses we. So, He uses that right. إِنَّا نَحْنُ نَزَّلْنَا الذِّكْرَ وَإِنَّا. So is it plural? Is there more than one God? But you can take it, right? The ayah can take that. You can. So the ayah is called mutashabih. صح? And then there is ayat which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He says, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ إِنَّمَا إِلَهُكُمْ إِلَهٌ وَاحِدٌ. This is now muhkam now, clear cut, no ambiguity. صح? ولذلك the ayah came down because of that, which is the wafd came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the delegation, wafd Najran. They were Christians. They came to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam and they said, Ya Muhammad, Trinity is in the Qur'an. Trinity is in the Qur'an. Kayf, he said. They said, Allah uses the word we. وَأَقَلُّ الْجَمْعِ ثَلَاثَةً. And the bare minimum of plural in the Arabic language is 3, because the Arabic language is different to the English. The English, 1, and then it's plural. 2 is plural in English. In Arabic, there is 1, there's dual, and there's plural. What's the bare minimum of the plural? 3. So they said, أَقَلُّ الْجَمْعِ ثَلَاثَةً. So the Qur'an, when Allah talks and says, نَحْنُ, there you go, Muhammad. So that's what Allah said, هو الذي أنزل عليك الكتاب منه آيات محكمات. The ayat which are muhkamat is what? إنما إلهكم إله واحد. They don't want to look at that. قل هو الله أحد. They don't want to look at all of that. What are they looking at? Those verses over there. So Allah tabarak wa ta'ala mentioned فأما الذين في قلوبهم زيغ. Those who have deviation in their heart. What do? They always do that. There's a clear verse, and he's saying, but there is a hadith here that I found here in Google, like far, and he doesn't know where the reference is from, and he's leaving clear-cut evidences here. صح? One of the statements that one of the scholars once said was, if a person doesn't accept one evidence, he's not going to accept 100. If he doesn't want to accept one, He's not going to accept 100. You can bring him another one, and then another one, and then another one. Because one should be enough, right? So they look at the Qur'an with one ayah. They only see the ayat which are mutashabihat. They don't want to see the ayat which are muhkamat. But the word muhkam is also used in opposition to what? Mansukha. The verses that are abrogated. The ones that are not abrogated, what are they called? Muhkama. The ones that are abrogated are called what? Mansukha. So there are two views in this issue when it comes to the ayah وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ فِدْيَةٌ. The first view is those who said أنها منسوخة, it's abrogated. With what? بالآية التي بعدها, with the verse that came after it, which is فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ فَلْيَصُمْ. Whose view is this? This is the view of Mu'adh ibn Jabal, and the view of Ibn Mas'ud, and the view of Ibn Umar, and the view of Hassan al-Basri, and Ikrimah, and Qatada, and Dhahhak, and Ibrahim al-Nakha'i, and al-Zuhri, and all of them. So they all considered it to be mansukha. So based on them, they're saying that the verse means أن المقيم الصحيح, that the verse means the person who's a resident. The person who's a resident, who's healthy, he's not sick, who's able to fast. He's given the choice between fasting and between breaking his fast, and feed every day a miskin in place. That's what the ayah used to be, they said. Now it's abrogated. So you're living here, you have a choice. So they're saying that this verse is referring to, and it's talking about a person built a masjid. So a person lives in a place, he's a resident. And as a resident who lives, he is healthy, he's got no illness, he's got nothing. He used to have a choice. Do you want to fast or do you want to break your fast? If you break your fast, وَعَلَى الَّذِينَ يُطِيقُونَهُ فِدْيَةٌ طَعَامُ مِسْكِينٍ, but you have to feed a miskin every day. That came and it got abrogated. And the ayah that abrogated it is, if you see the month, fast. And that is what Bukhari chaptered in his Sahih. He said, باب وعلى الذين يطيقونه فدية قال ابن عمر وسلمة بن الأكوع نسختها. It was abrogated with what? شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن. Are we all together, brothers? And there's many evidences regarding that. The second view is what? The second view is that it's muhkama. The ayah is not abrogated. It's muhkama. This is the qawl of who? Abdullah ibn Abbas. And Abdullah ibn Abbas, he believes that this ayah is referring to what? The person who's old, he's given the choice of what? أن يفطر ويطعم, that he feeds every single day a miskin, and there's no qada on him. He's given that choice. Abdullah ibn Abbas believed the ayah is not mansukha, that it's what? Muhkama. And the madhab of Abdullah ibn Abbas is weak. Yeah. Madhab of Abdullah here is weak. It's very weak. Are we all together, brothers? He also has a way of reciting the verse which is a qira'ah shadha. It's not a qira'ah which is mutawatira. Ay na'am. And Imam al-Bukhari حتى believes the ayah is mansukha. Ibn al-Mundhir also believes the ayah is mansukha. Ibn al-Jawzi believes the ayah is mansukha. No. But from another angle, the ayah is not mansukha, it's muhkama. Which is, what is the ruling of an elderly man and an elderly woman and a person who's sick? What is the ruling regarding them? These people are very old. It doesn't look like they're going to get better. The woman is too old. She doesn't look like she's going to get better. Or this person is sick and they have a terminal illness where the doctor said, you're not going to get better. And they're not able to fast. The scholars unanimously agree that the elderly man and the woman who is old in age, if they're unable to fast because of their weakness, they have every right to break that fast and not and eat, and no one is going to tell them to fast. Okay, the reason is because لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها وما جعل عليكم في الدين min haraj. Allah did not make the religion hard for them. They are excused. But what about fidya? Do they have to do fidya? I mean, do they have to feed food? There's two views in this issue. There are two views. The first qawl is the qawl al-jumhur. The majority of scholars what they believe, such as Abu Hanifa and Shafi'i and Ahmed, they believe that it's obligatory upon upon the elderly man and elderly woman and the one who's sick and he's not going to get better from this illness, and يطعم عن كل يوم مسكين, and every single day they have to feed a miskin. And they use the ayah وعلى الذين يطيقون فدية طعام مسكين. فدية طعام مسكين. This is the ayah that they used. And they used the statement of who? Abdullah ibn Abbas. So from that angle, the ayah is not abrogated. The second view is the qawl of Imam Malik and his teacher Rabi'at al-Ra'i, and also the view of Makhul and Abu Thawr, which is what? And it's also another view of Imam Shafi'i. And it's the view that Ibn al-Mundhir chose, that it's not obligatory on him anything. Because if he leaves the fasting because he's unable to do that, and if the fasting has been lifted from him, then everything else is lifted from him. There's no fidya upon him. He is like the little baby, the kid, the 2-year-old kid, 4-year-old kid. He's not fasting. He's like that. He's like the majnoon, the person who's majnoon. He's like that. That's what they said. Another issue that I want to now go into, and ala urajjah. The third mas'ala I want to go into is, another benefit that we want to take from the hadith is, what about the woman who is breastfeeding? Or the pregnant woman? The scholars, they separate between if she's scared for herself or if she's scared for the baby. If she's scared for herself or if she's scared for the baby. These are the two situations. If she is scared for herself, she thinks if I breastfeed this child, I'm going to get, and I fast, I'm not going to be able to physically do it. I'm physically going to, my breast can produce milk. I know the child's going to get milk, but I'm physically not going to be able to do it. Or the doctor told her that she's physically not going to be able to do it, the fasting. She can't herself. That's if it's for herself. And if she fears for herself when she's breastfeeding, is that going to affect the child? If she's pregnant, she fears for herself, then of course it's going to affect the child. It's going to affect. So the scholars, they put that together. And if she fears for herself, then she's going to fear for the baby as well. In that situation, she's allowed to break her fast, and all she has to do is bring it back. She's like a person who's sick. If she's scared for herself, okay, she's a person who's sick. She's allowed to break her fast. A reliable Muslim doctor has to tell her this, not a non-Muslim doctor. She takes his word and she doesn't fast. She consults her doctor. She says, Ramadan is coming, I'm pregnant, do you think I should fast or not? He looks at her and says, yeah, you can fast. Or no, you can't fast. Okay? Or if she feels herself, she tried 2-3 days and she starts getting dizzy, she should stop. Okay? In that situation, she doesn't fast, okay, and she brings it back after Ramadan. That's it. She doesn't have to do fidya, she doesn't have to do anything else. Because she takes the ruling of a sick person, okay? And this is what Imam al-Nawawi and Ibn Qudama, they transmitted a consensus for. The second situation. What is the second situation? She fears for the baby. Not for herself, the baby. In that situation, she breaks her fast. But according to the Jumhur al-Ulama, what is upon her? According to the Jumhur. According to the Jumhur, qada is upon her. Like in the fidya, there's 3 qawl. For herself. For the baby. She fears for the baby. She has to bring it back. Okay? In the Jamahir al-Ulama. Like in the fidya, there's a khilaf and there are aqwal. The qawl al-awwal is qawl Ahmed wal mashhur min madhab Shafi'i, in our madhab, which is wajib fidya. Fidya is wajib. She has to give fidya. The second one is qawl Abi Hanifa wa riwaya an Malik. And a riwayah of who? Al-Imam Malik, which is, there is no fidya upon them. Okay? And there's a third qawl. It is attributed to Abdullah ibn Umar and Ibn Abbas, وهو قول إسحاق and Ibn Hazm min al-Zahiriyah, which is أنه لا قضاء عليهما. There's not even a qada upon her. They don't have to bring it back. They don't have to do qada at all. What did they do? Just fidya. The one who's breastfeeding and the one who's pregnant. If she fears for the baby, she doesn't have to bring it back. Upon her is only it'am faqat. Are we all together? So these are the views that the scholars mention in this regard. The last and final point is the fidya. We said that you have to feed a miskin, right? So what is the food that you give to a miskin, and what is the issue of So the scholars, they discuss this issue about what is any kafarat, any of the expiations that we hear, whether you have to give food to the masakin. What is it? مثلا Abu Hanifa, he says you have to give nisfu sa'i min al-burr. That's what he says. Or sa' of anything else. Malik and Shafi'i, now they say no, it's a mud min ayyi naw'. It has to be a mud lakin, of anything. Ahmed agrees with them in this issue. If it's burr, he agrees with them. If it's other than that, he believes it has to be nisf sa'. Ahmed rahimahullah. Because he believes, because the fidyatul adha is nisfu sa'i min al-tamri wa al-sha'iri bila khilaf. Anyways, this issue, the Qur'an didn't mention it, the Sunnah didn't mention it. So whatever the people consider food. So it's one of the things that you go back to, the urf, the customs, and the norms of the people. صح? يعني تحديد الطعام is considered to be what? It's an issue that goes back to the urf. Like in some of the ulama, they mentioned that the tahdid al-ta'am, specifying the food at a mud is what Abdullah ibn Umar said, and Abdullah ibn Abbas and Abi Hurairah and Zayd, and they said وَلَا مُخَالِفَ لَهُ مِنَ الصَّحَابَةِ, and no companion went against them. So they said this is a consensus of the companions. Some of the scholars said that. Ibn Kathir mentions that. Ibn Qudama mentions it in his Mughni, and Hafidh ibn Hajar mentions it in Fath al-Bari. Rahimahumullah, may Allah be pleased with them. So we're going to stop here inshallah ta'ala. Anything I've said that was wrong or incorrect is from me, shaitan, and Allah and His Messenger are both free from it. Subhanak Allahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa ant astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, lahu alhamdu al-hasan wa al-thana'u al-jameel. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له يقول الحق وهو يهدي السبيل. وأشهد أن سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد. وإن شرح of the Kitab Bulugh Al-Maram, we have been explaining the Ahadith As-Siyam, the chapter of fasting from the book Bulugh Al-Maram. Inshallah ta'ala, Ibrahim ibn Shaykh Fahim is going to read for us. فليتفضل مشكورا مأجورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال جاء رجل إلى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم فقال هلكت يا رسول الله. قال وما أهلكك؟ قال وقعت على امرأتي في رمضان. فقال هل تجد ما تعتق رقبة؟ قال لا. قال فهل تستطيع أن تصوم شهرين متتابعين؟ قال لا. قال فهل تجد ما تطعم 60 مسكينا؟ قال لا. ثم جلس فأتي النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بعرق فيه تمر فقال تصدق بهذا. فقال على أفقر منا فما بين لبتيها أهل بيت أحوج إليه منا. فضحك النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم حتى بدت أنيابه ثم قال اذهب فأطعمه أهلك. رواه السبعة واللفظ لمسلم. وعن عائشة رضي الله عنها نحوه.
The Shaykh al-Imam Hafidh ibn Hajar rahimahullah ta'ala, he mentions this hadith is narrated by the Sab'ah. By who? The 7. And the 7 are Imam Ahmad, the 2 Sahihain, and the 4 Ashab al-Sunan. So Imam Ahmad in his Musnad, Al-Bukhari and Muslim fi Sahihayhima, and Ashab al-Sunan. Abu Dawood, At-Tirmidhi, Ibn Majah, An-Nasa'i. Those 7 are referred to as As-Sab'ah according to Ibn Hajar. وَاللَّفْظُ لِمُسْلِمٍ, but the wording is, whose wording? Al-Imam Muslim's wording. Okay. This hadith, Bukhari narrated in 10 places in his Sahih. في 10 مواضع, 10 places. The first place he mentions it in is the chapter of fasting. He brings it in there. Under the chaptering of إذا جامع في رمضان ولم يكن له شيء فتصدق عليه فليكفر. If a man has intimacy with his wife in Ramadan and he doesn't have anything to give and someone else gives it on his behalf, the expiation will be accepted. Bukhari, that's the first chaptering, he placed it in. And then after that, he brings it in 9 other places. Imam Muslim, he brings it in his Sahih, rahimahullah ta'ala, in 1 place. He brings it in his Sahih, only 1 place. وباقي السبعة, the other remaining 7 are, يعني Ahmed and Ashab al-Sunan al-Arba'ah, all of them narrated it من طريق الزهري, from the sanad of الزهري, عن حميد ibn AbdulRahman ibn Auf, عن أبي هريرة, and they all narrated it بألفاظ متقاربة, wordings which are very close to each other. But the wording here that Hafidh selected is whose wording? Al-Imam Muslim rahimahullah ta'ala. Because Al-Imam Muslim, in terms of choosing words, he's very good at that. Let's look at some of the things related to the hadith. Abu Hurairah, he said, جاء رجل إلى النبي, a man came to the Prophet. This in the science of hadith is called mubham. Mubham is when you don't know the companion, or you don't know a narrator. If that happened in the chain, then we would consider that to be disconnected, because we need to know everybody who he narrated from, what they narrated from them. We need to know every single thing. Or else the hadith is disconnected. لكن the إبهام الصحابي لا يضر. Not knowing who the companion is does not harm. Because the Sahabas, they have a what? They have a tazkiyah min Allah. They've been already praised. So we don't need to know the companion in order to say, is he reliable? Is he... No. The minute we know he's a companion, that's it. And Ibn Salah and other scholars of hadith, in the chapters of when they speak about the al-hadithu min haythu man usnida ilayhi, and they talk about the mawqufat, they mention that the Sahabas, kulluhum udul, all of them are reliable. But this hadith, جاء رجل, we have narrations that suggest who the person is. Abu Zur'at al-Razi, he mentions in his Kitab Al-Mustafad, من مبهمات المتن والإسناد. Al-Mustafad min mubhamat al-matn wal-isnad, where he goes after any individual who's mentioned who is ambiguous, either in the chain or in the wording of the hadith. And of course, before him, Khatib al-Baghdadi did that. So he came across who this person is. He says that the man, جاء رجل, in some of the narrations they mentioned who he was. His name was Salama. And some narrations, it says Salman. His name is who? Salman ibn Sakhr al-Bayadi. Okay? Yani that's the name. جاء رجل, a man came to the Prophet ﷺ and he said, halaktu ya Rasulullah, O Messenger of Allah, I'm destroyed. Destroyed. The Prophet then said to him, وَمَا أَهْلَكَكَ, what is it that destroyed you? The man said, وَقَعْتُ عَلَى امْرَأَتِي, The word he used was what? Waqa'tu. What does the word waqa'tu mean? He did it, he was not vulgar. He said, I had intimacy with my wife. Intimacy. And in Arabic language, what do you say? Waqa'a means to fall. I fell on my wife. I was intimate with my wife. The man, when he said that, he said, Fi Ramadana, in the month of Ramadan. فقال, the Prophet then said to him, هل تجد ما تعتق? Can you find someone you can slave, free a slave? رقبة. قال لا. He said, no, mashallah, I can't. I don't have the ability to do that. He said, فهل تجد ما تطعم 60 مسكينا? Okay, do you have enough money to take care of 60 مساكين? قال لا. He said, I don't. ثم جلس, the man sat. The Prophet didn't ask him any more questions. فأوتي النبي, it was brought to the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم بعرق فيه تمر. The word al-araq, it's بفتح المهملة. Okay, and it's not gharaq, it's not ghayn, it's a ayn, and the ra, it also has a fatha on it. What is al-araq? It's a miktal. This is the riwayah of Ibn Khuzaymah, or a dakhm. And the Prophet ﷺ was brought a plate, and this plate had in it what? فيه تمر, there were dates on it. فقال, the Prophet said to him, تصدق بهذا, take this and use it as sadaqah. فقال, the man then said, أعلى أفقر مني? So take this and give it to miskin. Just take this I gave you and give it to the miskin. The man looked at the Prophet and said, Ya Rasulullah, do you know anyone more poorer than me? Is there anyone out there in Medina who's more poor than I am? Then he said, فَمَا بَيْنَ لَابَتَيْهَا أَهْلُ بَيْتٍ أَحْوَجَ إِلَيْهِ مِنَّا. لَابَتَيْهَا is that Medina is بَيْنَ لَابَتَيْن, which is Al-Harraini. Medina is between two mountains. Okay? Al-Harratayni. Harra Sharqiyya and Harra Gharbiyya. That's what Medina is between. The word Al-Harra, what does it mean? It means Al-Ard Al-Mulabbasa Hijara. So if you go to Medina, when you go to the edge of Medina, the rocks start to turn black. On the other side, if you go east or west, the rocks they become black rocks. That's the outskirts of Medina now. You understand? So Medina is between those two rocks. Black and black. He's saying the whole city of Medina, basically, there is no one who is in more need than I. I don't know anyone, any household that's in need of this right now that you've just given me, than me. فَضَحِكَ النَّبِيُّ, the Prophet laughed. The man was meant to, he slept with a woman. He's the one who has to give a kafara, and now he's trying to get something for himself. فَضَحِكَ النَّبِيُّ, the Prophet laughed, alayhi salatu wasalam, حَتَّى بَدَتْ أَنْيَابُهُ, until the Prophet's molar teeth can be seen. Meaning the Prophet ﷺ, when he would laugh, it wasn't like loud noise. His laughing was with moderation. That's why you find majority of it, فَتَبَسَّمَ النَّبِيُّ صَلَّى اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِ, he smiled. And that's why the Prophet said, التَّبَسُّمُ فِي وَجْهِ أَخِيكَ, laughing in the face of your brother is a sadaqah. Like smiling in the face of your brother is sadaqah. Like laughing is not. If he's done with moderation, you can count the narrations that mention where the Prophet laughed until his molar teeth can be seen. The word aniyab is jam'u nab. The nab is what? So these two front teeth. So these two, they became apparent, meaning you can see his mouth now. Majority of the times you can't see the Prophet's mouth alayhi salatu wasalam. Then the Prophet said to him, اذهب فأطعمه أهلك. Then you take it and give it to your family. If you want, if that's the case. There's some issues that we can take from this hadith. This hadith has so much benefits in it. Yeah. There's many fiqh in it. Okay. So let's go through it, inshallah ta'ala. Number one, if a person has intimacy with his wife, nasiyan, because he forgot. What's the ruling in this issue? Some of the scholars, they said, it's fine. If a man has intimacy with his wife and he forgot that he was fasting, it's similar to the person who ate. The person what? Who ate and who drank, similar to that. Man nasiya, anyone who forgot. ثم أكل أو شرب فليتم بقية صومه. Anyone who ate and drank out of forgetfulness, let him finish off his fasting. فإن الذي أطعمه الله وسقاه. The one who fed, Allah is the one who has fed him and given him, subhanahu wa ta'ala. But hadith doesn't mention intimacy. What do we do with intimacy here? The scholars, they say intimacy also enters it, because this is forgetfulness and this is forgetfulness, and both of them are mufattirat. And intimacy and eating and drinking are all both what breaks your fasting, right? And both parties have forgotten, so it's the same. And they even said that this hadith is an evidence that if you forget your fasting and you have intimacy, it won't break your fasting. How so? They said this hadith shows that the man knew what he was doing, because he came to the Prophet, he said, halaktu, I am destroyed. Another riwayah, he said, ihtaraqtu, I am burnt. So he knew what he did. So that's why his fasting was destroyed. Does that make sense? The second mas'ala that we take from it is, the scholars took from the statement of the man when he said, وَقَعْتُ عَلَى امْرَأَتِي, I was intimate with my wife, في رمضان, in the month of Ramadan. The ulama took from this, في اختصاص الكفارة, the kafara is specified to the person who destroyed his fasting in the month of Ramadan. This is the view of Imam al-Shafi'i and Ahmed. Malik and Abu Hanifa, they say, تجب الكفارة في كل ما تعمد الصائم الفطر به. يعني if a person has intimacy with his wife in Nahar Ramadan and he does it deliberately, this destroys his fasting, صح? What about if he drinks and eats deliberately? Is there kafara on him in that regard as well? No. And Imam Shafi'i and Ahmed both believe it's restricted, specific to only intimacy. صح? Like in Imam Malik and Abu Hanifa, they believe that the kafara is for anybody who deliberately either eats, drinks, is intimate, anything that breaks your fast, anyone who does it deliberately is a kafara. This hadith is what they use for it. Okay? Another benefit that we take from the hadith is, if someone is intimate and he keeps being intimate, okay, is it upon him another kafara if he's intimate again? Now let's say he was intimate with the wife twice in the daytime. Is it twice or is it only once? Or do we say that the first time he destroyed it, so the second time he wasn't fasting? What do we say? This mas'ala has two surah. Yani there's two ways it can occur. This issue of being intimate multiple times. The first one is فيما لو تكرر الجماع. If the intimacy occurs في يومين متفرقين, 2 different days. So Monday he did it and then Tuesday he did it. These 2 days can be consecutive, or they could be 2 days where it's not consecutive, but it's 2 different days within the month. This yani surah, this form, where it's 2 different days, it can be right next to each other, or it can be one on Monday and one on Thursday, where he's intimate with his spouse. For him in this situation, this image, this form, there's two situations. Number one, أن يكفر عن اليوم الأول. He did kafara for the first day, and then the second day he came and he done intimacy again. So he sorted the first one out, got it over and done with, and then now he did it again. Does it make sense? This one, without a doubt, okay, he has to do a second kafara. So he paid the first one on Monday. As soon as it happened on Tuesday, he gave the kafara, 60 miskina. He took 60 miskin, he fed them, he sorted it out. And then on Thursday, he caught himself doing it again. Without a doubt, he has to do the kafara. Does it make sense? Because every single day is a ibadah mustaqillah. The second way is that he doesn't, we're still talking about the first situation, first surah, where he had intimacy twice on 2 different days, whether they're next to each other or separate days that are far from each other. The second way it can occur is he did not pay the kafara for the first day. And then he had intimacy without paying the first one. Okay, majority of the ulama are of the opinion that both kafara are upon him. Both kafara are upon him, and this is the madhab of Abu Hanifa, and it's the view of Al-Awza'i and Al-Zuhri, and it's a wajhun عند الحنابلة. Okay. No. This is the majority of the scholars believe that. Like in the madhab, Abi Hanifa and Al-Zuhri and Al-Awza'i, and also wajhun عند Ahmadna, it's that it's only one kafara is upon him. Only what? One kafara. Because they believe the qaida, which is لأنها كفارات من جنس واحد. The kafara, the expiation, is for one act, which is intimacy. Even if it's happened multiple times, the thing is one thing. So the kafara emerges with the entirety of all of it. So it becomes only one kafara. That's the first one. The second one is if he has multiple intimacies in one day. In the morning, he did it after Fajr. And then al-Dhuhr, he was intimate again. And then Asr, mathalan, he was intimate. Yani multiple times, twice, 3 times. In one day. Again, this is 2 situations. Number one, he didn't pay for the first day. He didn't pay for the first intimacy. And then a second one occurs from him. This individual, there's only one kafara upon him, بغير khilaf. In the morning, he did it. And then again in the evening, he did it. Or in the afternoon, he did it again. He didn't pay for the first one. Only what is upon him is one kafara to do. This is بغير khilaf. There is no dispute. Lakin, if he gives expiation for the first, which is the second situation, he gives the first one, and then he does it again at dhuhr. So he gave in the morning what he did, he paid for it. And then dhuhr, again, he fell into it again, in the same day, of course. According to the Jumhurul Ulama, they believe there's only one kafara on him. He just has to do Jumhurul Ulama. They believe only one kafara. And Ibn Abdul Barr mentions a consensus in this issue. Ibn Abdul Barr says ijma', there's no khilaf in this issue. Because it's one ibadah for that whole day is an ibadah, right? So the first time he broke his fast. But when he broke his fast, why are we going to make him do another kafara for something he's not even in a state of ibadah, right? That's what he argues. لكن مشهور من مذهب الحنابلة, the Hanbali madhab, the mu'tamad in their madhab is what? That he has to pay the kafara second time. Okay? Because they believe that this wata is muharram. He has not respected hurmatul zaman, the honor of the time. Another mas'ala that we take from this hadith is freeing a non-Muslim slave in the month of Ramadan. Abu Hanifa and other than him, they use this as a evidence that what is freed can even be a non-Muslim. And if you look at the ayat, لا يؤاخذكم الله باللغو في أيمانكم ولكن يؤاخذكم بما عقدتم الأيمان فكفارته إطعام 10 مساكين من أوسط ما تطعمون أهليكم أو كسوتهم أو تحرير رقبة. The ayah is general, right? أو تحرير رقبة. فتحرير رقبة مؤمنة ودية مسلمة إلى أهله. فتحرير رقبة مؤمنة, freeing the neck of a believing woman. Another ayah says. So the scholars discuss this. What you're freeing, does it have to be a woman who's Muslim, the slave? Okay, or it doesn't have to be, it's just any slave. Abu Hanifa rahimahullah and other than him, they believe the hadith the Prophet kept it in general. He said to the man, هل تجد ما تعتق من الرقبة? Can you find من الرقبة? Can you find a slave to free? He kept it general, he says. So he said it's permissible. That which is strong is the view of the Jumhur al-Ulama, the majority of the scholars. And it's the qawl of Malik, wa Shafi'i, wa Ahmad, that it is not permissible except a what? Illa raqaba mu'minah, only a Muslim slave. And the evidence is وَمَنْ قَتَلَ مُؤْمِنًا مُتَعَمِّدًا, anyone who kills وَمَنْ قَتَلَ مُؤْمِنًا خَطَأً فَالتَّحْرِيرُ رَقَبَةٍ مُؤْمِنَةٍ وَدِيَّةٌ مُسَلَّمَةٌ إِلَى أَهْلِهِ. Anyone who kills a Muslim by accident, what is it upon him? فَالتَّحْرِيرُ رَقَبَةٍ مُؤْمِنَةٍ. The ayah restricted it. So every slave is restricted to this ayah. Now we all together. Every kafara is restricted to this ayah in Surah An-Nisa. Also the famous hadith of Jariyah, Abu Muawiyah ibn Hakam al-Sulami, when he came into the masjid, and he started to talk in the prayer. And the people, they heard him talking in the prayer. فَبَدَأُوا يَضْرِبُونَ أَفْقَاذَهُم. They were doing this, telling him to be quiet in the salah. Because they were praying and he's talking in the salah. While he was praying, he was talking, because the beginning, the prohibition of talking was not, it didn't come yet. يعني حافظوا على الصلاة والصلاة الوسطى وقوموا لله قانتين. قانتين means what? أي ساكتين, silent. Don't talk. Before they used to say, Allahu Akbar, Assalamu alaikum, كيف حالك? Everything's good. They used to be able to talk. When that ayah came down like in, prohibition came. So he thought he didn't know the ruling. So he started to talk, and so he got even more frustrated. He said, مَالِ أَرَاكُمْ تَضْرِبُونَ أَفْخَاذَكُمْ. Why are you guys hitting your thighs for? After Salah finished, the Prophet ﷺ said, who is it that was talking that loud? He said, it's me, Ya Rasulullah. Then the Prophet told him, he said, مَا ضَرَبَنِي وَمَا شَتَمَنِي. He did not beat me, he did not insult me. The Prophet ﷺ, he just told me that Salah is a ibadatun la yajuzu fihi, and it's not permissible in it speech, discussions, Salah, ibadah, focus. And then he said, he took the advice from the Prophet. Then he said, Ya Rasulullah, I have a slave girl, and she did something and I beat her up badly, and I want to free her. The Prophet said, bring the slave to me. So he brought her the slave. When he brought her, the Prophet ﷺ, he said, Ayn Allah. He said, Man ana? She said, Rasulullah. He said, Ayn Allah. She said, Fis sama. And then the Prophet ﷺ, he said, I'tiqha fa innaha mu'mina. Free her, she's a what? She's a believer. I'tiqha, like let her go. She's a free slave. So a lot of people heard that part of the hadith, right? But not the story of how it came about. Are we all together? So the scholars use from this, i'tiqha fa innaha mu'mina. Free her because she's a believing slave of Allah. So they said, you see, the Prophet conditioned that. Does that make sense? So what you're freeing has to be a what? A believer, that's what they said. So inshallah ta'ala, the qawl al-jumhur is stronger. And the Prophet ﷺ, he would have freed her if he had never asked her the questions, right? If that didn't matter. He tested her first. So, Hadith al-Imam Muslim narrated it in his Sahih. Another mas'ala that we take from it, the meaning of عدم استطاعة الصوم. The hadith mentions فهل تستطيع أن تصوم شهرين متتابعين. Can you fast 2 consecutive months? This hadith, the Prophet said to him, okay, are you able to fast 2 consecutive months? What does it mean 2 consecutive months? And what does he mean that I'm not able to do this? Some people will say, I can't fast every single day for 2 consecutive months. Yeah, come on, it's hard. Every day I can't do that. Someone might say it.
So what does it actually mean? Number one, it means when you say that, or the man said, I don't have the ability, it means shiddatu, the extreme physical effect that it's going to have on you. And this can occur in multiple ways. Are we all together? For example, this person, maybe 1 month he can do it. Like another month, it's going to affect him. The work, labor that he has, the things that he cannot do that. Okay, he can't do that. Also, some people have an illness where intimacy is an issue for them. So what might happen is the whole day, if he's told for 2 months, basically you can't be intimate any time of the daytime. Okay? And this also might cause him to do another intimacy again. Some of the scholars, they put that into not being able to do it. Okay, so there's a lot of scholars, they mention that this moves from the 2 consecutive months to fasting, giving 60 miskin. Okay, and this is the strongest opinion in the Shafi'iyah. Ibn Mulaqin mentions this, and Ibn Hajjar rahimahullah ta'ala mentions it. Imam Ahmad gave rahimahullah ta'ala the fatwa, if a person has excessive shahwa, extreme desires, okay, and he can't hold himself together, okay, and so he is scared that if he fasts, he's going to do it again. The Shaykh Imam Ahmad said in that situation he can break his fast and feed because he fears for himself. But the 2 consecutive months means you can't break 1 day. Days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, every day, no stopping. Another mas'ala that we take from it is, what is the amount that you give to the poor? Okay, the scholars, they discuss this issue a lot. Like in inshaAllah ta'ala, that which seems apparent, wallahu a'lam, is whatever the people of the land consider it. If you buy him 60, you buy the chicken and chips from Al-Bayk, and you feed him, you've done your part. Because the hadith that mentioned 30 sa'an and mud and etc. was the food and the amount of that time, صح? So فهل تجد ما تطعم 60 مسكينا is general. You just have to give, not premium, it's not a condition. And of course, you can't give him peanuts and say, yeah, eat this. And the people don't consider it to be food, صح? Or you gave him banana and you gave him fruits and said, eat this. Is this considered food? Yeah? It's not considered food. It has to be food. Okay? Also, a woman, does she have to also do kafara? Scholars discuss this. Because remember, this man, when he came and he said, I had intimacy with my wife, the Messenger ﷺ didn't say to him, okay, where's the woman as well? He didn't ask about her. He only dealt with the man, صح? So the question here is, the woman, هل عليها كفارة? Is there upon her kafara, كالرجل أم لا? Like the man. Some of the scholars, they mention that this hadith is the evidence that it's not obligatory on the woman if there's if she's intimate, there's nothing upon her. استدل بعض العلماء this hadith على أنه لا يجب في الجماعة إلا كفارة واحدة على الرجل وحده. Only one person has to pay, and it's the man. The woman don't have to. Because the Prophet ﷺ never mentioned the woman at all. All the time he refers to the man. He says to him, هل تستطيع? He didn't say هل تستطيعان? Are you both able to? He just said, are you able to? He said to him, هل تجد? In different wordings. In another place he said, تصدق بهذا. You give this صدقة. صح? أطعم هذا عندك. And etc. And this is the qawl of Al-Imam Al-Awza'i wal-Shafi'i في الأصح, and Ahmad في رواية, and it's the madhab of Ahl al-Zahiriyah.
Abu Hanifa, Malik and Ahmad in the Mu'tamad of their madhab, and it's another statement of Imam al-Shafi'i, and it's the view that was taken by Ibn al-Mundhir, is that the kafara is also upon the woman, because she also she destroyed her fasting by having intimacy, which is a thing that breaks her fasting, and that's the strongest opinion. The hadith did not mention her because she didn't expose herself. She didn't come out and say, Ya Rasul, I did this. This man, he came and spoke. So because it's a sensitive issue, only he was given the ruling. But like in the woman, lam ta'tarif. She did not come out and speak about her own self and say, I did this and I did not do this. And some of the scholars, they took from this that the woman she wasn't the one who instigated it. He was the one who instigated it, and hakada, because he said, halaktu, I destroyed. Wa ahlaktu, and I destroyed someone. So that means he's referring to his wife. Sah? So she was, well, the scholars have mentioned, he destroyed her by doing it. Now, another benefit that we take from it is kafara, which is expiations. Do they get lifted from you if you're unable to do it? Or if it's very, very hard for you? Because at the end the Prophet said to the man, اذهب فأطعم أهلك, صح? Take this and feed your family. This shows you that the kafara, the expiation, can be lifted from the person who's unable to do it, or if it's very, very, very hard on the person. And he takes us to the ayats of the Qur'an where it says, فَاتَّقُوا اللَّهَ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُمْ. Fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as much as you're able to. And because the qa'idah is لأن الواجبات تسقط بالعجز. Anything that's wajib is lifted from you by there being ajz, if you're not able to do that. So this means the kafara of dhihar, where a man says to a woman, you are like the back of my mother, for example. In Surah Al-Mujadala or Mujadila, you can say both. Or the yameen and things like that.
وعن أم سلمة رضي الله عنها أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان يصبح جنبا من جماع ثم يغتسل ويصوم، متفق عليه. وزاد مسلم في حديث أم سلمة ولا يقضي.
There's one mas'ala I want to go back to, which is the qada of the day. Does it drop because of the kafara he gave, or does he have to bring back the fasting? Because this hadith, it didn't mention he was told to bring it back, sir. So there are some narrations that have come where the man was told to bring back the fasting. He was told to bring it back. But those narrations are weak. They're not strong narrations. Like in Hafiz ibn Hajar in Fath al-Bari, he says, it is sahih bi mujma' al-turuqiyah. If you bring all of the wordings together and all of the narrations, they strengthen each other, support each other. So ala kulli hal, you also have to bring it back if you deliberately ate or deliberately drank, or you had intimacy deliberately. Give the kafara and you also bring it back. Our mother Aisha and Salama, they both narrated that the Prophet ﷺ كان يصبح جنوبا, that the Prophet ﷺ, he would wake up in a state of major impurity. Min jima'in, because of intimacy he had with them at night time. Yani the Fajr, adhan will go off. And the Prophet ﷺ is in a state of major impurity from intimacy he had last night. ثم يغتسل, then after Fajr, the adhan goes off, he would do ghusl and he would fast. And that won't affect his fasting. Because the intimacy happened when? The night before. It didn't happen after Fajr. And being in that state does not mean that you can't fast. And similar to that is the woman who's on her menses. It stopped at the night before. Fajr came in, she said, I'm going to do it in the morning when Fajr comes in. Still, she fasts that day because it stopped. Okay, let's take some masail from this hadith. Number one, the benefit we take from it, it's permissible to delay your ghusl until after Fajr. But you still wake up for your suhoor. Yeah, you can still wake up for suhoor. You wake up for your suhoor, you have intimacy, you have your suhoor, and then you go back to sleep. And then you wake up for fajr when the adhan goes off. Huh? And then you do ghusl and wudu. It's fine. This is fine. And your fasting is valid. This hadith is a aslu fi hadhihi al-mas'ala. This hadith is like the backbone of this discussion. And it's a dalilun sahihun sarihun. It's an evidence that's authentic and it's clear in the issue. Sahih? The dalala, what it indicates, is clear. Sah? And this is the view that the Jumhur Ahl al-Ilmi from the four madahibs they took. There is a khilaf which was old that happened between the companions on this issue and the tabi'ina, where they said that there's no fasting. Abu Hurairah, was transmitted from him that he said there's no fasting. Abu Hurairah, Al-Hasan al-Basri, and Salim ibn Abdullah ibn Umar ibn Khattab, and other than them, they held that opinion. And they used a hadith of Abu Hurairah where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Abu Hurairah attributed to the Prophet, أن من أصبح جنوبا فلا صيام له. Okay? They use those evidences. Like in inshallah ta'ala, the evidence is that the intimacy, if it happens after, is when there's a problem, not before. And this hadith is evidence. What about if the man was having intimacy and Fajr came in? Okay? The adhan went off and he is intimate. The man, first of all, of course, no doubt, he has to stop. Okay? But the fact that he's stopping, does this destroy his fasting or not? Ahmad ibn Hanbal and others, they say, this still is included in the intimacy, so upon him is al-qadha wal-kafara. He has to bring back the fasting and he also has to do expiation. Malik, he said, his fasting is not destroyed and there's no kafara on him. Abu Hanifa and Shafi'i and a riwayah of an Imam Ahmad as well says that the person stopping and getting out of the situation is not considered intimacy, and it is not expiation, and it doesn't destroy his fasting. And they use evidences where if a person is eating and the food is in his mouth, if he swallows that, whatever is in his mouth, it doesn't break his fast, but he can't take on food and just keep eating more. Naam.
وعن عائشة رضي الله عنها أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال من مات وعليه صيام صام عنه وليه متفق عليه.
من مات, anyone who dies, وعليه صيام, and there is fasting upon him, صام عنه وليه, the people that you are a guardian of, they fast on your behalf. This hadith, Bukhari and Muslim both narrated it. So you were in a state of Ramadan came in. There is days of Ramadan where you didn't fast or you missed. The days that are about to come, that's not upon you. But the days that you missed because of your sickness or illnesses, or who fasts for you, صَامَ عَنْهُ وَلِيُّهُ, your children, they have to fast on your behalf. صَامَ عَنْهُ وَلِيُّهُ, the scholars, they say, هذا, this is a خبر بمعنى الأمر. It's what the ulama refer to as خبرية لفظا إنشائية المعنى. It's a statement, صام عنه وليه, but it's intended a command. It basically means, let the guardian fast on behalf of their loved one, and the children, etc. They're like, as Allah said, وَالْوَالِدَاتِ يُرْضِعْنَا. وَالْوَالِدَاتِ يُرْضِعْنَا here again is what خبرية اللفظ إنشائية المعنى. أما والمطلقات يتربصن is again خبرية لفظا إنشائية المعنى. Allah is not just informing us of this, He's commanding us it. When He says وَالْوَالِدَاتِ يُرْضِعْنَا, it's not a statement, it's a command. Let those women breastfeed their children. That makes sense. But like in it's khabar, if you look at it, the way it's structured, it's a khabar. Like in a command is intended. It happens. And the wali is the qareeb, it's the person who's closest to you, the family members. It's your relative. your family. They fast on your behalf. So this hadith, the benefit that we take from this hadith is if somebody dies and there is fasting upon him, then your close relatives and family members fast on your behalf. Like for example, a woman who was on her menses. Okay? She was on her hadat, and then after a few days she died. She missed 7 days of the fast of Ramadan and she died after that. Or a man who was sick. Or a musafir, a person who's a traveler. This is what the hadith is referring to. What about if the person he's very negligent, he's very careless about bringing it back? They also talk about this issue. And he could have brought it back. He had enough time. Just doesn't really care. يتساهل. They talk about it. The first view of scholars say if the person was negligent, careless, wasn't trying to bring it back, لا يقضى عنه مطلقا. We don't pay on his behalf unrestrictedly. Whether this is a fasting which is obligatory, whether it's a fasting where he made it obligatory on himself, like As-Siyam nadhirin. And this is the qawl of the Jumhur من الحنفية والمالكية والشافعية. And they use the hadith من مات وعليه الصيام فليطعم عنه كل يوم مسكينا. The person who dies and there is upon him fasting, okay, fasting of Ramadan, then give on every day on his behalf food to one miskin. Yani, so the qada is not, you don't come with it, you don't pay it by fasting for them, but you just do a kafara on their behalf. And the argument here is what? That the fasting is a ibadatun badaniyah. It's a physical ibadah, physical. لا تدخلها النية في حال الحياة مع العجز. And an intention cannot enter it when the person was unable to do it. Yani when he was there, he didn't do it because he wasn't able to do it, for example, he's excused in that regard. Like, and if he was negligent, that's a different story. Another view is أن من مات وعليه صيام. Another view is that the person who dies and there is fasting upon him. The fasting is one of two. Allah made it wajib on you, or you made it wajib on yourself. If Allah made it wajib on you, it's like Ramadan, for instance. Or you made it wajib on yourself, this is called sawmu nadhirin. It's a nadhar. You made an oath. You said, oh Allah, if you do this for me, I promise I will fast. Yes, Allah gave you what you wanted, now you have to fast. Then in this situation they said, if someone died and there is fasting of nadhar on him, then it's permissible for you to give on their behalf. As for Ramadan, and other than Ramadan, فَلَا يُقْضَى عَنْهُ. You can't give on behalf of somebody Ramadan. This is the call of the Hanabila, and it's the view Ibn al-Qayyim chose, rahimahullah ta'ala. There's another view which says, أَنَّ مَنْ مَاتَ وَعَلَيْهِ الصِّيَامُ يُقْضَى عَنْهُ مُطْلَقًا. If someone dies, there is fasting upon him, you have to pay back that fasting unrestrictedly. Whether it's fasting which is wajib, or whether it's voluntary, or whether it's not, it doesn't matter. This is the call of Al-Shafi'i fil Qadim, early. His old view. It's the view of Abu Muhammad ibn Hazmin, rahimahullah, and it's the view Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, he took.
باب صوم التطوع ما نهي عن صومه. عن أبي قتادة الأنصاري رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم سئل عن صوم يوم عرفة فقال يكفر السنة الماضية والباقية. وسئل عن صوم يوم عاشوراء فقال يكفر السنة الماضية. وسئل عن صوم يوم الاثنين فقال ذلك يوم ولدت فيه وبعثت فيه وأنزل علي فيه. رواه مسلم.
We're now going to go into this hadith which Al-Imam Muslim rahimahullah ta'ala narrated. Al-Imam Muslim narrated this in his Sahih. Hadith Abi Qatada al-Ansari. His name is Abu Qatada ibn Rib'i ibn Buldumah al-Ansari al-Khazraji al-Sulami ama al-Salami bifathatayn. Some scholars, they said no, his name is Al-Nu'man. Some said his name is Amr. Some said his name is Al-Harith. There's disputes. Abu Qatada, he participated in the battle of Uhud wa ma ba'daha, and anything that came after it. As for him participating in the battle of Badr, then there's no evidence for that. He used to be called Abu Qatada, Farisu Rasulillahi sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet's Faris, horseman. He died sanata 54.
54 Hijriya he passed away. Ala Sahih. Al-Imam Muslim narrated this in his Sahih in the chapter of fasting. Abu Dawud also narrated it, and Tirmidhi and Ibn Majah. Hafidh here didn't mention to us that he changed the hadith a little bit. Hadith is longer in Sahih Muslim if you go there. What Hafidh did like it was, he changed according to what he needed from the narration. He actually did taqdeem wa ta'khir. He even changed the sequence of the order without actually pointing that out to us, like he normally does. Rahimahullah ta'ala, he does mention it, al-ahadith bil-ikhtisar, he says, or etc. He didn't do that here. Or he says, for example, sometimes al-hadith, things like that, where he's trying to point to us that he has maybe cut a portion out of it, put this one before this one. He didn't do any of that, so that's a few points there. The benefits that we take from the hadith is the fasting of the day of Arafah. This hadith shows us the virtue of fasting the day of Arafah. And Arafah is the 9th of which month? Shahru Dhul Hijjah, sah? It's the 9th of Dhul Hijjah. So that person who fasts on that day, on the 9th, has fasted the greatest form of fasting in the entire year. And we're talking about the voluntary fasting. The most virtuous voluntary fasting is the fasting of the day of Arafah. بِإِجْمَاعِ أَهْلِ الْعِلْمِ. This is by consensus of the scholars. Because the Prophet ﷺ, he told us in the hadith, إِنَّهُ يُكَفِّرُ سَنَتَيْنِ. The fasting of the day of Arafah is an expiation for 2 years. The year before and the year after. Whereas the day of Ashura, it's only an expiation the year before, not the year after. So it's better than the year of. Which one's better? Yawm Arafah is better because Yawm Arafah is 2 years. التي قبله والتي بعده. So it's better. Lakin Ashura is what? التي قبله, before. The majority of the scholars are of the opinion that the virtue of Arafah is for the person who is not in a state of Hajj. Okay? Jumhur al-ulama, they have the understanding and the view أن المقصود, that which is intended is what? That which is intended is غير الحج, the one who is not in a state of Hajj. Because the one who is in the state of Hajj, what is better for him? To fast or not to fast? To not fast. That's what's better for him. Okay? وَأَمَّا الْحَاجُّ فَالْأَفْضَلُ لَهُ الْفِطْرُ. And this is based on the hadith of al-Fadl bint al-Harith. Another mas'ala that we take from this is that it's an expiation for the year that has passed and the year that's to come. Does this encompass the major and the minor, or is it specific to the minor? Strongest opinion is it's referring to the minor sins. The major sins, they require a tawbah. Righteous deeds cannot expiate major sins. إن الحسنات يذهبن السيئات. This is referring to the minor sins. Major sins, what do they require? Tawbah. You have to come with the repentance. This is what is the strongest opinion. And because the Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned it in the hadith, As-Salawatul Khams, Wal-Jum'atu ila al-Jum'ah, Wal-Umratu ila al-Umrah, Kaffaratun lima baynahunna, إذا اجتنبت الكبائر. The Prophet said, إذا اجتنبت الكبائر. That the 5 daily prayers, one to the other, is an expiation. One Jumu'ah to another Jumu'ah is a kafara. One Ramadan to another Ramadan is an expiation. One Umrah to another Umrah is an expiation. Mukaffiratun ma baynahunna. It's an expiation in between. The hadith says, إِذَا اجْتُنِبَتِ الْكَبَائِرِ, as long as you stay away from what? The major sins. So this means major sins require repentance, at-tawbah, which has all the conditions, الندم والإقلاع والعزم ألا يعود إليه, regret. You have to have an unwavering conviction. العزم ألا يعود إليه, that you make a decision that you're never going to go back to it. And al-iqla', you have to get away from the sin. You cannot be around it. That's if it's only Allah's rights. But if it's the rights of a makhluq, a human being, then of course, bara'atu dhimma. You have to free yourself from those people whose rights you have taken. صح? يعني التحلل من المظالم. You have to go and ask them for forgiveness and give them their rights. Of course, somebody might not do minor sins. Somebody might not do righteous actions. Like if you want your major sins to be forgiven, specifically want a major sin that you did, you prayed Dhuhr in Jama'ah or Asr right now in Jama'ah, that will get rid of the minor sins. When the man kissed a woman and he said, Ya Rasulullah, I kissed a woman. The Prophet said, did you pray with us? Yes. He said, this expiates it for you. إِنَّ الْحَسَنَاتِ يُذْهِبْنَ السَّيِّئَاتِ. Or you touch a woman, that's not lawful for you. The righteous deeds that you do, sadaqah, and all of that will expiate it for you. Like in major, only thing that you need, or the thing that you need is a tawbah. Also another benefit that we take from it, that is highly recommended to fast the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. The Prophet said sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, ما من أيام العمل الصالح فيهن أحب إلى الله من هذه الأيام العشر. فقالوا يا رسول الله ولا الجهاد في سبيل الله؟ قال ولا الجهاد في سبيل الله إلا رجل خرج بنفسه وماله فلم يرجع من ذلك بشيء. So these 10 days are the most beloved 10 days to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. There are no days that are more beloved to Allah than these 10 days of Dhul Hijjah, the first 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. Any righteous actions that are done in those 10 days, it's the best 10 days. The best 10 nights is the last 10 nights of Ramadan. But the best 10 days, not nights, days, is the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. So nights are for who? Ramadan. Days is for who? That's why some of the ulama, they said وَلَيَالٍ عَشْرٍ is not referring to the days of Dhul Hijjah. Because the highest is وَلَيَالٍ عَشْرٍ, صح? Because layali is the night time. Even though we have the Tafsir ibn Abbas and others who refer to it as what, the 10 days of Dhul Hijjah. So there's a khilaf here, what is meant by it. Another benefit that we take from this hadith is the day of Yawm Ashura, you have to have an intention specifically for it. And we already took that the voluntary fasting, you don't have to have an intention. You can wake up in the morning, just like the Prophet ﷺ woke up in the morning and he asked his wife, do you guys have any food? Yeah? They said, La ya Rasulullah. And then he said, Inni idhan sa'imun, I am fasting. Sah? Like that's when the voluntary is unrestricted. It's just a random day you just want to fast. But what about if the voluntary is a day that's specific? Like Yawm Ashura, like Yawm Arafah. Do you have to specify the intention? Some of the scholars, they said, there has to be an intention for the day of Ashura, the day of Arafah, because they're not just voluntary, they're a specific day, they have to have a specific intention. Okay? And they use as evidence the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ where he said, إِذَا رَأَيْتَ هِلَالَ الْمُحَرَّمِ, if you see the crescent or the moon of Muharram, the Prophet said, فَعْدُدْ, count the days. Count it. And on the 9th, be a person who's fasting. Hadith Sahih Muslim. So they took that from it. They also take the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ where he said, hadith of Abbas, حين صام رسول الله يوم عاشوراء, when he fasted on the day of Ashura, the Prophet
وَأَمَرَ بِالصِّيَامِ, and he commanded the people to fast. They said the ones who were told to fast didn't have intention. They found out later. وهكذا, so there's those differences there. Also, another benefit that we take from this hadith is that fasting on Mondays and Thursdays, or Mondays, because that's the day that the Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned he was what? ذَاكَ يَوْمُ وُلِدْتُ فِيهِ, it's the day which I was born. وَبُعِثْتُ, which I was sent out as a prophet. أَوْ أُنزِلَتْ عَلَيَّ فِيهِ, or the revelation was sent onto me. And then the day of the Monday is a very significant day. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has honored us with 3 great things on that day. Number 1, the greatest man was born on that day. Salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi. Sayyidu waladi Adam, the master of the children of Adam, was born. Khatamun Nabiyyin wa Imam al-Mursaleen, Muhammad ibn Abdullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, was born on Monday. That's a great day. Second thing is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent him as a what? Prophet on a Monday. Again, that's a great thing. Hidayatun nas, for the people to be guided. Also, the Qur'an was sent down on a Monday, which is a what? Shifa'ul linnas, a cure to the people's problems. وَنُنَزِّلُ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ مَا هُوَ شِفَاءٌ وَرَحْمَةٌ لِلْمُؤْمِنِينَ, and a mercy to the people. And some of the people, they use this hadith to say that it is permissible to celebrate the Prophet ﷺ's birthday, because the Prophet here mentioned in the hadith, ذَاكَ يَوْمُ وُلِدْتُ فِيهِ, it was a day which I was born. So because the Prophet mentioned it was a day he was born, then we should, that day we should celebrate it. Response to that is, number 1, the Prophet didn't specify only Monday. Salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi. Yani he didn't specify the day in which he was born on a Monday. He made it every single Monday of every single Monday of every single month. He kept it general, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And we know that that Monday might be in accordance to the day he was born, or it may not be in the day where he was born. Sah? Sah? Because he can change. Secondly is, what the Prophet ﷺ has said was to fast on a Monday. And no one would question that. Everybody believes you should fast on a Monday. Because the ibadat is tawqifiyya. That's what he told us. We are slaves. We need to follow the master, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So if you're going to do something, use that day to fast, not to celebrate it. Also, that's not the only day that the Prophet ﷺ mentioned. Thursday is also a day of significance in the week that should be fasted. The Prophet ﷺ, he said, ذَانِكَ يَوْمَانِ تُعْرَضُ فِيهِمَا الْأَعْمَالُ عَلَى رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Mondays and Thursdays are the 2 days where the actions are presented to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. فَأُحِبُّ أَنْ يُعْرَضَ عَمَلِي وَأَنَا صَائِمٌ. And the Prophet said, I would love for my actions to be presented to Allah those 2 days, and I'm fasting. Then fasting Mondays and Thursdays, okay, is 2 days where actions are being presented to Allah. And when your action is being presented, what should you do? You should try to be fasting that day. Naam.
وعن أبي أيوب الأنصاري رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: من صام رمضان ثم أتبعه 6 من شوال كان كصيام الدهر. رواه مسلم.
This hadith, Al-Imam Muslim narrated it, as the author rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned. As the author rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned, this hadith, Al-Imam Muslim narrated it, وغيره, and other than him. And they narrated it from the sanad of Sa'ad ibn Sa'id al-Ansari, who is the brother of Yahya ibn Sa'id al-Imam. عن عمر بن ثابت الخزرجي عن أبي أيوب خالد بن زيد الأنصاري. Muslim narrated this in the book of fasting. Abu Dawood also narrated it in the book of fasting. Tirmidhi also narrated it in the book of fasting. And Ibn Majah narrated this hadith in the book of fasting. All of them narrated it from the sanad of Sa'ad ibn Sa'id al-Ansari. And the wordings that they have used is bi-alfadh mutaqariba. The wordings are very similar and close. Let's look at the hadith, inshallah ta'ala. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, "Man sama Ramadana," anyone who fasts the month of Ramadan, ثم أتبعه ستا من شوال, and then follows it up with 6 days of Shawwal, كان كصيام الدهر, it's like you fasted the entire year. But it has to be followed with what? The month of Ramadan. That's the first qawl. Does that make sense? So you fasted the month of Ramadan, which is 30 days, and then you followed it up with 6 days of Shawwal, which we're going to go into this mas'ala, inshallah ta'ala. Now it makes 360 days. Sah? Abu Hurairah, if there was a man who came to him and he wanted Abu Hurairah to go and eat with him, Abu Hurairah said, "I'm fasting." The man said, "Okay." Later, the man saw Abu Hurairah eating at Asr time. He said, "You told me that you were fasting, Abu Hurairah. And here you are now, you're eating." He said that the Prophet ﷺ said, "Man sama Ramadana thumma atba'ahu sittan min Shawwal, kana ka siyam al-dahri." Are we all together? Meaning he didn't want to fast with the man, eat with the man. He saw him as a problem. But what did he use? What the ulama refer to as at-ta'rid. At-ta'rid, what does it mean? It's when you use an indirect statement where the person can understand it multiple ways. You're not lying, but you're using a word that the person can understand it multiple ways. So, as long as you don't say wallahi with it, it's fine. But if you say wallahi, it's not what you intended. It's what the person understood from it. So, are we all together, brothers? Like for example, if you say to somebody, "I'm there," what does he understand from it? That you're there downstairs now, sah? But you said when you're saying on the phone, "I'm there," what does it mean? Huh? It can have multiple meanings. I'm not giving ideas to anyone. Huh? But it can take multiple meanings, right? So if there's a circumstance where a person uses that without lying, and that can be understood so many different ways. When the man asked the Prophet ﷺ, he said, "Where did you guys come from?" After the Prophet asked him about Quraysh, how many are they in number? How many camels do they slaughter a day? When he told him, the Prophet ﷺ said, "Their number is between that and that." The man then said, "Where are you guys from?" And then the Prophet said, "Min ma', water." Now that statement could give the impression that he's from the direction of where the water is, which is not Medina. Sah? Or min ma'in, we originally come from what? The semen of our fathers, right? So Allah created us from water, subhanahu wa ta'ala. Sah? Does that make sense? And he gave him a statement that the man didn't know what to work with. It's confusing. Sah? This hadith, what we benefit from it is the fasting of the 6 days of Shawwal. That is highly recommended. But that's after you finish the month of Ramadan. And this is the madhab of Imam Shafi'i and Ahmed, and other than them, Abu Hanifa and Malik, they say, is disliked, but it's not recommended. Yani Shafi'iyya believe fast the first 30 days of Ramadan, or 29, finish that first. Yeah. And then, because the hadith says, "Man sama Ramadana," the person who fasts Ramadan. Thumma, and after that. Thumma is a atf which shows what? It's a atf which shows a tarahi. There's a sequence. That this came first, and then after this came. So if there's days of Ramadan outstanding, what do you do in that situation? So there's two views now here in this situation. Some of the ulama who say, there's a wajib on your neck. How can you think about a mustahab? You have a wajib to give back. You cannot be engaging in something that is recommended. No, you shouldn't be doing that. So finish off the wajib first, give back the wajib, and then get engaged in the what? In the 6 days of Shawwal. The strongest opinion is, my brothers and sisters, is وَالْجَمْعُ وَاجِبٌ مَتَى مَا أَمْكَنَهُ. Because some scholars, they say we're not looking at wajib versus voluntary. We're looking at a mudayyak versus a muwassa'. What does that mean?
an act which is limited and one that's not limited. Because fasting of Ramadan is not limited. I can bring it back Shawwal. I've got the whole year. I've got time. Whereas this one finishes in this month of what? No, I can bring it back Sha'ban, next year Sha'ban. These days of Shawwal is limited. After Shawwal, I can't bring back those 6 days. So they're saying it is a restricted versus a unrestricted. Does that make sense? And they say based on that, which one should be prioritized? The restricted over the unrestricted. But there's a way to reconcile it. If you've missed, like for example, 10 days, 5 days, then you can bring back those days first and then fast those 6 days of Shawwal. Make sense? That's better. Or you missed 2 or 3 days. Bring back those 2 or 3 days and then do your 6 days of Shawwal. But if a person has not fasted none of the days of Ramadan, sick the whole month, and on the day of Eid, subhanAllah, somehow, or halfway in the month of Shawwal, they got better. So 1 month and a half they've been sick. And now that what's left from Shawwal is like 15 or 14 days left, he gets very healthy, is good. In this situation, la ba'sa bihi, there's no harm to say, okay, fast the days of Shawwal. Makes sense? Because he's not fasting the entire month of Ramadan. Are we all together? So combining between it is first priority. If you can't combine, or if you can combine, combine. If you can't combine that, there's no way for you to combine, then give the days of Shawwal, 6 days of Shawwal, fast it, and then bring back the month of Ramadan.
وعن أبي سعيد الخدري رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ما من عبد يصوم يوما في سبيل الله إلا باعد الله بذلك اليوم عن وجهه النار 70 خريفا متفق عليه واللفظ لمسلم.
This hadith, Abi Sa'id al-Khudri narrated it. Abi Sa'id al-Khudri's name is what? Sa'ad ibn Malik ibn Sinan ibn Ubayd al-Ansari al-Khazraji, Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. He's very famous and he's known by his what? By his kunya. He's a companion and his father is also a companion. Lahu wa li abihi as-suhbah. The battle of Uhud, he was turned back. In the battle of Uhud, he was turned back and he was said that you're too young. And his father died in the battle of Uhud. After the battle of Uhud onwards, he participated in the battles. And he's considered from the what? وَالْمُكْثِرُونَ فِي رِوَايَةِ الْخُبَرِ مِنَ الصَّحَابَةِ الْأَكَارِمِ الْغُرَرِ. He's considered to be what? الْمُكْثِرِينَ بِالرُّوَاةِ الْحَدِيثِ. He's from those who narrated a lot of hadith. رضي الله تعالى عنه. Abi Sa'id al-Khudri. The hadith is narrated by Bukhari and who? Muslim. Where the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, he said, ما من عبد, there is not a slave, يصوم يوما, he fasts a day, في سبيل الله, for the sake of Allah, إلا باعد الله, except that Allah will distance بذلك اليوم, that day in which he fasted, عن وجهه النار, Allah will distance from your face 70 خريفا. Kharif is what? A year. Yani yearly cycle. Yani it's a season, right? It's a what? It's a season. And a kharif is used in this context for a year. Yani 70 years. A distance of 70 years, that's how far Allah will distance you from the hellfire. The word face here is ذكر البعض وإرادة الكل. It means not just your face is going to be distanced from it and your legs and your body is going to be in the hellfire. It means it means that your entirety, because the face is what represents the person's identity. صح? So the face here means the entirety of the person. That person will be distanced from the hellfire 70 خريفا. And Kharif is one of the 4 seasons of the year, صح? So if the season only comes how many times a year? Each season, how many times does it come? Once. And then that's 1 year, right? Every Kharif. Okay, it means 1 year. But the scholars, they said that the 70 here, is it actually like literally meant by 70, or is it min babi takfir?
Like قوله تعالى استغفر لهم أو لا تستغفر لهم إن تستغفر لهم 70 مرة فلن يغفر الله لهم. And if the Prophet asked Allah's forgiveness for them 71 times, will Allah accept it? No. So what is intended here? It's actually intended as إرادة التكثير. Say a lot. That's what that great Imam Ibn Daqiq Al-Eid says in his Kitab Ihkam al-Ahkam. The benefit that we take from this hadith is what? The combining between fasting and fighting for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which shows you the status of fighting. If the fighting is what? Something legislated by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If it's a correct jihad, with the conditions met. Okay? Not just corruption and harm, then the virtue of it. Okay? And fasting being mentioned with this deed shows you the status of what? This deed. Also, the benefit we take from the hadith is how important things being done fi sabilillahi, for the sake of Allah. That an action is done for whose sake? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Not for your own sake. Not for people to recognize and appreciate you. You do it for whose sake? إخلاصنا لله صف القلب من إرادة سواه فاحذر يا فطين. You do it for Allah's sake subhanahu wa ta'ala. May Allah make us from those who are sincere, who do their actions for whose sake? For His sake subhanahu wa ta'ala. نعم.
وعن عائشة رضي الله عنها قالت كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يصوم حتى نقول لا يفطر ويفطر حتى نقول لا يصوم وما رأيت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم استكمل صيام شهر قط إلا رمضان وما رأيته في شهر أكثر منه صياما في شعبان متفق عليه واللفظ لمسلم.
This hadith, our mother Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha, she narrated it. And this hadith, Al-Imam Bukhari narrated it and Muslim. And the wording, as Al-Imam Hafiz ibn Hajar mentioned, it is the wording of Al-Imam Muslim. But also Al-Imam Malik narrated this hadith in his Muwatta, in Kitab As-Siyam. He narrated it from our mother Aisha radiallahu ta'ala anha. When Al-Imam Ibn Hajar here, he said, Muttafaqun alayhi wal lafdhu li muslimin. When I went back to Sahih Muslim to check the hadith, it didn't make sense to me why he specifically said that the wording is the wording of Al-Imam Muslim. Because Al-Imam Al-Bukhari, this hadith, he also brought it in this wording. So what's the significance of him saying وَاللَّفْظُ لِمُسْلِمٍ if Bukhari himself narrated the hadith بهذا اللفظ, in that wording? Wallahu a'lam, Allah knows best subhanahu wa ta'ala. The benefits that we take from the hadith is that it's also recommended to fast unrestrictedly. Because the hadith, what did it say? كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يصوم, he used to just fast حتى نقول, until we would say لا يفطر, he's never going to break his fast. ويفطر, and sometimes he would break his fast حتى نقول, until we would say to us لا يصوم, he's never going to fast again. وما رأيت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم, I never saw the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, she said, استكمل صيام شهر قط, I never saw the Prophet complete an entire month, voluntary fasting of course, where he fasted the entire month. إلا رمضان, she said, I never saw the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم fast an entire month from من أوله إلى آخره, the entirety of it, except the month of Ramadan. That's the only month I saw him, she said, where he would fast the entirety. وما رأيت في شهر أكثر منه صياما, and I didn't see a month where he fasted the majority of it. And he made sure that he fasted the majority of the month than the month of Sha'ban, which is the month that we're in. And this shows you, number one, fasting every single day in the year is a virtuous deed. Because the hadith says, كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يصوم حتى نقول لا يفطر. So to fast every day is a virtuous deed. Fasting is a good deed for you to do. Another benefit that we take from the hadith is the fasting of the days of Sha'ban, how that is recommended. And we already said, brothers and sisters, if the month of Sha'ban, if half of it comes and you haven't fasted the previous half, is problematic. And now we've already passed half of Sha'ban. So now if you say, I'm going to initiate it, it's a bit problematic now. Because of the hadith, إِذَا انْتَصَفَ شَعْبَانِ, if the month of Sha'ban's second half starts, then there is no fasting for anybody. But if you started from the beginning and you were fasting مثلا Mondays and Thursdays every day or every Mondays and Thursdays in Sha'ban, you can carry on until the last day, even if it's a day or two before Ramadan. Or you were fasting every other day in the month of Sha'ban from the beginning, or from the first half you started it, you can carry on the second half. But to start the second half is a problem. We spoke about this issue, okay, that it is better to not do that. Okay, there's a difference of opinion on this issue, and we discussed it previously. Now,
وعن أبي ذر رضي الله عنه قال أمرنا رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أن نصوم من الشهر 3 أيام 13 و14 و15 رواه النسائي والترمذي وصححه ابن حبان.
This hadith Abi Dharr and Imam al-Tirmidhi and Nasa'i, they both narrated it as the author rahimahullah mentioned, and they narrated it from the narration of Musa ibn Talha and Abi Dharr Jund ibn Junada, that's his name. Then there's a difference of opinion. Musa ibn Talha, him narrating from Abi Dharr. Nasa'i has a discussion related to this issue. Now, a few points regarding what Nasa'i did. Ibn Hajar here, he chose the wording of Imam al-Nasa'i rahimahullah ta'ala. The wording here is whose wording? It's Lafdh al-Nasa'i. So he should have pointed out Imam Ibn Hajar that the wording is whose wording? Nasa'i's wording. Also, Ibn Hajar, did he here mention the authenticating of Imam al-Tirmidhi? Did he mention it? No, he said رواه النسائي والترمذي. Nasa'i narrated this hadith and Tirmidhi وصححه ابن حبان. Ibn Hibban graded this hadith to be sahih. But Ibn Hibban is not the only one who made it sahih. Tirmidhi also graded the hadith to be hasan. And if the hadith is in Jami' Tirmidhi, and also Tirmidhi has placed a grading on it, he should have mentioned also the grading with it, right? As he was doing before. وقال الترمذي حديث حسن صحيح, for example, he would say صح. And then Tirmidhi said this hadith is what? Authentic. Okay? Hafiz ibn Hajar never mentioned that. And this is considered, when it comes to grading hadith, is considered a qusur, deficiency, in when you're grading the hadith. And it goes against the qawa'id of the people of ilm, the people of hadith, that the hadith, if it is mentioned in a madan, a source, this person whose source you used, if he has placed a grading on it, you need to mention his grading. To inform them of that. Another point, which is, Hafiz mentioned the tasheeh of Ibn Hibban for this hadith, but he also left off the authenticating of the teacher of Ibn Hibban, Muhammad ibn Ishaq, Ibn Khuzaymah, Imam al-A'imma, the teacher of Ibn Hibban. And before, that's what he was doing for us. He was informing us of Ibn Hibban's tasheeh and also Ibn Khuzaymah's tasheeh. Why? Because of what Iraqi mentions, وَخُذْ زِيَادَةَ الصَّحِيحِ إِذْ تُنَصْ صِحَّتُهُ أَوْ مِن مُصَنَّفٍ يُصَحْ نحو ابن حبان وابن خزيمة وكالمستدرك على تساهل وقال من فرد. يعني books of hadith which are sahih, meaning the author's condition, صحة, is who? Bukhari, Muslim, and who? Ibn Khuzaymah and Ibn Hibban and Mustadrak, Hakim is in Mustadrak. So he should have mentioned for us as well the tasheeh of who? Ibn Khuzaymah. Ibn Khuzaymah's tasheeh is actually more stronger than his student Ibn Hibban. So it would have been mentioned, for him to mention that would have been better as well. Rahimahullah ta'ala. Anyways, the benefits that we take from the hadith and the fiqh that we take from the hadith is, it is recommended to fast 3 days of every single month. Every month is recommended to fast how many days? 3 days. And this is a consensus amongst the ulama that it's recommended. Every month. Whether it's the beginning of the 3 days is the beginning, or it's in the middle, or it's at the end. Or whether those 3 days are what? Connected or separated, or whether it's divided, or whether it's connected or detached, it doesn't matter. Because there are hadiths that have come unrestrictedly, which speak about fasting 3 days of every month. مثلا the hadith of Muslim in his Sahih min hadithi Aisha, where she said, كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يصوم من كل شهر, every month he would fast 3 أيام, he would fast 3 days. ولم يكن يبالي من أي أيام الشهر يصوم. And he didn't care which of those days of the month it was. Does that make sense? So it can be the first 3 days. It can be the 3 in the middle. It can be 3 at the end. It can be 3 anywhere. It can be 1 day at the beginning, 1 day in the front, and 1 on the last day. It can be the same. Does that make sense? Because of those general texts that come. Okay? Another benefit that we take from the hadith is, it is recommended to fast what is known as Ayyamul Bid, the white days, from every month. And the scholars, they took from the Ayyamul Bid, from the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, hadith al-Bab, Amarana Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Prophet commanded us, an nasuma thalathata ayyami al-bayd, that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam commanded us to fast 3 days of the white days. Some of the wordings, as it was mentioned here, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, Ya Aba Dhar, idha sumta, if you fast, min ash-shahri, the month, thalathata ayyam, 3 days, fasum thalathata ashara, fast 13, wa arba ashara, and 14, wa khamsa ashara, and 15. This is the 3 days of what? Ayyamul Bid. This is not 3 days of every month. That's another one. So what should a person do? It's better to fast the 3 days of Ayyamul Bid. Why? Because the Prophet ﷺ specifically selected Abu Dhar and told him to do it. And so what do you intend when you do those 3 days? You intend the 3 days of every month, fasting whenever you want, and making it Ayyamul Bid, combining the two intentions. Because both intentions are what? Voluntary. So they can emerge, no problem. So you get double whammy, sah? You get double reward for it. So this is even better, inshallah ta'ala. But remember, when we say Ayyamul Bid, we mean Ayyamu Layali al-Bid. The reason why it's called Ayyamul Bid is that those are the days like where it's very bright. Another thing is, what's the wisdom of fasting those 3 days? What's the significance and the hikmah and the wisdom in fasting those 3 days? And why did the Prophet command those 3 days? The scholars, they went out of their way to do ijtihad, to really ponder and contemplate of why the Prophet ﷺ mentioned those days. Ijtihadat of the scholars is, what did the poet Sahib al-Maraqi say? وَرُبَّمَا يُعْوِزُنَا الطِّلَاعُ لَكِنَّهُ لَيْسَ بِهِ امْتِنَاعُ. The Prophet's actions or the legislations of the Sharia, they have wisdom. Sometimes we know those wisdoms and sometimes we don't. So some of the scholars, they try to find out, okay? Some of the statements, يحتمل الخطأ والصواب. It can take whichever. It can be right or wrong, whichever they said. وعلى كل فسواء عرفنا الحكمة أم لم نعرفها. Whether we know the wisdom or not, brothers and sisters, فإنه يبقى أنه من أعظم الحكم في جميع أوامر الله وشرائعه. Whether we know the wisdom or not, what we need to know is that, or what we should believe is, every legislation that Allah legislates has what? Has wisdom. And that Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala is testing us in what He commands us. Are we going to follow it? Are we going to follow the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? From the hikmah that was mentioned is, there's a medical benefit in it, which is the increasing of the light of the qamar. Some scholars mention this. And ziyadatu nur al-qamar. Remember, Ayyamul Bid is white days. The moon is more brighter those days. The brightness of the moon, and also the increase and the reduction of the moon's light, له تأثير مباشر على الأرض. It has a direct effect on the earth and those who live on the earth. So they said this is what? فإنه كلما توسع القمر. Every time the moon becomes closer or becomes bigger and the light of it becomes more, okay, the ocean and the sea and everything becomes what? More good. And they said the same applies to the human body. Some of the scholars mention that, like in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. Maybe we'll stop here, inshallah ta'ala. We can finish the book. Bi-idhnillah al-kareem. We'll stop here today. And tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala, we can resume the book. Bi-idhnillah al-kareem. We stop here today. Anything I've said that was wrong or incorrect is from me and shaitan, and Allah and His Messenger are both free from it. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. الحمد لله رب العالمين له الحمد الحسن والثناء الجميل وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له يقول الحق وهو يهدي السبيل وأشهد أن سيدنا ونبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه والتابعين لهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. وإن the sharh of the Kitab Bulugh Al-Maram, the chapter Kitab As-Siyam, and today is going to be our last day inshaAllah ta'ala. Our brother Ibrahim Ibn al-Shaykh Fahim is going to read for us. فَلْيَتَفَضَّلْ مَشْكُورًا مَأْجُورًا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وعن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: لا يحل لامرأة أن تصوم وزوجها شاهد إلا بإذنه، متفق عليه واللفظ للبخاري. زاد أبو داود غير رمضان.
This hadith Al-Imam al-Bukhari narrated it, and At-Tirmidhi and Ibn Majah, they all narrated it من طريق أبي زناد, Abdullah ibn Dhakwan is his name, Abi Zinad, عن الأعرج, who narrated from عن أبي هريرة مرفوعا به. Also Muslim narrated this hadith, and Abu Dawud and Al-Bayhaqi, but they narrated it من طريق Ma'mar ibn Rashid, who narrated from Hammam ibn Munabbih, where he said, هذا ما حدثنا أبو هريرة رضي الله عنه عن محمد رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And then he mentioned the hadith Abu Hurairah رضي الله تعالى عنه. That's the wording of Muslim, where he says لا تصم المرأة وبعلها شاهد إلا بإذنه ولا تأذن في بيته وهو شاهد إلا بإذنه وما أنفقت من كسبه من غير أمره فإن نصف أجره له. That's the wording of Muslim. Abi Dawood, like he narrated the word لا تصوم المرأة, the woman should not fast, وبعلها شاهد, يعني بعل is the same as زوج, إلا بإذنه, except with his permission, غير رمضان, not Ramadan, ولا تأذن في بيته وهو شاهد إلا بإذنه, and that she doesn't also bring anyone to his house وهو شاهد إلا بإذنه. إذن the hadith, it tells us لا يحل, it is not permissible for a woman to fast. And another hadith says لا تصوم المرأة. This lafz, of course, is a khabar, لكن والمراد به النهي, but what is intended is a prohibition. Okay, but there is another riwayah where it says لا تصومن, which is a amr, يعني بزيادة نون التوكيد. أن تصوم وزوجها, some of the riwayat, as I said, it says بعلها, and the word البعل والزوج, Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm, he says that the word ba'al is more general. Why? Because Ahlul Lugha, they consider أن البعل اسم للزوج والسيد. The word al-ba'al is used for the wife and the husband, يعني the wife refers to her husband as ba'al, and also the master for his slave, it's also a ba'al. Then this means the slave cannot fast, and also the hur cannot fast, so it's more general. The wording that says وَزَوْجُهَا only refers to what? The husband. شاهد إلا بإذنه. Shahid means what? Hadir. And her husband is there. Just like Allah said in the Qur'an, فَمَنْ شَهِدَ مِنْكُمُ الشَّهْرَ. يعني it means the one who sees and witnesses the month. Shahida. إلا بإذنهنا. Idhn is meant by as-sarih, meaning clear, he gives a clear permission. So that's what the word illa bi'idhnihi means. He has to give a permission. What we take from this hadith is that the woman, she's not allowed to fast a voluntary fasting. She's not allowed to fast it. She has to ask her husband for permission. If he's there, she has to seek his permission. And the prohibition here came in a form of what? Khabar. And this is stronger than just mujarrad al-nahi.
يعني خبرية لفظا إنشائية معنى is stronger than just مجرد النهي. And صيغ النهي comes in different forms. صيغ النهي, the ways that things are prohibited, وصيغ الأمر, and the way that things are commanded in the Qur'an and the Sunnah come in different ways. From them is, it can come in a form of a statement, but what is intended from it is either prohibition or a command, and it's stronger. But if the woman goes and then fasts without taking permission from her husband, then her fasting is valid, but she is a sinner. The reason is because this nahi is not connected, يعني لا يعود إلى ذات الفعل. And this is a mas'ala that's spoken about in Kutub al-Usul. The prohibition doesn't go back to what? It doesn't go back to the action in and within itself. Yani the prohibition of eating food, it goes directly to the concept of fasting, صح? Like in her fasting without the permission of her husband is not connected to the pillars and the conditions, the prerequisites of the fasting. It's a amrun khariji. It's an external thing. So what we will say is, صومها أما صحت صومها, her fasting is correct, لكن أثمت. She has become a what? She becomes a sinner for doing that. Okay? ولذلك الإمام البخاري in his Sahih, he chapters صوم المرأة, the fasting of the woman, بإذن زوجها, with the permission of her husband, تطوعا. So this is to separate the obligatory fasting, because the obligatory fasting of Ramadan, she will not need to take your permission, or she doesn't need to take the permission of the husband, because the hadith here also mentioned غير رمضان, the word that Hafiz ibn Hajar mentioned, the hadith of Abu Hurairah. The wording of Abu Dawood, it says غير رمضان. Also Ibn Abbas radiallahu ta'ala anhu marfu'an, when he was mentioning this hadith, he said, وَمِنْ حَقِّ الزَّوْجِ عَلَى زَوْجَتِهِ, the rights that the husband has on his wife is what? أَلَّا تَصُومَ تَطَوُّعًا إِلَّا بِإِذْنِهِ, that she does not fast a voluntary fasting except with his permission. Yani she can only do it with his permission. فَإِنْ فَعَلَتْ, and if she does it, لَمْ يُقْبَلْ مِنْهَا, yani if she fasts without his permission, it won't be accepted. That's what Abdullah ibn Abbas radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma said. لكن Hussein ibn Qais is in the chain, وهو ضعيف, so it's not authentically attributed to Abdullah ibn Abbas radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma, that statement. إلا بإذنه, what does that show? It shows that the woman has to go and ask the husband for permission. Some of the ulama, they said, if the woman has taken a general permission, it's also permissible. She has told her husband, I fast Mondays and Thursdays, you're fine with that, right? She doesn't have to ask him every single Monday and Thursday. Some of the scholars, they say no. Every time she wants to fast, the night before, she has to inform him and say, I'm going to fast tomorrow. The permission, some of the scholars, they said, it has to be sarihun, it has to be direct, where he says, yes, you can fast. And also some of the ulama, they say, no, it doesn't have to necessarily be sarih. If there is any qara'in, any external evidences, proofs that show that she believes where her husband is going to be pleased with it, then she can take that on board. صاحب Kitab طرح التثريب العراقي رحمه الله speaks about this mas'ala. Also the wording of the hadith says وَزَوْجُهَا شَاهِدٌ, her husband is present. The mafhum al-mukhalafa is that if the husband is traveling, she doesn't have to seek his permission. If he's traveling, she doesn't have to seek his permission. The reason is because الحكم يدور مع علته وجودا وعدما, and that is because the reason why the woman has to seek permission from the husband to fast a voluntary fasting is that if he needs her sexually, she shouldn't be fasting. That's what the ulama mention. Al-Imam al-Nawawi rahimahullah ta'ala in his Sharh Sahih Muslim, he says وَزَوْجُهَا شَاهِدٌ أي مقيم في البلد أما إذا كان مسافرا فلها الصوم, he says. If he's traveling, she can fast. لأنه لا يتأتى منه الاستمتاع إذا لم تكن معه, because how can he enjoy her if he's traveling? So the reasoning is gone, so she doesn't have to seek his permission. Also, what we take from this hadith is the reason why she has to seek permission from her husband is because the obedience of the husband is obligatory and the fasting is voluntary. And so what needs to take priority is what? The obligation takes precedence over the voluntary. Even the wajib, the ulama, they say if there's a wajib which is al-wajib al-tarahi, and the wajib is al-wajib al-fawri, and there's a wajib which is al-tarahi, a wajib that can be delayed. Some of the ulama mention that she still has to seek his permission even in that one. لأن طاعته, obeying him, is a what? A matter which is fawriyun, she has to do it now. And if it's tatawwu'na, she of course has to listen to him. And if it's voluntary fasting, or if it's a fasting which is sawm al-tarahi, where she can delay later, she has to seek his permission. So for example, if there's days of Ramadan on her neck, and she can do it the day after or the day after, and she seeks his permission, she says, tomorrow I'm going to fast to bring back Ramadan. Qada I'm talking about, not ada. That makes sense? So he says, okay, tomorrow I'm here as well at home, so I want to spend time with you. Push it to the next day or the day after. No.
وعن أبي سعيد الخدري رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم نهى عن صيام يومين يوم الفطر ويوم النحر متفق عليه.
This hadith, Al-Imam al-Bukhari and Muslim both narrated it, وأبو داود. Abu Dawud also narrated with Tirmidhi والبيهقي. They all narrated it من طريق عمر ibn Yahya عن أبيه عن أبي سعيد الخدري به مرفوعا. The benefit that we take from this hadith, that it is an evidence that you're not allowed to fast on the 2 days of Eid. Eid al-Fitr wa Eid al-Adha. You're not allowed to fast those 2 days. Now, it doesn't matter what type of fasting it is. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It does not matter what the fast. It could even be a obligatory fasting that you're bringing back. You're not allowed to fast on those 2 days. It can be sawmun nadhrin. It doesn't matter. You're not allowed to fast on Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. وهذا كله إجماع. And all of that is a what? It's a consensus. Okay? ولذلك عمر رضي الله عنه, he did a khutbah for the people and he said, Bukhari and Muslim both narrated this, هذان يومان نهى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم عن صيامهما. These are the 2 days, Eid al-Fitr wa Eid al-Adha. They are 2 days that the Prophet of Allah prohibited from us. يوم فطركم عن صيامكم واليوم الآخر تأكلون فيه من نسككم. And the next day, which is Eid al-Adha, you're not allowed to fast because that's what you eat. You eat what? You eat your nusuk. What do you eat? You eat your nusuk that you brought with you to get closer to Allah by it. What about if a person made an oath to Allah? He said, Ya Rabbi, do this for me. Or he does a nadhr. He does a nadhr to fast on those 2 days. I'm going to fast on Eid al-Fitr or Eid al-Adha. And he makes a nadhr, an oath. Is it permissible for him to fast? The scholars, they say, فَلَا يَجُوزُ لَهُ صِيَامُهُمَا. He's not allowed to fast on those 2 days. Why? لأنه نذر معصية. And a nadhr معصية, the qa'idah for it is what? You're not allowed to act upon it. Because the Prophet ﷺ, he said in the hadith, مَنْ نَذَرَ أَنْ يُطِيعَ اللَّهَ فَلْيُطِعْهُ. Anyone who makes a nadhr to obey Allah, then obey Allah. وَمَنْ نَذَرَ, and anyone who makes a oath أَنْ يَعْصِيَهُ, to disobey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, فَلَا يَعْصِيهِ, then don't disobey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Bukhari narrated in hadith Aisha. And that's the view of أكثر العلماء, the majority of the scholars. وهو الصحيح. Abu Hanifa, lakin, on the other hand, he said it is for him to fast. Because he said that the al-wafa bin nadhri, he said is wajib. وَيَوْمُ الْفِطْرِ وَالنَّحْرنا, the day of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha, he said is مَحَلُّ لِلصِّيَامِ قَابِلُ لِلصِّيَامِ. Like this qawl is, as the scholars mention, Ibn Qudama and An-Nawawi and Ibn Mundhir and other than them, is that this is a qawl which is marjuhun da'ifun, very weak. Another benefit that we take from this hadith is that the hikmah min al-nahi. What is the wisdom of why it is prohibited to fast on those 2 days? Yawmu Eid al-Fitri, the day of Eid al-Fitr, that's what separates the obligatory fasting, which is Ramadan, and the day after. So you're not allowed to connect it to it. Whereas Yawmul Adhana, it's a day where it's legislated. It's from the legislation is al-dhabhu, to slaughter. Eid al-Adha is a day of Adha, is to slaughter. Al-dhabhu wal-shurbu, to drink. Wal-aklu, and to eat. ولذلك حديث أبي عبيد مولى بن أزهر, he said, شهدت العيد مع عمر بن الخطاب, I participated the Eid with Umar ibn Khattab, and he said to me, he said, هذان يومان نهى رسول الله عن صيامهما, the messenger prohibited the fasting of these 2 days. يوم فطركم من صيامكم. So what does it show us? The illah is what? It's the day where you, fitr means what? To break the fasting, right? It's the day where you break your fast. That entire month that you are fasting, this is to end it now. The hikmah is to separate the 6 days of Shawwal that's going to come from the days of Ramadan. Also, وَالْيَوْمُ الْآخَرُ, the second Eid, which is Eid al-Adha, تَأْكُلُونَ فِيهِ مِن نُسُكِكُمْ. It is the day where you eat your nusuk, where you are getting closer to Allah by slaughtering it. That's what Hafidh ibn Hajar pointed out. نعم.
وعن نبيشة الهذلي رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أيام التشريق أيام أكل وشرب وذكر لله عز وجل، رواه مسلم. وعن عائشة رضي الله عنها، وعن عائشة وابن عمر رضي الله عنهما قال لم يرخص في أيام التشريق أن يصمن إلا لمن لم يجد الهدي، رواه البخاري.
These two hadiths, the hadith of Nubaysha al-Hudali radiyallahu anhu, Muslim narrated and Ahmad and al-Bayhaqi من طريق هشيم بن بشير, where he said أخبرنا خالد بن مهران عن أبي المليح عامر بن أسامة عن نبيشة الهذلي رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم أيام التشريق أيام أكل وشرب وذكر لله تعالى. Aisha and Abdullah ibn Umar radiyallahu ta'ala anhuma, may Allah be pleased with both of them, Bukhari narrated that one, Muslim didn't. والبيهقي والدارقطني, but they narrated it من حديث عبد الله بن عيسى عن الزهري عن عروة عن عائشة وعن سالم عن عمر قال. So Urwa narrated from Aisha and Salim narrated from Abdullah ibn Umar. Both of them said لم يرخص في أيام التشريق أن يصمن إلا لمن لم يجد الهدي. أيام التشريق is الأيام التي بعد النحر. It's the days after the slaughter, the nahar, and it's 3 days. And some scholars, they say no, it's only 2 days after the day of al-nahar. The reason why it was called is because those days كانوا يذبحون, they used to slaughter al-adahi wal-hadiya. They used to slaughter. The reason why it's called أيام التشريق is that they used to slaughter the animals, the sacrificial animals, حينما تشرق الشمس في الضحى, at the time of shuruq. That's when they used to do it. And there are other views of what the reason why they used to call it. The word the hadith mentions is لم يرخص. That statement alone, لم ترخص, takes the hadith from being mawquf to becoming what? مرفوع. Because this ibara, it enters المرفوع, يعني مرفوع حكما. يعني there is a مرفوع لفظا and or مرفوع حكما. So it is لفظا موقوف, لكن it is مرفوع حكما. يعني if a sahabi says أمرنا, or he says نهينا, we've been commanded or we've been prohibited from, we know that the person who commands the companions and prohibits them is who? The Messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So this becomes what? Marfu'u hukman. It becomes a what? Marfu'u hukman. So it's a sunnah, we have to take it. The term al-rukhsa في اللغة it means التيسير. The word الرخصة, it means التيسير والتسهيل, is to make something easy. لكن that's what it means in the Arabic language. لكن what it means in the Sharia is ما شرعت بسبب قيام مسوغ لتخلف الحكم الأصلي. What it means is whatever's been legislated because of a reason that does what? That changes the original ruling. Yani there was an original ruling, something happened, the legislator Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he changes the ruling, the original ruling for that particular situation. That's called a what? It's called a rukhsa. That's called a rukhsa, which is ma shuri'at, whatever has been legislated بسبب مسوغ, because of مسوغ means what's allowed. لتخلف الحكم الأصلي, the original ruling is going to be removed. يعني fasting in Ramadan is a what? It's wajib. But when you become a traveler, that ruling is now changed for you, which is you're given the choice if you want to fast or not. That's called a rukhsa. Why has that ruling been changed? Because of a what? قيام مسوغ. A مسوغ came. What's a musawwigh? Something that allowed you to break your fast, which is traveling. That's called a rukhsa. And in English it's called a concession. It's whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given you ease and lenience. Mas'alatu at-taysir, the issue of a-rukhsa is one of the issues that there can be extreme exaggeration, there can also be extreme negligence. Some people, they have extreme lenience, and so they tend to give out rukhsa in nearly everything. So their fatawa is all based on rukhsa. And so they do mubalagha fi rukhsa. Ama al-mubalagha fi taysir. Al-mubalagha fi taysir. Making things easy, they go overboard. And they try to use as evidence the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, ma khuyyira bayna ash-shay'ayni, that the Messenger was never given the choice between two things. Illa akhadha aysaruhuma ma lam yakun ithman. If the Prophet was given a choice between two things, he would take the easiest one from amongst them, as long as it was not a sin. So there's extreme, we have that in some countries, some of who gave a fatwa in the UK, that in school, as you know, it's boys and girls have to swim together in primary school. Some schools, even secondary school, they kind of swim together. So they gave a fatwa for the permissibility of that. Why? When they were asked, they said because studying and attaining this knowledge, secular knowledge, they said it's very important for the Muslims to reach high levels and accomplish things in life. So they said we have to give a taysir, we have to make this easy. Some of them gave fatwa that it's permissible for the Muslims to take riba in houses in the UK. Why? Because the Muslims can't be living like this where they don't own any properties. And so they should go to banks if they can't buy it straight up, and they take riba and they pay for it. These people are called what? Ahlu Taysir. Why? Here doesn't mean the Taysir which is mashru', lakin mubalaghatu fi Taysir. They go overboard in a Taysir, with Tasil, where they say things which are haram, they will say that the Muslims can do this. And this has a more negative effect on the Muslims. So this mas'ala, it requires dabt. Especially just like the word ad-darura, necessity, has become a very loose term. Everybody, wherever he wants, he'll just say, akhi, it's ad-darura, wa ad-darura tubihu al-mahdhurat. And if something is ad-darura, it allows for you what is haram, sah? So these are shari'i terms, they require what? They require to be really understood what is meant by it. So the word al-rukhsa, that's what it means. إِلَّا لِمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدِ الْهَدْيَ. This is, of course, only in Hajj is going to refer to who? في حق القارن, the one who's doing Qur'an in Hajj, and the one who's doing at-tamattu'. The one who's doing Qur'an and at-tamattu', this will apply to them. They're the ones who have to give al-hadi, sah? Like the one who's doing al-ifrad, it doesn't apply to him. Yani Allah says in the Qur'an, Tabarak wa Ta'ala, فَإِذَا أَمِنْتُمْ فَمَنْ تَمَتَّعَ بِالْعُمْرَةِ إِلَى الْحَجِّ فَمَا اسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْهَدِيِ فَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ فَصِيَامُ 3 أيام في الحج و7 إذا رجعتم تلك 10 كاملة. So in this ayah, Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, He mentions to us فَمَا اسْتَيْسَرَ مِنَ الْهَدِيِ. So if a person cannot find a hadi, he cannot find an animal to slaughter, what does he have to do? He has to fast 10 days. He has to fast 10 days. How does the 10 days work? He has to fast 3 أيام في الحج. 3 of those 10, he has to do it in the state of Hajj. And 7, he does it when he goes back to his place. Then Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala, He says, فَمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدْ فَصِيَامُ 3 أيام في الحج و7 إذا رجعتم. And 7, when they go back. تِلْكَ 10 كاملة. That is the 10. 3 in Hajj and 7 back. Who can fast the days of Ayyam al-Tashriq? The person who is what? Who is either in Hajj al-Qiran or Hajj al-Tamattu'. Are we all together? Because those people have to bring the hadi. They fast 3 days and the 7 they fast it. So that's the only exception in this rule. The benefit that we take from this hadith is that it's not permissible to fast the days of at-tashriq tatawwu'an, voluntarily. And that's the qawl of akthar ahli al-ilm. It has come from Abdullah ibn Zubayr radiyallahu anhu, in which it has come from him that he used to fast the days of tashriq. And some of the companions, it's been transmitted from them. So what do we do when we have a prohibition here and some of the Sahabas have done it? Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, he says rahimahullah ta'ala, وَلَعَلَّهُ لَمْ يَبْلُوهُمُ النَّهْيَ. He said that maybe it's not reached them the prohibition. Maybe they did not hear the hadith. The only exception for fasting those 3 days, as we said, is the one who doesn't find the hadi, as is in the hadith of Aisha and Abdullah ibn Umar. ولذلك الإمام البخاري in his Sahih, when he brought the hadith of Aisha and hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar, he placed a bab where he said, Babu Siyami Ayyami Tashriq. The chapter fasting the days of Tashriq. And this is the view of who? Al-Imam Malik wa Shafi'i, and it's a riwayah of who? Al-Imam Ahmad. And this inshallah ta'ala qawl is the strongest opinion, where all of the evidences come together. Ayyam al-Tashriq, my brothers and sisters, is what? It's days of eating and drinking. It's not for fasting. The only exception here is what? لِمَنْ لَمْ يَجِدِ الْهَدْيَةِ. The one who can't find a slaughter, a sacrificial animal, he cannot find it. That's the only exception. And the hadith of Abdullah ibn Umar and the hadith of Aisha, those who try to say, but this is mawquf, this is the statement of Aisha and who? And Abdullah ibn Umar, we will say, yes, it is mawqufu lafdan marfu'u hukman, because of the word lam yurakhis. نعم.
عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: لا تختصوا ليلة الجمعة بقيام من بين الليالي، ولا تختصوا يوم الجمعة بصيام من بين الأيام، إلا أن يكون في صوم يصومه أحدكم. رواه مسلم. وعنه أيضا رضي الله عنه قال: قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال: لا يصومن أحدكم يوم الجمعة إلا أن يصوم يوما قبله أو يوما بعده. متفق عليه.
There are 2 hadiths here. The first hadith, hadith Abu Hurairah, Al-Imam Muslim narrated in his Sahih, النسائي in Al-Kubra, and Al-Bayhaqi and Al-Hakim, من طريق حسين الجعفي عن زائدة ابن قدامة عن هشام بن حسان عن ابن سيرين عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه. The hadith. This hadith has been critiqued by the A'immatul Hadith, that the hadith has a illah. That this hadith in Sahih Muslim, قد أعلّ, a illah has been mentioned for it. And the illah is that the hadith is mursal. And a mursal is a hadith which a tabi'i attributes to the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. ولذلك ابن أبي حاتم in his Kitab Al-Ilal, he said, سألت أبي, I asked my father. يعني عبد الرحمن was asking his father, Abu Hatim al-Razi. And Kitab al-Ilal is owned by who? AbdulRahman ibn Abi Hatim. Ibn Abi Hatim. So he said, I asked my father, Abu Hatim al-Razi, Imam al-Jarh wa-Ta'dil, Sahibu al-Ilal. He knew hidden defects very well, his father, Abu Hatim al-Razi. And also he said, I asked Abu Zur'at al-Razi, who was a very close friend of who? Al-Imam Abu Hatim al-Razi, his father. And hadithin, I asked him about the hadith, Rawahu Hussein al-Ju'fi, which was narrated by who? Hussein al-Ju'fi an Zaidah, عن هشام عن محمد بن سيرين عن أبي هريرة عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم. And he said to me, the hadith, لا تخص ليلة الجمعة بقيام. Don't specify the Friday, the night of Friday. Don't specify قيام الليل and say, I'm only going to pray on Friday قيام الليل. Don't do that. ولا يوم الجمعة بصيام. And also, the day of Jumu'ah, don't specify fasting. Okay? فقال, both of them, Abu Hatim al-Razi and Abu Zur'at al-Razi, when they heard the hadith, they said, هذا وهم. This hadith, there's a mistake in it. There's a wahm, there's a ghalat. What's the mistake here? That the hadith Abu Hurairah is not in there. إنما هو عن ابن سيرين. This hadith is from Muhammad ibn Sirin عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مرسل. Okay? ليس فيه ذكر أبي هريرة. Abu Hurairah is not in the narration. Because Ayub at-Tamim at-Sakhtiyani rahimahullah ta'ala and Hisham ibn Ammar, they both narrated it مرسلا. قلت لهما الوهم ممن هو من زائدة أو من حسين فقال ما أخلق أن يكون الوهم من حسين. So the mistake could have been from who? زائدة ibn Qudama al-Thaqafi. لأن they both believe that the mistake could not come from who? Hussein al-Ju'fi. The second hadith of Abu Hurairah, Bukhari and Muslim both narrated as متفق عليه, and Abu Dawood and Ibn Majah and At-Tirmidhi all narrated it, and Al-Bayhaqi in Sunan al-Kubra, all of them narrated it من طريق Al-A'mash, Sulaiman ibn Mihran, who narrated from Abi Salih and Abi Hurairah رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. And the hadith goes, this hadith mentions لا تخص ليلة الجمعة. Another wording in Muslim is لا تختص ليلة الجمعة ولا تخص يوم الجمعة. Al-Imam al-Nawawi, he said, هكذا وقع في الأصول. That's what happened in the original copy of the Kitab Sahih Muslim. تختص ليلة الجمعة ولا تخصون يوم الجمعة بإثبات التاء في الأول بين الخاء والصاد وبحذفها في الثاني وهما صحيحان. Nawawi, he was a sharih of the Kitab. He's saying that the hadith has come, the first one it says لا تختصوا ليلة الجمعة ولا تخصوا. So the first one is بإثبات التاء and the second one is what? بحذف التاء. He said that's how it happened in the original copy of Sahih Muslim. والمراد, the meaning here, as Nawawi pointed out, is to prohibit a person from fasting on Friday specifically and praying the night of Friday specifically. Friday night is as we would look at it, but the Arabs look at it differently. The night comes before the day for the Arabs. And if you look at the Qur'an, that's how it is. The night comes first before the day. So that means Thursday night is Friday night. But for us, we call it Thursday night. For example, now, after Maghrib, what day is it today? Today's Saturday, right? After Maghrib, what do we call it? The Arabs and in our religion, it's called Sunday night. So, like from the West, we call it what? Saturday night. So that means on a Thursday night, you can't pray Qiyamul Layl specifically alone. From all the other days, specifically you do it. And also fast on Friday, okay? You can't do that specifically. That's the fiqh and the fawaid that's taken from the hadith. وَلِذَلِكَ, the prohibition here is what? The prohibition here, my brothers, is ifradu yawm al-jum'ah, is to restrict Friday fasting. And the evidence to show that is the hadith of Juwayriyah bint al-Harith radiyallahu ta'ala anha, the wife of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. The messenger entered onto her one day and he said to her, she was fasting, she told the Prophet that she was fasting. The Prophet, he said to her, Asumti, did you fast ams? She said no, she was fasting on a Friday. So the Prophet said to her, did you fast on a Thursday? She said no. قالت لا. قال, he then said to her, تريدين, do you want أن تصومي غدا, do you want to fast tomorrow, which is Saturday? قالت لا, she said I'm not going to fast. Then the Prophet said, فأفطري, break your fast. Break your what? Break your fast. Bukhari narrated that hadith. Also the hadith of Layla, the wife of who? Bashir ibn al-Khasasiyah. Bashir, he asked the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam and he said, Asumu yawm al-Jum'ah, I'm going to fast on a Friday. وَلَا أُكَلِّمُ ذَلِكَ الْيَوْمِ أَحَدًا, and that day I'm not going to talk to anyone. The Prophet, he then said to him, لَا تَصُمْ يَوْمَ الْجُمْعَةِ, don't fast on a Friday. إِلَّا فِي أَيَّامٍ هُوَ أَحَدُهَا أَوْ فِي شَهْرٍ, don't fast on a Friday unless it's within days where Friday is in it. So for example, it's Thursday you fasted and then Friday is in there and then Saturday you're going to fast or something like that, no problem. أو في شهر, or it's part of a month that you're fasting, like Ramadan for instance. وأما ألا تكلم أحدا, as for not to talk to anyone now, فلعمري لأن, I swear, لأن تكلم بمعروف وتنهى عن منكر خير من أن تسكت. For you to speak good, يعني call to good and prohibit evil is better than to be silent. Ahmad narrated this, and Al-Haythami in his Kitab مجمع الزوائد ومنبع الفوائد, he narrated it, and he said رواه أحمد عن ليلى امرأة بشير أنه سأل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وقد قيل إنها صحابية ورجاله ثقات. Also Muhammad ibn Abbad, he said سألت جابرا, I asked Jabir, نهى النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن صوم يوم الجمعة. يعني Muhammad ibn Abbad said, I asked Jabir ibn Abdullah ibn Haram, I asked him, did the Prophet prohibit the fasting of Friday? قال نعم, he said to me yes. Junadat al-Azdi, he said رضي الله عنه, I entered onto the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم on a Friday. في سبعة من الأزدي أنا ثامنهم, 7 of the people of Azd and I was the 8th one. وهو يتغدى, and the Prophet was eating. فقالوا, he said to us, هلموا إلى الغداء, come eat the breakfast with me. فقلنا يا رسول الله, we said, O Messenger of Allah, إنا صيام, we are fasting. The Prophet, he said, have you guys fasted yesterday? قلنا لا, we said no. He said, تصومون غدا, are you going to fast tomorrow? قلنا لا, we said no. He then said to us, فأفطروا, break your fast. فأكلنا مع رسول الله, so we ate with the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. The scholars, they took from all of these ahadith that I mentioned that the prohibition here is disliked. يعني النهي sometimes can be للتحريم and sometimes it can be what? للكراهة. The prohibition can sometimes be haram and sometimes the prohibition can be disliked. أكثر العلماء, the majority of the scholars, that's what they believe. So in other words, it is disliked إفراد يوم الجمعة بالصوم, to specify Friday fasting. And of course the exception here is anyone who would fast the fasting of Nabi Allah Dawood, كان يصوم يوما ويفطر يوما, that person is mustahab, what he's doing aslan is not karaha. Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, he takes the opinion that it's not permissible, it's not allowed to specify يوم الجمعة بالصوم. He believes that. And he mentions the reason why he believes that is because just like Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha are days of celebration, Friday is also a day of Eid. So a person is not allowed to fast. And so there's a discussion of his, rahimahullah ta'ala, in his works. And the hadith that he uses is, Inna yawma al-jumu'ati yawmu Eid, the Prophet said. That the Friday is a day of what? Eid. فَلَا تَجْعَلُوا يَوْمَ عِيدِكُمْ يَوْمَ صِيَامِكُمْ. Don't make the day of your Eid a day where you fast. إِلَّا أَن تَصُومُوا قَبْلَهُ أَوْ بَعْدَهُ, unless you fast a day before it or a day after. There's an ishkal to Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah here right now, which is, if it's Eid, we know that the Eid you can't fast aslan. La qablahu wa la ba'dahu. But here there is a permission that you can fast on Friday as long as it's before it and after. Ibn al-Qayyim tries to respond and defend his teacher in this position. He says that yes, it is similar to the day of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Friday is a Eid based on the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Muhammad ibn Ishaq ibn Khuzaymah mentions it in his Sahih, and Ahmed and others. So they say that the hadith mentions that it's a day of Eid. So yes, there is a shabah bil Eid, that it looks like the Eid from some angles, like it doesn't mean that it's the same as it in all forms. Okay?
وعنه أيضا رضي الله عنه أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال إذا انتصف شعبان فلا تصوموا رواه الخمسة واستنكره أحمد.
This hadith, the five narrated it. Al-Imam Abu Dawud narrated this in his Sunan, An-Nasa'i he narrated in his Kubra, and Tirmidhi narrated in his Jami' and Ibn Majah and Ahmad and Al-Bayhaqi. The chain that they narrated this hadith is min tariq al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman ibn Yaqub عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة. So Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman narrates from his father AbdulRahman, okay, ibn Yaqub, who narrates from who? Abu Hurairah radiyallahu ta'ala anhu. This hadith, Al-Imam At-Tirmidhi in his Jami', he says hadith Abi Hurairah hadithun hasanun sahihun la yu'rafu illa min hadha al-wajh. This hadith is not known to have been narrated in any other way except through this way. That's the only way that it's been narrated, this hadith. إِذَا انْتَصَفَ شَعْبَانَ فَلَا تَصُومُوا. It's been narrated through all of the chains that you go to. It will go back to Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman ibn Yaqub عن أبي هريرة. There's no other sanad for it. Tirmidhi mentions that rahimahullah ta'ala. Al-Imam al-Nasa'i says the same thing in his Kitab Sunan al-Kubra. He says لا نعلم أحدا روى هذا الحديث. We don't know anyone who narrated this hadith except Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman, okay, ibn Yaqub عن أبيه عن أبي هريرة. So here where is the problem? لأن حافظ ibn Hajar here he mentioned, he says رواه الخمسة, the five narrated it, واستنكره أحمد. Ahmad considered this hadith to be munkar. Al-Imam Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala. This hadith, the reason why there's a concern is tafarrud Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman ibn Yaqub. He's alone. Ulama al-Hadith, when someone is alone on something, it's not like the usuliyina who say man alima hujjatun ala man lam ya'lam, that the one who knows is a proof over the one who doesn't know. That's not how it works in Kutub al-Hadith. Hadith is a different science to usul al-fiqh. And a lot of people, when it comes to the grading and the looking at a hadith, a lot of people base their methodology in tasheeh and tad'if. It's based on tariqatul usuliyina, the method and the approach that the usuliyina take. لأن the usuliyina, they believe every ziyada, every adding on, okay, they believe is a what? Ziyadatu thiqa is maqbula. That any ziyada that a reliable person mentions is accepted. According to the ulama al-hadith, that's not how it works. Okay? It doesn't work like that. So the tafarrud of Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman ibn Yaqub is a concern. It's a concern. And that's what Al-Imam Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala considered this hadith to be munkar. How did he consider it to be munkar? He believes this hadith, number one, Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman ibn Yaqub is alone in this. And it goes against the solid, well-established narrations where the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to fast Sha'ban. Are we all together? ولذلك look what Abu Dawud said. It's the masail that Abu Dawud put, the questions that Abu Dawud put towards Imam Ahmad. He said وكان عبد الرحمن, and Abdul Rahman here is who? Ibn Mahdi. Abdul Rahman ibn Mahdi, the teacher of Imam Shafi'i. He said لا يحدث به. This hadith of Ala ibn AbdulRahman is not mentioned, it's not referenced, it's not quoted. قلت لأحمد, I asked Imam Ahmad, لما, why? Why did Abdurrahman ibn Mahdi say that? That the hadith of Al-Ala ibn AbdulRahman ibn Yaqub is not taken and it's not quoted. Why did he say that? Ahmad said, لأنه كان عنده أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم كان يصل شعبان برمضان, because to him Sha'ban was connected to Ramadan fasting. وقال عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم خلافه, and he said about the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم the opposite. Also Bayhaqi said قال أبو داود قال أحمد بن حنبل هذا حديث منكر. وكان عبد الرحمن لا يحدث به. عبد الرحمن المهدي narrated. It's not only Ahmed who said this. Also Yahya ibn Ma'in said the same thing. He said this hadith is munkar. Hafiz ibn Rajab rahimahullah ta'ala in his Kitab لطائف المعارف, he says واختلف العلماء في صحة هذا الحديث. This hadith there is a dispute regarding it. إذا انتصف شعبان فلا تصوموا. There is a khilaf regarding this hadith, he says. فصححه غير واحد منهم. A good number of scholars have narrated this hadith to be sahih. From them is who? At-Tirmidhi, وابن حبان, والحاكم, والطحاوي, وابن عبد البر. All of them, they consider it to be sahih. And from the scholars who spoke against it, وتكلم فيه, and look what Ibn Rajab says, but it's been criticized by who? من هو أكبر من هؤلاء وأعلم. يعني the statement of At-Tirmidhi and Ibn Hibban and Al-Hakim and Al-Tahawi and Ibn Abd al-Barr, there are scholars who are bigger than them in this field of hadith. Naam, Tirmidhi, his teachers is Ahmad ibn Hanbal and Ahmad ibn rahimahullah ta'ala and others. يعني, so he says وتكلم فيه, this hadith has been critiqued by who? من هو أكبر من هؤلاء وأعلم, who's more knowledgeable than that. وقالوا هو حديث منكر, and they said this hadith is munkar. منهم, from them is عبد الرحمن ibn Mahdi, والإمام أحمد, وأبو زرعة الرازي, والأثرم. They all graded it to be weak. وقال الإمام أحمد, Imam Ahmad said لم يروي العلاء حديثا أنكر منه. Ahmad said that Al-Ala ibn Abdurrahman ibn Yaqub, he has not narrated any hadith that is more munkar than this hadith. And he then said this hadith goes against the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ where he said لا تقدموا رمضان بصوم يوم أو يومين, which we already previously spoke about. يعني the hadith of Al-Ala ibn Abdurrahman goes against the what? The mafhum of that hadith. The mafhum of the hadith of لا تقدموا رمضان, it goes against the mafhum of it. نعم. Also Al-Khattabi rahimahullah ta'ala in his Kitab معالم السنن, he says هذا الحديث كان ينكره عبد الرحمن بن مهدي من حديث العلاء. He mentions that. Anyways, what we take from this hadith is that if Sha'ban is half, you're not allowed to what? If half of Sha'ban kicks in, you're not allowed to start fasting now. And Imam al-Shafi'i, he took the hadith to be sahih, Imam al-Shafi'i, and he based his view on that what is not allowed. He said that all the hadith can be put together. There's no ishkal here. All of the hadith can be harmonized. He said لا إذا انتصف الشعبان فلا تصوموا. If Sha'ban, half of it comes, don't fast. He said what that means is don't initiate the fast from scratch. But if you were fasting before the half of Sha'ban, if you were fasting, you can carry on. So this doesn't go against the hadith of لا تقدموا رمضان بصوم يوم أو يومين. It goes together. And Hafiz ibn Hajar, he said وقد ذهب جمهور العلماء إلى أنه يجوز الصوم تطوعا بعد النصف من شعبان وضعفوا الحديث الوارد فيه. Ibn Qudamah, he says ويمكن حمل هذا الحديث على نفي استحباب الصيام في حق من لم يصم قبل نصف الشهر, which what I mentioned. And Hafiz also mentioned that view as well. لا تعارض بين ما تقدم من الأحاديث في النهي عن تقدم رمضان بصوم يوم أو يومين وكذا ما جاء من النهي عن صوم نصف شعبان الثاني, فإن الجمع بينهما ظاهر بأن يحمل النهي على من لم يدخل تلك الأيام في الصيام اعتاده. Hafiz brought together the two narrations. Now, like the way I mentioned it, not to start the fasting in the second half. But if you were fasting before, that's fine. نعم.
وعن الصماء بنت بسر رضي الله عنها أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال لا تصوموا يوم السبت إلا فيما افترض عليكم فإن لم يجد أحدكم إلا لحاء عنب أو عود شجرة فليمضغها. رواه الخمسة ورجاله ثقات إلا أنه مضطرب وقد أنكره مالك وقال أبو داود هو منسوخ.
حديث صماء بنت بسر رضي الله عنها, is one of the hadith that causes confusion every year. It comes up where people say, Shaykh, tomorrow is Saturday, can I fast on the day of Arafah? So this hadith, لا تصوموا يوم السبت, don't fast on a Saturday, إلا فيما افترض عليكم, unless it's an obligatory fasting. فإن لم يجد أحدكم, if one of you cannot find, إلا لحاء عنب. لحاء عنب, it means, يعني the word لحاء, it means قشر الشجر. It's the قشر, يعني the base of the tree. And the عنب, the عنب is what? The seeds. Sometimes it can be the bottom, sometimes it can be the top. لحاء عنب أو عود شجرة, or you can only, if you can't, if on a Saturday, if you can't find anything to eat, even eat the one عنب, grape, or even a twig, just so you don't fast on a Saturday, unless it's an obligatory fasting. That's what the hadith is saying. فَلْيَمْضُغْهَا, the narration says bite on that. رواه الخمسة, the four أصحاب السنة narrated it, and Ahmad in his Musnad. وَرِجَالُهُ ثِقَاتٍ, Hafiz ibn Hajar said that the narrators are reliable. إِلَّا أَنَّهُ مُضْطَرِبٌ, except that hadith is what? مضطرب. Why is the hadith مضطرب? Because the hadith, the sanad, there is a lot of different views of who the narration came from. Sometimes it's narrated from Abdullah ibn Busr, who's the brother of As-Samma bint Busr. Sometimes it's narrated from Abdullah ibn Busr, and sometimes narrated from Abdullah ibn Busr from his sister. Sometimes it's narrated from Abdullah ibn Busr without his sister. And sometimes it's narrated from his father, عنه عن أبيه, his father, Abdullah, his father Busr. Abdullah ibn Busr is narrating from his father. And sometimes it's narrated from who? As-Samma bintu Samma herself, and Aisha. The narration is narrated in multiple different ways. Sometimes Abdullah ibn Busr is narrating from his sister. Sometimes Abdullah is directly narrating the hadith without the mention of his sister. Sometimes Abdullah is narrating from his father. Sometimes As-Samma binti Busrin is narrating from Aisha radiyallahu ta'ala anha. This makes the hadith مضطرب سندا. In terms of the chain, it's a problem. Okay? And Hafiz ibn Hajar, he says in the Kitab التلخيص الحبير, هذا التلون في الحديث, that different shades, those different narrators of the hadith, what does it do? في الحديث الواحد بالإسناد الواحد مع اتحاد المخرج يوهن راويه. It affects the hadith. And the source is one. لا تصوموا يوم السبت is one wording, one hadith, and there's so many different people narrating it. This puts a question mark on the hadith. It does that. Al-Imam al-Tahawi, he said, وَلَقَدْ أَنْكَرَ الزُّهْرِيُّ حَدِيثَ الصَّمَّاء. Al-Imam al-Zuhri, the teacher of Imam Malik, he considered the hadith of Samma binti Busrin في كراهة صوم يوم السبت. He considered it to be what? Al-Zuhri considered it to be munkar. And he said, as Tahawi said, وَلَمْ يَعُدَّهُ مِنْ حَدِيثِ أَهْلِ الْعِلْمِ بَعْدَ مَعْرِفَتِهِ بِهِ. He did not consider it to be what? From the hadith of the people of knowledge. Okay. Ibn Muflih, he says, Athram said that Al-Imam Abu Abdullah Ahmad ibn Hanbal قد جاء في حديث الصماء وكان يحيى بن سعيد يتقيه وأبى أن يحدثني به. قال الأثرم وحجة أبي عبد الله في الرخصة في صوم يوم السبت أن الأحاديث كلها مخالفة لحديث عبد الله بن بصر. Also this hadith, there's another ishkal, which is a problem. بغض النظر of the asanid and who it's been narrated from. This hadith goes against the hadith we mentioned before, hadith Juwayriyah, where the messenger entered onto his wife Juwayriyah and he said to her, she said she was fasting on a Friday, sah? And so the Prophet said, did you fast the day before on a Thursday? She said no. He said, are you going to fast the day after? What did she say? No. So it goes against this hadith. From the scholars who responded to this, Shaykh Albani, he said it doesn't go against hadith Juwayriyah. Why? لأن hadith Juwayriyah, if she fasts on Friday and she's fasted and Maghrib comes in, it's wajib on her to fast on a Saturday. And he said it doesn't go against the hadith لا تصوموا يوم السبت إلا مفترض. He said it's wajib, صح? يعني صوم يوم السبت becomes wajib on Juwayriyah. Are we all together? So she's fasting it as though it's what? Wajib. That's his argument in that hadith. Anyways, Al-Imam Abu Dawood considered this hadith to be abrogated. Yawm al-Sabt, of course, is a Saturday. We mentioned what liha'i inabin means. فَلْيَمْضُغْهَا, now we mentioned is to bite it. What we take from this hadith, that it's prohibited to, the strongest inshallah ta'ala is to fast on a Saturday by itself is not allowed. إفراد يوم السبت بالصيام. Not to fast on a Saturday by itself is not allowed. But the hadith, as we showed right now, there's a lot of question marks on its authenticity aslan. Okay? And the scholars have differed on the issue of fasting on Saturday alone. جمهور العلماء من الحنفية والشافعية والحنابلة, they take the opinion that it is disliked to fast on a Saturday by itself. Okay, makruh is disliked to fast on a Saturday by itself. But if you fast any other day with it, it's not disliked. Okay. Also the Malikiyya, they took إلى أنه لا كراهة في إفراد يوم السبت بالصيام. That the Malikiyya, they took that is not disliked fasting Saturday alone. And that's the view of Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, that is not disliked. And that's the hadith that we mentioned, it doesn't seem to be strong and it doesn't seem to stand. Okay.
وعن أم سلمة رضي الله عنها أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم كان أكثر ما يصوم من الأيام يوم السبت ويوم الأحد، وكان يقول إنهما يوم عيد للمشركين وأنا أريد أن أخالفهم. أخرجه النسائي وصححه ابن خزيمة وهذا لفظه.
This hadith Imam al-Nasa'i narrated in his Kubra, and Ahmad and Ibn Hibban and Al-Hakim and also Ibn Khuzayma and Al-Bayhaqi min tariq Abdullah ibn Mubarak, that he said أخبرني Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Umar ibn Ali, where he said قال حدثنا أبي عن كريب أنه سمع أم سلمة تقول كان رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم فذكرته. This hadith in it is Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Umar is in this hadith. Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Umar ibn Ali, he's mukhtalafun fihi, there is a dispute regarding him. Go to the Kitab Tahdhib al-Kamal by Al-Hajjaj al-Mizi and Tarikh al-Kabir and also Tahdhib al-Tahdhib. Hafidh ibn Hajar in his Kitab, he considered him to be Saduq. And he is alone in this hadith. So he's Saduq, but now he's alone in his hadith. It puts his hadith in question. It puts his hadith in what? Question. وَلَا يُحْتَمَلُ تَفَرُّدُهُ. Him being alone is not going to be tolerated. His father, Abdullah, his father Muhammad ibn Umar ibn Ali, huwa qalilul hadith. He's very little in the hadith that he narrates. And also, fihi jahala. He's someone who's not known. The only person who considered him to be reliable is Ibn Hibban rahimahullah ta'ala. Ibn Qattan, Yahya ibn Sa'id al-Qattan, he said about him, haluhu majhul, he's unknown. And Hafidh ibn Hajar then came and he said he's what? Saduq. The hadith here suggests and says that the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam كان أكثر ما يصوم, the majority of the Prophet's fastings were من الأيام, from the days of the week, يوم السبت on a Saturday, ويوم الأحد on a Sunday. وكان يقول, and he used to say, إنهما يوما عيد المشركين. Those 2 days is the 2 days where the Christians and the Jews celebrate, Saturday and Sunday. وأنا أريد أن أخالفهم, and I, the Prophet of Allah, want to go against them. So this hadith is a dalil. Again, its authenticity is not there, it's not authentic. But from what the scholars who consider it to be sahih take from it, is that it is permissible to fast on a Saturday, and it's also permissible to fast on a Sunday. And also it benefits us how the Prophet ﷺ would always want to go against the Christians and the Jews عليه الصلاة والسلام.
وعن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم نهى عن صوم يوم عرفة بعرفة. رواه الخمسة غير الترمذي وصححه ابن خزيمة والحاكم واستنكره العقيلي.
This hadith, it mentions أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم نهى عن صوم يوم عرفة. The Prophet, he prohibited the fasting of Arafah بعرفة, in Arafah. The 5 narrated it. Ashab al-Sunan al-Arba'a narrated it, and Ahmad in his Musnad. Here he said, Rawahul Khamsa, the 5 narrated it. Ghayrat Tirmidhi. So Tirmidhi is not in the 5. So 4 narrated it. Who were the 4? Abu Dawood, An-Nasa'i, and Ibn Majah, and Ahmed. So Tirmidhi didn't narrate it. But Ibn Khuzaymah graded this hadith to be what? Sahih. Hakim also in his Mustadrak, he said that this hadith is what? Sahih. Lakin Al-Uqayli, he considered this hadith to be what? Weak. He considered this hadith weak. And he weakened this in his Kitab Al-Du'afa. من طريق حوشب ibn Aqil. He said, حدثني مهدي العبدي عن عكرمة قال دخلت على أبي هريرة. I entered upon Abu Hurairah في بيتي فسألت عن صوم يوم عرفة بعرفة فقال أبو هريرة فذكره. He mentioned the hadith to him. The reason why this hadith is weak and that Al-Uqayli weakened it in his Kitab Al-Du'afa is because Al-Abdi, he is Mahdi ibn Harb. Ahmed and Yahya ibn Ma'in and Abu Hatim, they said about him, La a'arifuhu, I don't know this man. Also in the chain is Hawshab ibn Aqil. Al-Uqayli, he mentioned about him in his Kitab Al-Du'afa, لا يتابع عليه. وقد روي عن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم بأسانيد جياد أنه لم يصم يوم عرف بها ولا يصح عنه النهي عن صيامه. Arafah is the heart of Hajj. It's the heart of Hajj. Anyone who does not make it to Arafah has no Hajj. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he said, Al-Hajju Arafah. Hajj is what? Arafah. So Arafah is one of the mash'ar, okay, min masha'ir al-Hajj. And it is between Mecca and Ta'if. Arafah is not part of Mecca. It's an open place. The Prophet did sallallahu alaihi wasallam in his Hajjatul Wada', he did climb the mountain. But some people, they think that they have to climb the mountain in order to be in Arafah. Arafah is actually more vast and more bigger than that. What we take from this hadith is that it's prohibited from fasting the day of Arafah whilst you're in Arafah. The ulama disputed on this particular issue. The first view says that it's not allowed, it's not legislated fasting Yawm Arafah whilst you're in Arafah. أخذا بظاهر حديث الباب. By taking this hadith, you're not allowed to. And this is a qawl of jama'atu min as-sahaba. A large number of the companions believe this. From them is Abdullah ibn Umar, Abdullah ibn Abbas, وغيرهما, and other than them. And it has also come from Yahya ibn Sa'id al-Ansari that he said, يجب فطر يوم عرفة, that it is a must to break your fast in Arafah lil-haji, for the person who's doing Hajj. The second qawl is that it's legislated fasting the day of Arafah in Arafah. And this is the qawl of Uthman ibn Affan and Abdullah ibn Zubayr and Usama ibn Zayd and our mother Aisha. And from the Tabi'een, Al-Qasim ibn Muhammad, Sa'id ibn Jubair, and Hassan al-Basri. It was mentioned by Abu Bakr ibn Shaybah. He mentioned, وَكَانَ حَسَنُ يُعْجِبُهُ. Hassan, he used to fascinate him and he liked it. Fasting on the day of what? The day of Arafah. He used to like it. And he used to command the people of Hajj to do fasting. وقال Hassan said, رأيت عثمان, I saw Uthman بعرفة في يوم شديد الحر. I saw Uthman in Hajj, in Arafah, a very hot day. وهو صائم, and he was fasting on that day. وهم يروحون عنه. The second qawl is that it's recommended to break your fast بعرفة. And the reason why it's recommended is ليتقوى على الذكر, so that the person can get energy to do dhikr and to do the manasik al-hajj. This is the qawl of Imam Malik wa Abi Hanifa wa Shafi'i wa Thawri, until Ata even said, Man aftara, anyone who breaks his fast on Arafah, liyataqawwa bihi ala dhikri, so he can get strength to do the remembrance of Allah, kana lahu mithlu ajri as-sa'imi, he gets the reward of those who are fasting. And he used the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam where he said, Hadith Maymuna, أن الناس شكوا في صيام النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يوم عرفة, that the people complained about the Prophet of his fasting on the day of Arafah. فأرسلت إليه بحلاب وهو واقف في الموقف فشرب منه والناس ينظرون. The Prophet, a cup was brought to him and he drank while the people were looking at him. In the hadith of الفضل بنت الحارث is what? أن الناس اختلفوا عندها يوم عرفة في صوم النبي فقال بعضهم هو صائم. Some said that the Prophet was fasting in Arafah. وقال بعضهم, some of them said no, he's not fasting. There was a dispute. فأرسلت إليه, I sent something to him, الفضل بنت الحارث, بقدح لبن, a cup of water. So the Prophet, he showed them that he wasn't fasting. He drank it وهو واقف على بعيره فشربه. So everyone can see him, he was on his riding beast. He drank salawatullahi wa salamuhu alayhi. Al-Qawl al-Rabi', the fourth qawl is what? Anyone who it's hard on him to fast, or it's going to weaken him from making dua and adhkar, then that person is not permitted for him and it's not right for him to fast. But the person who's able to fast in Arafah, he's able to fast, then it's recommended for him to fast. And this qawl is a riwayah an Ahmad. والراجح, that which seems apparent and strongest, is the qawl al-thalith, the third qawl, al-qawl al-thalith, which is to break your fast is recommended for the person in Arafah. نعم.
وعن عبد الله بن عمرو بن العاص رضي الله عنهما قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لا صام من صام الأبد. متفق عليه. ولمسلم عن أبي قتادة بلفظ لا صام ولا أفطر.
These two hadiths, the first one is متفق عليه, Bukhari and Muslim both narrated it. Also Ibn Majah narrated it, and Bayhaqi من طريق حبيب بن أبي ثابت قال سمعت أبا العباس المكي وكان شاعرا وكان لا يتهم في حديثه. He said سمعت عبد الله بن عمرو بن العاص رضي الله عنهما قال, and he mentioned the hadith. Hadith Abi Qatada, lakin Muslim narrated it, Bukhari didn't narrate it. Tirmidhi also narrated it in his Jami', and Ahmad also narrated it. Al-Bayhaqi also narrated it من طريق غيلان عن عبد الله بن معبد الزماني عن أبي قتادة أن رجلا أتى النبي, a man came to the Prophet. The hadith mentions لا صام من صام الأبد. What does that mean? It means أنه لم يحصل له أجر الصوم. You're not going to get the reward of fasting if you are fasting the entire year. The Prophet prohibited a person to fast the entire year, and you don't withhold. Some of the ulama, they said la sama, it means he's not going to receive from the hardship that he's endured. You're not going to get any reward from it, or you're not going to get any fasting from it. That's what some scholars said. La sama, it means أنه لا يجد من مشقته ما يجدها غيره حيث يعتاد الصيام. The benefit that we take from this hadith is, number one, these two hadiths show that it's not legislated, it's not permissible for a person to fast the whole entire year. Is it haram or is it disliked? That which seems apparent, wallahu a'lam, is that it's disliked. That the nahi here, or the nafi here, is lil karaha, is disliked. And what's the sarif that diverts it from prohibition is the story of Abdullah ibn Amr radiyallahu anhu. When the Prophet prohibited him from the fasting, more than the fasting of Nabi Dawood. Yani Dawood كان يصوم يوما ويفطر يوما. Dawood would fast one day on, one day off, one day on, one day off. Abdullah ibn Amr ibn As, what did he say? He said, Ya Rasulullah, I can do better than that. I want to fast every day. Sah? And the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam, what did he say to him? When he said, I can do better than that, the Prophet, he said to him, لا أفضل من ذلك. There's nothing better than the fasting of Dawood alayhi salam. His one is the best. If the other one was haram, he would have said it's what? It's not allowed. The fact that he did tafdeel is that one is good, but this one's better. Are we all together? The ulama differed on the fasting of the entire year. على قولين, two views they taken. القول الأول, the first view is that is disliked, the fasting of صيام الدهر, fasting the entire year. هذا قول جمهور الفقهاء من الحنفية والمالكية والحنابلة, some of the Shafi'iyya as well. And they use the two hadith that we've just mentioned here. Then there is the second qawl, which is وَهُوَ قَوْلُ الْأَكْثَرِينَ مِنَ الشَّافِعِيَّةِ. It is the view of the majority of the Shafi'iyah, which is what? إِنْ خَافَ مِنْهُ ضَرَرًا. If the person fears for himself harm, or there is going to be any pain or suffering that is going to occur, then the person shouldn't fast. So the issue goes back to the person's ability. We'll stop here inshallah ta'ala. This brings us to the end of the Kitab As-Siyam of Bulugh Al-Maram. The next chapter that's going to start is now not the fasting, is Babu Al-I'tikafi wa Qiyami Ramadana, which is the issue related to i'tikaf and standing up in Ramadan, yani praying in Ramadan. The ahkam related to fasting has come to an end, and that's what we intended from the book. وَالْعِلْمُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ عَزَّ وَجَلَّ. Anything I've said that was wrong or incorrect is from me, and shaitan and Allah and His Messenger are both free from it. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفرك وأتوب إليك.